Hello there. Great to have you on the Nexus 616. We're excited to present What If Gringotts Healers removed the Horcrux at age 5 and Harry absorbed Voldemort's master knowledge love stories. Then you'll love subscribing. Hit that button and never miss our latest uploads. Don't forget to like. Let's waste no time and begin. Chapter 1, The Curse Eater. The cupboard under the stairs was 4 feet wide and 6 feet long, and it smelled like dust and old shoes and the chemical tang of cleaning supplies that Petunia Desley kept in neat rows along the back wall. Harry Potter was 5 years old and had lived in this cupboard for as long as he could remember, which wasn't very long, because he was 5. He was sitting in the dark, knees drawn up to his chest, listening to the house settle around him. Upstairs, Dudley was throwing things at his bedroom wall, a new game that involved hurling action figures at the plaster to see which ones would leave dents. Each impact sent a small shower of dust down from the underside of the staircase above Harry's head. He'd been put here because he'd asked a question. It wasn't even a particularly strange question, Harry thought, though Uncle Vernon had turned a shade of purple that made him look like a radish in a tie. All Harry had asked was why the neighbor's dog kept staring at him through the fence with its hackles raised, shaking and whimpering and backing away whenever Harry came near, even though Harry had never done anything to it. Vernon had grabbed him by the collar of Dudley's old shirt, enormous on Harry, hanging off his narrow shoulders like a tent, and thrown him into the cupboard with a snarl about freakishness. The lock clicked. The darkness settled. Harry didn't cry anymore when this happened. He used to, when he was younger, but it never changed anything, and crying made his head hurt. His head hurt enough already. It had hurt for as long as he could remember. A dull, persistent ache behind his scar, that lightning bolt mark on his forehead that Aunt Petunia refused to explain. Sometimes the ache sharpened into something worse, a searing pulse that made his vision go white, and in those moments Harry would see things. Flickers of green light. A high, cold laugh. Words and languages he didn't speak but somehow understood. He pressed his forehead against his knees and closed his eyes. Above him, Dudley's latest projectile hit the wall with particular force, and the whole staircase shuddered. Dust rained down. Something skittered across the cupboard floor, a spider, probably, one of the big ones that lived in the corner and that Harry had named because he didn't have anyone else to talk to. Then the front door slammed open and Vernon's voice boomed through the house, angrier than before, and Harry heard his name mentioned alongside words like ungrateful and burden and should have drowned him. The pain in his scar flared. Something in Harry's chest twisted, not sadness, not fear, but something older and hotter and deeper, something that had been building in the marrow of his bones for 5 years without a name. It felt like pressure. Like a door straining against a lock. Vernon's footsteps were coming toward the cupboard. Heavy. Deliberate. The floorboards groaned under his weight. Boy. The word was a fist. You come out here right now and explain what you did to Mrs. Fig's garden. Every flower in it dead overnight, and she saw you walking past yesterday. The lock rattled. Vernon was fumbling with the latch, his thick fingers clumsy with rage. Harry pressed himself back against the wall. The pain in his scar was blinding now, a white-hot wire driven through his skull. The pressure in his chest was unbearable. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. The door was opening and Vernon's massive shadow was filling the frame and Harry could see his uncle's hand reaching for him, meaty and red, and Harry screamed. Every piece of glass in number 4 privet drive exploded simultaneously. The windows blew outward in glittering sheets. The mirrors shattered. The television screen cracked and sprayed shards across the living room carpet. Dudley's glasses, perched on his nightstand upstairs, snapped in half. The glass-fronted cabinet in the dining room, Petunia's pride, burst apart with a sound like a gunshot, sending crystal figurines and china plates cascading across the floor in a musical avalanche of destruction. Vernon was thrown backward off his feet. He hit the hallway wall hard enough to crack the plaster and slid down it, stunned, a thin line of blood running from a cut on his cheek where a shard of the cupboard's bare light bulb had caught him. Upstairs, Dudley started screaming. In the kitchen, Petunia stood frozen amid a carpet of broken glass, a dish towel clutched in her white-knuckled hands, staring at the empty window frames where her neat suburban world had just been ripped away to reveal the darkening October sky. And in the cupboard under the stairs, Harry Potter sat in a sudden silence with his eyes wide open, his scar burning, and something dark and ancient writhing behind it like a snake trapped in a jar. 300 miles away, in a cavern far below the streets of London, a stone the size of a man's fist began to glow. It was set into the wall of a corridor that no human had walked in over a century, one of Gringotts' deep passages, carved before the Romans came to Britain, warded with magic that predated wands. The stone was black granite threaded with veins of raw mithril, and it was keyed to the blood of the House of Potter, and it had been dormant for 4 years. Now it blazed like a star. Ironclaw saw it first. He was the senior curse-breaker on rotation in the deep vaults that evening, a goblin of considerable age and even more considerable reputation, with a face like crumpled leather and eyes the color of hammered bronze. He'd been conducting routine ward checks on Vault 687, the Potter family vault, when the bloodstone flared so bright it threw his shadow against the opposite wall in sharp, jerking relief. He stared at it for 3 full seconds, which was 2 seconds longer than he usually needed to assess a situation. Then he ran. Goblins don't run the way humans do. They're shorter and broader, built for endurance rather than speed, but in the narrow corridors of their own domain they moved with a sureness that would put any human athlete to shame. Ironclaw took the passage at full sprint, his armored boots striking sparks from the stone floor, and burst through the door of the monitoring station so hard it cracked against the wall. Grip Hook, the junior clerk on duty, nearly fell off his stool. The Potter bloodstone, Ironclaw said, barely winded. Active. Full flare. Grip Hook's eyes went wide. The boy is dead. If he were dead it would have gone dark, you fool. Full flare means extreme magical discharge. An accidental burst powerful enough to trigger deep vault wards from, he calculated distances, factoring for the dampening effect of earth and stone and the shielding layers of London itself. His expression tightened. From Surrey. That was supposed to be impossible. Accidental magic from a 5-year-old child didn't trigger bloodstones calibrated for war-level magical events. The Potter stones had been designed to alert the family to existential threats, siege magic, blood curses, the kind of forces that destroyed houses. Wake Director Ragnarok, Ironclaw said. Now. It's the middle of, now, Grip Hook. Director Ragnarok was not a goblin who appreciated being woken from his rest. He was the leader of Gringotts' British operations, a position he had held for 47 years through a combination of ruthless intelligence, political acumen, and the willingness to personally gut anyone who challenged his authority. He was also, by goblin standards, patient, which meant he listened to Ironclaw's report for a full minute before speaking. The Potter boy, Ragnarok said. He was sitting behind his desk in a robe of dark silk, his iron-gray hair pulled back from a face that looked like it had been carved from stone by someone who didn't like stone very much. The one Dumbledore placed with the Muggles. Yes, Director. And you believe the bloodstone flare indicates a magical discharge of, battle-class magnitude. At minimum. From a 5-year-old child. Ironclaw paused. Director, there is no natural explanation for this. A child that age, even one from a strong magical line, cannot produce that level of power through accidental magic alone. Something is amplifying him. Ragnarok's eyes narrowed. They were dark and sharp, like chips of obsidian set in a granite face. Amplifying. Or parasitizing. The readings are wrong. The magical signature carries a secondary resonance. Almost as if, Ironclaw stopped. He was a curse-breaker of 60 years' experience, and what he was about to say was so monstrous that even he hesitated. Say it, Ragnarok ordered. The secondary signature is consistent with a soul fragment. Director, the boy may be carrying a Horcrux. The silence that followed was absolute. Goblins did not use that word lightly. To a goblin, the soul was a thing of sacred commerce, the ultimate currency, the one thing that could never be counterfeited or devalued. To tear a soul apart and bind it to an object was an act of such profound obscenity that the goblin word for it translated roughly as self-murder theft. Ragnarok stood slowly. He was not tall, even for a goblin, but in that moment the room seemed to contract around him. "Assemble a full extraction team," he said. "Senior curse breakers only. And send someone to Surrey to collect the boy. The wards around the house are blood wards anchored to the mother's sacrifice. Strong, but they protect against external threats. We're not going to attack the boy. We're going to save him." Ragnarok bared his teeth, not a smile, but something with a similar geometry. "And if Dumbledore objects, he can take it up with the Goblin Nation." They came for Harry in the small hours of the morning. He was still in the cupboard. Vernon had locked it again after the glass stopped falling, his hands shaking too badly to manage the latch on the first try. No one had come to check on Harry. No one had spoken to him. He could hear Petunia crying in the kitchen while Vernon boarded up the windows with plywood, cursing steadily under his breath. Harry sat in the dark with his arms wrapped around himself and tried to understand what had happened. He'd been angry, and then he'd screamed, and then everything had broken. It wasn't the first time strange things had happened around him. There was the time he'd somehow ended up on the school roof, and the time his hair had grown back overnight after Petunia shaved it, but this was different. This had been violent. Destructive. Harry had felt something tear inside him, like a muscle ripping, and the pain in his scar had been the worst it had ever been. He was afraid. Not of Vernon. He was used to Vernon. He was afraid of himself. A knock at the front door at 3 in the morning made the whole house go quiet. Harry heard Vernon's heavy footsteps in the hallway. Heard the door open. Heard a voice, deep, graveled, speaking English with an accent Harry couldn't place, say, "Mr. Dursley. We are here for the boy." Vernon sputtered something about the hour, about decency, about calling the police. Then there was a sound like a blade being drawn, and Vernon stopped sputtering. The cupboard door opened. Harry squinted against the light from the hallway and saw a face looking down at him that was decidedly not human. It was broad and sharp-featured, with a long nose and small dark eyes and skin the color of old bronze. The creature, the goblin, Harry knew somehow, the word surfacing in his mind from a place he couldn't identify, was wearing leather armor etched with symbols that seemed to move when Harry looked at them. "Harry Potter," the goblin said. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded. The goblin studied him for a long moment, and something in those dark eyes shifted, hardened, then softened, then hardened again. Harry would learn later that the goblin's name was Ironclaw, and that what he'd seen in Harry's scar had nearly made him sick. "Come with me," Ironclaw said. "We're going to help you." Harry looked past him down the hallway. Vernon was pressed against the wall, held there by nothing visible, his face gray with terror. Petunia stood at the kitchen doorway, her hand over her mouth. Neither of them said a word. Harry reached for the goblin's offered hand and took it. The journey to Gringotts was a blur of sensation, a lurching, stomach-dropping method of travel that folded space like paper, depositing them in a stone corridor lit by floating orbs of pale gold light. Harry stumbled when his feet hit the ground and Ironclaw caught him with surprising gentleness. "Where are we?" Harry asked. His voice sounded very small in the vast corridor. "The safest place in Britain," Ironclaw said. "Under a mile of London stone and 10,000 years of goblin wards. Nothing can reach you here." Harry followed the goblin through corridors that went deeper and deeper, past doors of iron and bronze and materials Harry couldn't name, past other goblins who stopped and stared at the small human child walking among them. Some of them made gestures Harry didn't understand, warding signs, he would learn later, against spiritual contamination. They brought him to a room that was circular and very old, carved directly from the bedrock. The walls were covered in runes that pulsed with a deep amber light, and the floor bore a pattern of concentric circles inlaid with silver and something darker, goblin steel, Harry knew, though he couldn't have said how he knew it. At the center of the circles stood a stone table, and around it stood 7 goblins in ceremonial armor, their faces painted with symbols that matched the ones on the walls. Ragnarok was waiting at the door. "Harry Potter," the director said. "I am Ragnarok, director of Gringotts Bank, voice of the Goblin Nation in Britain. Do you know what you are?" Harry looked up at him, a thin, underfed boy of 5 in clothes 3 sizes too large, with broken glasses held together with tape and a scar on his forehead that pulsed with sickly green light in the runic glow of the chamber. "A freak," Harry said. It was what he'd been told. Something moved behind Ragnarok's eyes, something that, in a human, might have been called fury. He knelt down slowly, bringing himself to Harry's eye level, and placed one rough hand on the boy's shoulder. "You are the last son of the House of Potter," Ragnarok said. "An ancient and noble house that has held accounts with the Goblin Nation for 700 years. Your parents were warriors. Your mother died to save your life, and her magic is still protecting you." He paused. "You are also carrying a piece of the darkest wizard and living memory embedded in your skull, and we are going to cut it out. It will hurt. I will not lie to you about that. But when it is over, you will be free." Harry looked at him for a long time. He was 5 years old and he understood, with a clarity that no 5-year-old should possess, that this was the most important moment of his life. "Okay," Harry said. They laid him on the stone table and the 7 curse-breakers took their positions around the circles. Ironclaw stood at Harry's head, his hands hovering over the scar, his face set in concentration so fierce it looked like pain. Ragnarok stood outside the circles and watched. The ritual began with sound, a low, resonant chanting in gobbledygook that vibrated in Harry's chest and made his teeth ache. The runes on the walls flared brighter, cycling from amber to gold to white. The silver circles on the floor began to spin, slowly at first, then faster, until the patterns blurred into continuous rings of light. Harry felt something stir behind his scar. It started as a warmth, almost pleasant, like sunlight on his face. Then it intensified, hot, then burning, then a searing agony that made the earlier pain seem like a gentle tap. Harry bit down on his lip hard enough to draw blood and tasted copper. Ironclaw's hands moved over the scar, not touching it but pulling at something invisible, and Harry felt a tearing sensation, not physical, but deeper, as if something was being ripped away from the inside of his mind. A parasite being dragged from its burrow. The thing behind the scar fought back. A wave of force exploded outward from Harry's forehead, slamming into the containment circles like a battering ram. 2 of the curse-breakers staggered. The runes on the walls flickered. A sound filled the chamber, not a scream exactly, but a shriek of such inhuman fury that several of the goblins flinched despite their training. It was the voice of something that did not want to die. Green-black smoke poured from Harry's scar, thick and writhing, forming shapes that dissolved and reformed, a snake, a skull, a face with red eyes that stared at Ironclaw with pure, mindless hatred. "Hold the circles!" Ironclaw roared. The curse-breakers braced. The chanting intensified, deeper now, guttural, the words themselves becoming weapons that hammered at the writhing darkness. The smoke face screamed again, a sound that cracked stone, and lunged at Ironclaw's throat. The old curse-breaker didn't flinch. His hands closed on something in the heart of the smoke and he pulled, and Harry screamed too, because it felt like his skull was being split open from the inside, like his brain was being pulled apart fiber by fiber, and then something broke. The smoke exploded outward and disintegrated against the containment circles in a flash of golden fire. The scar on Harry's forehead split open and bled, real blood, red and human, and a tiny fragment of something black and shriveled fell onto the stone table beside his head and crumbled to ash. Silence. Harry lay gasping on the table, his scar bleeding freely, tears streaming from his eyes. But the pain, the constant, grinding ache that had lived behind his scar for as long as he could remember, was gone. For the first time in his life, his head was clear. And then it hit him. Not pain. Not darkness. Knowledge. It came like a flood, like a dam breaking and a river roaring through a valley, overwhelming everything in its path. Images, words, concepts, theories, spells, memories, 50 years of magical education compressed into a single blazing instant and poured into the mind of a 5-year-old child. Harry saw Hogwarts as Tom Riddle had seen it, every corridor, every secret passage, every hidden chamber. He understood wand theory at a level that most wizards never reached. He knew the incantations for spells that hadn't been cast in centuries. He could feel the structure of magic itself, the way it flowed through ley lines and pooled in nodes of power, the way it could be shaped and channeled and bent to will. He knew how to kill with a word. How to enslave with a thought. How to tear the soul apart and bind it to objects. He also knew Parseltongue, 3 dead magical languages, the complete works of Salazar Slytherin, the organizational structure of the Death Eaters, and every secret Tom Riddle had ever uncovered in his obsessive quest for immortality. The knowledge settled into Harry's mind like water finding its level, present, accessible, vast. It didn't change who he was. He was still Harry. He was still 5. He still liked spiders and hated the dark and wanted more than anything for someone to tell him he was loved. But now he also knew what a killing curse looked like from the caster's end. He opened his eyes. The curse breakers were staring at him. Ironclaw had gone pale, impressive for a goblin, and was leaning against the table as if his legs couldn't quite support him. Harry sat up slowly. His scar had stopped bleeding. It was just a scar now, thin and white and ordinary. He looked at the pile of ash on the table beside him and understood, with terrible clarity, exactly what it had been. A Horcrux, he said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears, still a child's voice, high and small, but the word came out with the precise enunciation of a scholar. He made 6 others. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, and the snake. The snake hasn't been made yet. The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. Ragnarok stepped into the circle. He looked at Harry, really looked at him, the way a jeweler examines a stone, searching for flaws and finding something unexpected instead. How do you know this? Ragnarok asked, though the answer was already forming behind his sharp eyes. I have his knowledge, Harry said. He was shaking. His hands were trembling and his lip was quivering and he was 5 years old and the inside of his head was full of terrible, brilliant things. All of it. Everything he learned. Everything he knew. He looked up at Ragnarok, and his green eyes were bright with unshed tears. Can you take it out too? Ragnarok was quiet for a moment. Then he shook his head. The soul fragment was a foreign body. It could be extracted. Knowledge, once absorbed, becomes part of the mind. It cannot be separated without destroying the mind itself. Harry's lip trembled. A tear ran down his cheek, cutting through the blood still drying on his face. I don't want to know how to kill people, he whispered. Ragnarok knelt again. He took Harry's small hand in his rough, callous grip, and for the first time in 47 years as director of Gringotts Bank, he spoke not as a politician or a warrior or a leader, but as something simpler and rarer. Then don't, Ragnarok said. Knowledge is a blade. It cuts where the hand directs. His hand chose cruelty. Yours does not have to. Harry looked at him through blurred eyes. How do you know? Because he never would have asked that question. They gave Harry a room in the deep vaults, small, warm, carved from living stone. The bed was goblin-sized but comfortable, and the blankets were woven from something softer than any fabric Harry had ever felt. He slept for 14 hours. When he woke, Ironclaw was sitting in a chair by the door, reading a sheaf of parchment covered in runic notation. He looked up when Harry stirred. Good. You're alive. Director Ragnarok would have been annoyed if you'd died. He's already started the paperwork. Harry blinked. Paperwork? Guardianship claim. Under the Treaty of 1412, the Goblin Nation has the right to assume wardship of any magical child whose blood family poses a demonstrable threat to their welfare and whose ancestral house holds active accounts with Gringotts. Ironclaw's bronze eyes glinted. The Dursleys certainly qualify as a demonstrable threat. And the Potter accounts have been active since the 14th century. You want to keep me? Director Ragnarok wants to keep you. I want to study that scar. The extraction was the most complex piece of curse breaking I've performed in 60 years, and the knowledge transfer is unprecedented. You're a research opportunity of the highest order. Harry stared at him. Ironclaw's expression softened, fractionally, reluctantly. You'll also be fed, housed, educated, and treated with the respect due to the last heir of an allied house. Which is considerably more than you were receiving in that cupboard. For the second time in 24 hours, Harry Potter cried. But this time it was different. The next 2 years passed in a way that Harry would later describe as the first real life he ever lived. Gringotts was not a warm place, not in the way that humans understood warmth. It was stone and steel and the ring of hammers and the glow of forge fire. Goblins did not hug or coddle or speak in gentle voices. They valued strength, cunning, craftsmanship, and above all, the keeping of one's word. A promise made was a debt owed, and a debt owed was sacred. But within that framework, Harry found something he had never had before, belonging. Ragnarok assigned him tutors, goblin scholars who taught him history, politics, magical theory, metallurgy, and the goblin language. Harry absorbed it all with a speed that alarmed his teachers, because the Voldemort knowledge gave him a foundation that most adult wizards lacked. He didn't just learn goblin ward theory, he understood it in the context of wizard ward theory, and he could see where the two traditions diverged and where they might be combined. His combat training began at 6, under a goblin named Skullcrusher who was exactly as subtle as her name implied. Skullcrusher was 4 feet tall and could break a human femur with her bare hands, and her teaching methodology consisted primarily of attacking Harry without warning and seeing how he responded. You have the old snake's knowledge of fighting, she told him after their first session, during which Harry had instinctively dodged 3 strikes and blocked a 4th using a technique that Tom Riddle had learned from a dark wizard in Albania in 1961. But your body is a child's. Knowledge without conditioning is worthless. We train. They trained. Harry's body was small and malnourished from years of neglect, but goblin healers addressed the malnutrition with brutal efficiency, potions that tasted like liquid iron and meals that were heavy on protein and minerals. He grew. Not fast, but steadily, filling out from the skeletal waif who'd been pulled from a cupboard into something leaner and harder. He also played. This surprised the goblins more than his intellectual capacity. Ragnarok's youngest grandchild, a goblin girl named Silver Fong who was 7 and already better with a blade than most adult humans, became Harry's unlikely companion. She thought humans were weird and said so frequently. Harry thought goblins were weird and said so right back. They played goblin strategy games, complex affairs involving carved stone pieces and rules that changed based on the phase of the moon, and explored the upper tunnels of Gringotts, and argued about whether dragon leather or basilisk hide made better armor, and generally behaved like children. It was wonderful. It was the first wonderful thing Harry had ever experienced. But Voldemort's knowledge was always there, a vast dark library in the back of his mind. Harry learned to manage it the way one learns to manage a chronic condition, through practice, through discipline, through the occlumency techniques that the knowledge itself provided. He built walls in his mind, organized the knowledge, categorized it. Dark arts here. Useful theory there. Personal memories of Tom Riddle's, cold, cruel, suffused with contempt for everything living, locked away in a vault he rarely opened. He was 7 when Dumbledore came. Harry was in one of the training rooms, practicing wand movements with a practice wand that Ironclaw had constructed for him, goblin-forged, attuned to Harry's magical signature, far superior to any mass-produced Ollivander product. He was working through a set of defensive sequences that combined standard shield charms with goblin interference patterns, creating overlapping layers of protection that would give even an experienced attacker pause. Ironclaw entered the room with an expression that Harry had learned to read as barely contained fury. "The old man is here," Ironclaw said. "He's been arguing with the director for an hour. Now he wants to see you." Harry lowered his wand. "Dumbledore. Who else? He's been sending letters for 2 years. Ragnarok has been sending them back unopened. Apparently the great Albus Dumbledore has decided that if we won't bring you to him, he'll come to us." Ironclaw bared his teeth. "He walked into the sovereign territory of the Goblin Nation and demanded the return of a child in our legal custody. The arrogance is almost impressive." "He's not arrogant," Harry said quietly. The knowledge was there, offering context: Tom Riddle's extensive research into Dumbledore, the man's history, his patterns, his blind spots. "He's afraid. He had a plan for me, and we broke it." Ironclaw studied him with the look he always got when Harry said something that no 7-year-old should be able to say. "You want to see him?" "Yes." "You don't have to." "I know. But he won't stop coming until I do." They brought Dumbledore to a meeting room in the upper levels, neutral territory, warded against violence by both parties. Harry arrived first and sat at the stone table and waited. The door opened and Albus Dumbledore walked in. He was exactly as the knowledge had shown him, tall and thin, with a silver beard that reached his waist and half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. He wore robes of deep blue embroidered with silver stars, and his eyes were that particular shade of piercing blue that made most people feel like they were being read like a book. Harry felt the feather-light touch of legilimency brush against his mental shields and deflected it without effort. Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, surprise, quickly concealed. "Harry," Dumbledore said warmly, settling into the chair across the table. Ragnarok stood at the far wall, watching with the focused intensity of a predator. "My dear boy. I have been so worried about you." "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said. He kept his voice even. Polite. "Thank you for coming." Dumbledore's eyes swept over him, taking in the goblin-made clothing, the practice wand at his belt, the healthy color in his cheeks, the clear green eyes that met his without flinching. Whatever he'd expected to find, this wasn't it. "You look well," Dumbledore said, and there was genuine relief beneath the political performance. "When I learned that you had been removed from your relatives' care, I feared the worst. My relatives locked me in a cupboard under the stairs for the first 5 years of my life," Harry said. He didn't say it with anger. He said it with the flat precision of a legal deposition. "They starved me, hit me, and told me my parents were drunks who died in a car crash. You placed me there. You knew about the blood wards, which means you knew about Petunia's character. You chose to place me in an abusive household because the ward's protection was more important to you than my welfare." The warmth in Dumbledore's eyes dimmed slightly. His expression shifted, not guilt exactly, but the look of a man whose calculations were being laid bare. "The blood wards were necessary, Harry. Lord Voldemort is a spirit currently haunting the forests of Albania, possessing small animals to survive, and plotting his return through his remaining Horcruxes." Harry watched Dumbledore's face carefully and saw the old man's composure crack, just for an instant, just a hairline fracture, but it was there. "The diary is with Lucius Malfoy. The locket is in a cave in Cornwall. The ring is in the Gaunt Shack in Little Hangleton. The cup is in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault here in Gringotts. The diadem is in the room of requirement at Hogwarts. Did you want the specific locations, or is the general information sufficient?" Silence. Dumbledore was staring at him. The twinkle was gone. The grandfatherly warmth was gone. What remained was the other Dumbledore, the one who had defeated Grindelwald, who had built and maintained the Order of the Phoenix, who played political chess across decades with the fate of nations as stakes. That Dumbledore was looking at a 7-year-old boy and seeing something that didn't fit any model he had ever constructed. How? Dumbledore whispered. You know how. You knew what was in my scar. You knew what you left there. The silence that followed was different, heavier. Loaded. I intended, Dumbledore said slowly, to address the Horcrux when you were older. When you were prepared. When I was ready to die. Harry said it without accusation. Without heat. Just truth. The prophecy. Neither can live while the other survives. You interpreted it to mean I would need to sacrifice myself, walk willingly to my death so the Horcrux would be destroyed. You were raising a lamb for slaughter, Professor. The blood wards, the Dursleys, the isolation, all of it designed to create a boy who valued love and connection so deeply that he would die to protect it. Ragnarok made a sound from the far wall, low, guttural, the goblin equivalent of a snarl. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were bright, not with the famous twinkle, but with something raw. Weariness. The bone-deep exhaustion of a man who had been fighting the same war for 50 years and had made terrible choices in the name of victory. You are correct, Dumbledore said quietly. In every particular. I will not insult you with excuses. Harry hadn't expected that. He'd expected deflection, manipulation, more grandfatherly charm. The honesty caught him off balance, and for a moment the 7-year-old showed through the surface, a flicker of uncertainty, of wanting to believe this man was good. The Horcrux is gone, Harry said. The goblins destroyed it. I survived. Your plan is irrelevant now. And the knowledge? Stays with me. Ironclaw confirmed it can't be extracted. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. Harry. The knowledge of Lord Voldemort, his magic, his methods, his way of thinking, that is not a gift. It is a burden that could what? Corrupt me. Harry met his eyes steadily. I'm 7 years old and I know how to cast the killing curse. I know 17 different methods of magical torture. I know how to brew poisons that would make a basilisk sick. I also know that the man who learned all of those things was the loneliest, most miserable creature who ever lived, and that every person he killed made him less human. I carry his knowledge, Professor. Not his soul. Not his choices. The room was very quiet. I will be attending Hogwarts when I'm 11, Harry continued. The Treaty of 1412 doesn't prevent that, it actually requires it, as magical education is considered a right of the ward. I will come to your school, sit in your classes, and learn alongside other students. In return, you will not attempt to manipulate me, control me, or use me as a weapon. If you try, I will know. And I will respond. Dumbledore studied him for a long time. Then, very slowly, a smile crossed his face, not the grandfatherly twinkle, but something more genuine. Sadder. More impressed. You remind me of your mother, he said. She also had a talent for making me feel like a fool. He stood, straightening his robes with a dignity that was only slightly performative. Very well, Harry. I will see you at Hogwarts. He left. Ragnarok locked the door behind him and turned to Harry with an expression that was, by goblin standards, something close to paternal pride. You handled that well, Ragnarok said. He'll be back, Harry said. He's not the kind of man who stops. No. But now he knows you're not the kind of boy who bends. The years between 7 and 11 were the foundation on which everything else would be built, though Harry didn't know it at the time. He studied magic with an intensity that would have been alarming if it hadn't been so clearly joyful. The Voldemort knowledge gave him the theory, the goblin tutors gave him discipline, and his own nature, curious, determined, hungry for understanding, gave him the drive to push beyond what either source could provide. By 8, he could cast most standard Hogwarts curriculum spells wandlessly, though the effort exhausted him. By 9, he had mastered occlumency to a level that even Ironclaw found intimidating, his mental defenses layered and intricate, protecting his mind with the kind of architecture that most legilimens wouldn't encounter in a lifetime. At 9, he cast a Patronus. It happened by accident or something close to it. He'd been studying the theory, which Voldemort had understood intellectually but had never been able to perform, because the Patronus charm required a genuine, powerful happy memory, and Tom Riddle had never been happy, and he'd been thinking about Silver Fang. About the time she'd beaten him at Krennic 17 games in a row and then taught him the strategy she'd used, cackling the whole time. About the way Ragnarok nodded at him sometimes across the dinner table. About the feeling of being wanted. Silver light burst from his wand, his real wand by then, a custom piece crafted by goblin artisans from holly and phoenix feather, commissioned from the raw materials after Ironclaw determined that the Ollivander wand destined for Harry would carry problematic resonances with Voldemort's U-wand. The Patronus was a stag. It filled the training room with light and warmth and something that felt like hope, and Harry stood watching it with tears running down his face because he understood, on a level that went deeper than Voldemort's knowledge, that this was the proof. He was not Tom Riddle. He would never be Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle could not do this. Ironclaw found him there, still crying, the stag nuzzling his palm with its silver nose, and the old goblin sat down on the floor beside him and said nothing for a long time. "Your mother could cast one of those," Ironclaw said eventually. "Lily Potter. I met her once, during a curse-breaking consultation. She was luminous. That's the only word for it." Harry wiped his eyes. What was hers? A doe. Harry looked at the stag and understood something about his parents' love that no amount of stolen knowledge could have taught him. At 10, Ragnarok sat him down for a conversation about politics. "You will enter the wizarding world at 11, Ragnarok said. They were in his office, a room of black stone and polished steel, every surface covered in documents and ledgers. "You will do so as the last heir of the House of Potter, ward of the Goblin Nation, and carrier of knowledge that half the magical world would kill to possess and the other half would kill to suppress. You need to understand the board." He laid out the pieces. The Ministry of Magic, corrupt and complacent under Cornelius Fudge. The old pureblood families, some aligned with Voldemort's ideology, others neutral, all calculating. Dumbledore's faction, powerful but dependent on the old man's personal authority. The Death Eaters, scattered, leaderless, but waiting for their master's return. "And us," Ragnarok said. "The Goblin Nation. We have been subordinate to wizard rule for centuries, confined to banking and metalwork while they use wands we forged and gold we mined. You are the first crack in that wall, Harry. A wizard raised by goblins, loyal to both worlds. If we play this correctly, your generation could see the beginning of genuine equality. And if we play it incorrectly, then the next Goblin Rebellion will make the last ones look like a disagreement over tea." Harry nodded slowly. "What do you need me to do?" "Be yourself. Be excellent. Be impossible to ignore or dismiss. And when the time comes to choose sides, choose wisely." It wasn't a hug. It wasn't a warm speech about love and family. It was a goblin telling his ward that the world was a battlefield and that the best weapon was competence. Harry understood it perfectly, and it meant more to him than any platitude ever could. The morning of September 1st dawned grey and cool, and Harry Potter stood in the entrance hall of Gringotts Bank wearing clothes that fit him properly for the first time in his life. The outfit was goblin-made, black trousers, a dark green shirt of dragonhide blend fabric that was softer than silk and tougher than leather, and a traveling cloak with the Potter crest embroidered in silver thread on the clasp. His wand was holstered at his forearm in a goblin-forged quick-draw sheath. His trunk, also goblin-crafted, with expansion charms, weight reduction enchantments, and enough ward work to survive a small explosion, stood at his feet. He didn't look like a waif anymore. He was 11, lean and sharp-featured, with his mother's green eyes and his father's unruly black hair, and he carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone who knew exactly what he was capable of and felt no need to prove it. Ragnarok stood before him, flanked by Ironclaw and Silver Fang, who was trying very hard to look like she didn't care that her only friend was leaving and failing completely. "Remember what I taught you," Ragnarok said. "Everything. The important parts. Trust is earned, not given. Power is demonstrated, not declared. And never, ever let a wizard see you sweat. Harry smiled. I'll write. You'll do more than write. You'll send detailed reports on the internal politics of Hogwarts. Consider it homework. Silverfang punched him in the arm. Goblin punches were not gentle, and Harry would have a bruise for a week. Don't get killed, she said fiercely. I'll try. Try harder. Ironclaw handed him a small leather pouch. Emergency port key. Activated by blood and the word sanctuary. It will bring you back here regardless of anti-transportation wards. Use it if you must. Harry tucked the pouch inside his shirt, against his skin. He looked at the three of them, the director, the cursebreaker, the young goblin girl, and felt a sudden, fierce tightness in his chest that had nothing to do with dark magic or ancient knowledge. Thank you, he said. For everything. Ragnarok inclined his head. It was the deepest gesture of respect a goblin director could offer. Go show them what we made, Harry Potter. King's Cross Station was chaos. Harry navigated the Muggle side with ease. 6 years of living underground hadn't made him forget how the surface world worked, and Voldemort's knowledge provided a comprehensive understanding of both magical and Muggle London. He found the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, walked through it without breaking stride, and emerged onto platform 9 3/4. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet in the grey morning light, steam billowing from its engine. The platform was packed with families, parents hugging children, owls hooting, trunks being levitated aboard the train. The noise was overwhelming after the ordered quiet of Gringotts, and Harry took a moment to center himself before stepping into the crowd. He moved through it like water around stones, smooth, unhurried, drawing glances but not engaging with them. Several people noticed his scar. Several more noticed the quality of his clothing and the goblin crest on his trunk. Whispers followed him like a wake. He found an empty compartment near the middle of the train, stowed his trunk, and settled into the seat by the window. The platform outside was still filling with families. He watched them with an anthropologist's detachment and a child's hidden longing, noting the easy affection between parents and children, the way mothers fussed and fathers clapped shoulders, the normalcy of it all. The compartment door slid open. Mind if I sit here? Everywhere else is full. The boy was tall, thin, red-haired, with a smudge of dirt on his nose and hand-me-down robes that Harry recognized immediately as belonging to a large family of limited means. Voldemort's knowledge supplied the identification before the boy even finished speaking, Weasley. One of the younger ones. Probably Ronald. Go ahead, Harry said. Ron Weasley dropped into the opposite seat with the boneless grace of someone who had never been taught to sit properly and saw no reason to start. He glanced at Harry, did a double take, and his eyes went wide. Blimey. You're Harry Potter, aren't you? I am. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. He was staring at Harry's forehead. Is it true you've been living with goblins? For 6 years, yes. What's that like? Harry considered the question. Loud. They forge things constantly. You get used to the sound of hammers at 3 in the morning. Ron grinned. He had an open, uncomplicated face, the kind of face that showed exactly what its owner was feeling at all times, without filter or artifice. Harry found it oddly refreshing. My brother Bill works for Gringotts, Ron said. Cursebreaker in Egypt. He says the goblins are, well, he says they're intense. That's one word for it. The train lurched into motion. The platform slid away, and with it the last solid ground Harry had stood on in 6 years. He watched London give way to suburbs and then to countryside, green and rolling under the grey sky, and felt the first stirring of something that might have been nervousness. He buried it. The compartment door opened again 20 minutes into the journey. This time it was a girl, bushy brown hair, slightly overlarge front teeth, already wearing her Hogwarts robes despite being hours from arrival. She had the slightly frantic energy of someone who had read everything available about their destination and was now desperate for additional data. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. She looked at Harry and Ron with the sharp, evaluating gaze of someone who categorized people by intelligence first and everything else second. Her eyes lingered on Harry's scar. You're Harry Potter. I've read about you in Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts and Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century and Hermione Granger. Harry said. She blinked. How did you? Your parents are dentists. You're the first magical person in your family. You received your Hogwarts letter on the 3rd of August and immediately went to Diagon Alley to buy every book on the supplemental reading list, and probably a few that weren't on it. He saw her expression shift from surprise to suspicion and smiled slightly. I didn't read your file or anything. You're carrying 6 books in your bag, your robes are brand new with the Madame Malkin's tag still showing, and your wand is vine wood. I can smell the sap. First-generation magical students tend to overcompensate with research. It's a perfectly logical response to entering an unfamiliar world. Hermione Granger stared at him with an expression that hovered between offense and fascination and landed, after a moment, on something like delight. That was, how did you know about the vine wood? Vine wood has a distinctive scent. Sweet, slightly acidic. It pairs well with dragon heartstring, which is probably your core, given the slight vibration I can feel from your bag. It is dragon heartstring, Hermione said, her voice slightly awed. She sat down without being invited, apparently having forgotten about the toad. How do you know so much about wand lore? I had good teachers. Ron was looking between them with the expression of someone watching a tennis match played at triple speed. So, should I go find the toad, or? Neville Longbottom, Harry said. Round-faced boy, probably very nervous. Hermione nodded. Bring him here if you can find him. He shouldn't have to search the whole train alone. Hermione left to retrieve Neville. Ron raised an eyebrow. You know everyone. I know a lot of names. It's not the same thing. Neville Longbottom arrived clutching a struggling toad and looking like he expected to be told to leave at any moment. He was soft-bodied and anxious, with a round face and watery eyes, and he radiated the particular brand of misery that comes from being constantly told you're not good enough. Harry knew the feeling. He'd felt it every day for 5 years in a cupboard under the stairs. Neville, Harry said, and something in his voice, the same calm warmth that Ragnarok used when he meant what he was saying, made the anxious boy look up. Sit down. Your toad's fine. I'm Harry. I know who you are, Neville said quietly. He sat. My gran talks about your parents sometimes. They were friends with mine. Before Bellatrix Lestrange, Harry said, and watched Neville flinch. He held the other boy's gaze steadily. Your parents were heroes, Neville. The bravest kind, the kind who kept fighting when they knew they couldn't win. You should be proud of them. Neville's eyes went bright. He didn't speak, but he sat up a little straighter, and the toad in his hand stopped struggling, as if it sensed a change in the atmosphere. The compartment settled into a comfortable rhythm, Ron talking about Quidditch, Hermione peppering Harry with questions about magical theory, which he answered carefully, revealing enough to be impressive without being alarming, Neville slowly unfolding from his shell of anxiety. The door opened once more, halfway through the journey. A boy with white blonde hair, a pointed face, and the bearing of someone who had been told since birth that the world owed him something stood in the doorway, flanked by 2 larger boys who appeared to function primarily as furniture. So it's true, Draco Malfoy said. Harry Potter is on the train. He looked Harry up and down with undisguised evaluation. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. My father told me to introduce myself. He says our families should be allies. Ron made a derisive noise. Malfoy shot him a contemptuous look. Harry studied Draco Malfoy with genuine interest. The Voldemort knowledge provided extensive context, Lucius Malfoy's service as a Death Eater, the family's wealth and influence, their survival strategy of claiming imperious control after the First War. But the boy in front of him wasn't Lucius. He was 11, and beneath the practiced arrogance, Harry could see something familiar, a child performing the role he'd been assigned, desperate for approval, terrified of failure. "Draco," Harry said calmly. "Your father served a half-blood who despised everyone in his inner circle, including your father. Voldemort's mother was a near-squib who used a love potion to trap a muggle, and his father was a muggle who abandoned him. The pure-blood ideology he sold your family is a lie he invented to gain power." He didn't believe a word of it. The compartment went dead silent. Draco's face drained of color. His mouth opened, closed, opened again. The two boys behind him looked confused, which appeared to be their default state. You're lying," Draco said, but his voice wavered. "I'm not, and on some level, you know it. Your father knew it too. He followed Voldemort anyway because it was politically advantageous and because he was afraid." Harry's voice wasn't cruel. It was matter-of-fact. "You don't have to make the same choices, Draco. You get to decide who you are." Malfoy stared at him for a long, charged moment. Then he turned on his heel and left without another word, his bookends trailing behind him. Ron exhaled explosively. "Bloody hell, Harry." Hermione was staring at him with wide eyes. "How did you know all that?" Harry looked out the window. The countryside was darkening as they moved north, the last light of day catching the hills in shades of amber and gray. "I know a lot of things," he said. "Some of them I wish I didn't." The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station as night fell. Harry stepped onto the platform and felt it immediately, a presence, vast and ancient, pressing against his awareness like a hand laid flat against a wall. Hogwarts. The castle was visible from the station, lit by 1,000 windows, towering above the black mirror of the lake. It was, Harry searched for the right word and found that none of Voldemort's extensive vocabulary quite captured it. Magnificent came close. Home was closer, though he'd never been here before. The knowledge stirred. Tom Riddle had loved Hogwarts, it was the only thing he had ever loved, in his own cold and possessive way. Harry could feel that love like an echo, and it made his chest ache with a complicated emotion he couldn't untangle. Fur's years. Fur's years over here. A giant of a man with a wild beard and kind eyes was waving a lantern at the end of the platform. Hagrid, Harry knew. Rubeus Hagrid. Groundskeeper, half-giant, one of the gentlest souls in Britain. The boats across the lake were a tradition that Harry appreciated, a rite of passage, a threshold moment. He sat in the prow of his boat with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, and watched the castle grow larger as they crossed the dark water, and felt magic thrumming through the lake beneath them, through the stone of the shore, through the very air. Hogwarts was alive. Not alive the way a person was alive, but alive the way a forest was alive, a vast, interconnected system of magical energies woven through stone and earth and water over 1,000 years. The founders had built it on 7 converging ley lines, channeling raw magical power into the castle's structure, creating something that was more than architecture. It was an organism. And it recognized him. Harry felt it as they passed through the castle gates, a warmth that wasn't physical, a hum that wasn't auditory, a sense of being seen. The castle's ancient awareness brushed against his mind the way Dumbledore's legitimacy had, but where Dumbledore had been probing and subtle, this was simply acknowledging. "I know you," the castle seemed to say. "I know what you carry." Harry's hand went to his forehead involuntarily. The scar was cold. Deep below the castle, far beneath the foundations and the dungeons and the underground lake, something vast and old felt the brush of familiar knowledge pass through the wards above it. It had been sleeping for a very long time. Longer than Hogwarts. Longer than the founders. Longer than the concept of wizards and witches, longer than wands or spells or the organized practice of magic. It didn't wake. Not fully. But it opened one eye, metaphorically speaking, and observed, and was interested. Harry felt a chill run down his spine that had nothing to do with the evening air. He shook it off as they disembarked and followed McGonagall, tall, stern, Scottish, exactly as the knowledge had described her, into the entrance hall and through the doors of the great hall. 1,000 candles floated above 4 long tables filled with students. The ceiling showed the night sky, stars scattered across velvet black, the Milky Way cutting a pale swathe overhead. The enchantment was beautiful, and Harry appreciated it technically, the spellwork required to maintain a real-time astronomical illusion across a surface that large was genuinely impressive, while also appreciating it emotionally, the way a child appreciates something magical for the first time. The Sorting Hat sat on a stool at the front of the hall. It sang a song that Harry listened to with interest and the other first-years listened to with varying degrees of terror. When it finished, McGonagall began calling names. Harry watched the sorting with the attention of a strategist assessing a battlefield. Each placement told him something about the child being sorted and about the hat's criteria and about the political dynamics of the school. Hermione went to Gryffindor, looking relieved. Neville went to Gryffindor, looking astonished. Draco went to Slytherin without the hat even touching his head, which told Harry everything he needed to know about how deeply the Malfoy identity ran. Greengrass, Daphne. Harry's attention sharpened. The girl who walked to the stool was composed in a way that most 11-year-olds couldn't manage, spine straight, expression neutral, movements precise. She had dark hair and blue eyes and a face that gave nothing away, and she sat on the stool with the same controlled stillness of a duelist waiting for the opening move. Slytherin. She rose and walked to the Slytherin table without any visible reaction, but as she passed the Gryffindor table, her eyes swept the remaining first-years with quick assessment. They passed over Harry and lingered, just for a moment, just long enough for him to register that she was evaluating him the same way he was evaluating her. Then she looked away and sat down, and Harry filed the moment away for later consideration. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Not quiet, silent. The kind of total, breathless hush that falls over a crowd when something long anticipated finally arrives. Every head turned. Every eye fixed on the thin boy with the lightning scar who walked to the stool with the unhurried confidence of someone who had been preparing for this moment for 6 years. Harry sat down. McGonagall placed the hat on his head, and the brim fell down over his eyes, cutting off the staring faces. Well, 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 said a voice in his head. The hat's voice was dry, ancient, amused. This is new. Harry felt the hat's awareness brush against his occlumency shields and stop. Not probing further. Waiting. I've sorted thousands of students, the hat continued. I've never encountered a mind quite like yours. You have the knowledge of a 60-year-old dark wizard, the emotional development of an 11-year-old child, and the occlumency shields of a grandmaster. You're going to give me a headache, aren't you? Harry smiled slightly beneath the brim. Where do I belong? Oh, that's the question, isn't it? The hat's voice turned thoughtful. You have Slytherin's knowledge, literally, in some cases. His language. His secrets. His heir's ambition and cunning. You could be the greatest Slytherin in centuries. I don't want to be Slytherin's heir. No. You want to be Harry Potter. Which is considerably more difficult. A pause. You have courage, the real kind, the kind forged in darkness. You have loyalty, hard-won, given sparingly, absolute. You have a hunger for knowledge that would make Rowena Ravenclaw weep with joy. And you have ambition, though you don't call it that. You want to change the world, Harry Potter. You want to prove that knowledge doesn't define destiny. Yes. Then I think we both know where you need to be. The hat's voice softened. Not the house of the snake, whose knowledge you carry. Not the house of the eagle, where you be comfortable but unchallenged. The house that will force you to prove, every single day, that you are more than what you know. Gryffindor. Gryffindor, the hat agreed. Gryffindor, the hat shouted to the hall. The Gryffindor table erupted. The applause was thunderous, feet stamping, hands clapping, the Weasley twins chanting, "We got Potter," in cheerful unison. Harry removed the hat, handed it to a slightly stunned McGonagall, and walked to the Gryffindor table with the same calm stride he'd maintained all evening. He sat between Hermione and Neville. Ron, already sorted, hooped across the table. Harry smiled, a real smile, unguarded, and for a moment he looked exactly like what he was, an 11-year-old boy at the beginning of an adventure. At the head table, Dumbledore watched him with an expression that was difficult to read. Beside him, Snape was staring at Harry with an intensity that bordered on pain. At the Slytherin table, Daphne Greengrass watched the boy who lived laugh at something the Weasley twins said, and something in her carefully neutral expression shifted, just a fraction, just enough to notice. Interesting, she thought. Not what she'd expected. Not what anyone expected. The feast was magnificent and Harry ate well, though not extravagantly. Goblin dining habits favored quality over quantity, and his stomach wasn't accustomed to the kind of excess that Hogwarts provided. He talked with his new housemates, learned their names and faces and the surface-level details that they offered freely, and filed everything away with the careful attention of someone who had been trained to treat information as currency. After the feast, after the prefects led them up 7 flights of stairs to Gryffindor Tower, after the password was given and the common room was explored and the dormitory beds were claimed, Harry waited. He waited until Ron's snoring filled the dormitory, a remarkably quick process, and until Dean and Seamus and Neville had settled into the deep breathing of sleep. Then he rose, pulled on his cloak, and slipped out of the tower. Hogwarts at midnight was a different creature than Hogwarts by day. The corridors were lit by guttering torches that cast long, dancing shadows. The portraits slept in their frames, murmuring in their painted dreams. The suits of armor stood sentinel at intersections, their empty visors tracking Harry as he passed. He wasn't exploring. He was answering a summons. The castle's magic had been pulling at him all evening, a gentle, persistent tug at his awareness, like a current in deep water. It wanted him to go somewhere. Down. Deeper. Harry followed the pull through corridors and stairwells, descending through the castle's layers until he reached a part of Hogwarts that didn't appear on any map, because Tom Riddle had memorized every map of Hogwarts ever made, and this place wasn't on any of them. The corridor was narrow and old. Not medieval old, old. The stone was a different color than the rest of the castle, darker, rougher, as if it had been here before Hogwarts was built and the founders had simply built around it. Runes were carved into the walls, not the standardized Futhark runes taught in Hogwarts classes, but something more primitive, more angular, pulsing with a light that seemed to come from inside the stone itself. Harry placed his hand against the wall and felt the magic. It was enormous. Not powerful in the way that a spell was powerful, concentrated, directed, intentional, but powerful in the way that an ocean was powerful. Vast, deep, and fundamentally indifferent to the small things living on its surface. Something was chained beneath this castle. Something that predated the founders, that predated wizarding civilization, that might predate humanity itself. The ley lines, those 7 converging rivers of raw magical force, weren't flowing through Hogwarts by accident. The founders had built here specifically because this was where the thing was bound, and they had used the school's wards to reinforce the ancient chains, generation after generation of magical children unknowingly feeding the prison with their ambient power. The Voldemort knowledge stirred, offering fragments, references in Slytherin's personal journals to the dreamer beneath, oblique warnings in Ravenclaw's notes about the price of the convergence, a single entry in the Hogwarts founding charter that spoke of our primary obligation, to which all other purposes are secondary. Harry stood in that ancient corridor and felt the weight of 1,000 years of silence pressing down on him. The thing below wasn't evil, he could sense that much. It wasn't malevolent or hungry or scheming. It simply was, in the same way that gravity or magnetism simply was. A force of nature, bound by minds too human to fully comprehend what they were binding. It knew he was there. He could feel its attention, vast, patient, curious. It recognized the knowledge he carried. It had felt this mind before, or pieces of it, through the ley lines and the wards and the thousand-year whisper of Hogwarts magic. Harry withdrew his hand from the wall. His heart was beating hard and his palm was damp with sweat. "Not tonight," he whispered to the darkness. The corridor seemed to accept that. The runes dimmed. The pulling sensation faded, not disappearing but retreating to a background hum. Harry turned and made his way back up to Gryffindor Tower, moving through the sleeping castle with the quiet sureness of someone who knew every shortcut, every hidden passage, every secret door, because Tom Riddle had mapped them all, and Harry carried the map in his head. He climbed back into bed. Ron was still snoring. The dormitory was warm and dark and ordinary, and Harry pulled the covers up to his chin and stared at the ceiling and thought about what was chained beneath the school where 1,000 children slept. It would keep until morning. Everything would keep until morning. He closed his eyes. Sleep came slowly, but it came, and with it dreams, not of darkness and green light and cold laughter, not anymore. Those were gone, burned away with the Horcrux. Instead, Harry dreamed of a stag made of silver light running through an endless forest, and somewhere in the distance, a doe running beside it. Outside, the castle hummed softly in the darkness, ancient stone and ancient magic, holding its secrets close. Deep below, something that had been sleeping for longer than memory turned over in its chains, and settled, and waited. It had been patient for 1,000 years. It could be patient a little longer. Chapter 2, The Serpent's Heir. Harry's first morning at Hogwarts began with Ron Weasley's alarm clock screaming like a banshee and Neville Longbottom falling out of bed. Bloody, sorry, Neville scrambled on the floor, tangled in his sheets, while Ron fumbled with the clock and Dean Thomas pulled a pillow over his head. Seamus Finnegan slept through the entire thing, which Harry would learn was a talent of his. Harry was already dressed. He'd been up since 5, a habit from Gringotts where the forges ran around the clock and the concept of sleeping in was viewed as a character defect. He'd used the quiet hours to study the dormitory's ward structure, thin but serviceable, basic privacy enchantments layered over the Founder's original protections, and to review his mental catalogue of the day's professors. He already knew their names, their specialties, their weaknesses. But knowing about someone and knowing them were different things, and Harry had learned from the goblins that no amount of intelligence replaced direct observation. "Harry, mate, how are you already ready?" Ron yawned, struggling into his robes. "It's 6:30. Goblin hours. They consider anything past dawn to be a waste of daylight. Goblins are mental. I'll tell Ragnarok you said so." Ron went slightly pale, which Harry found entertaining. Breakfast in the Great Hall was a loud, chaotic affair that bore no resemblance to the ordered meals Harry was accustomed to. Students shouted across tables, owls swooped in with mail, food appeared on golden plates in quantities that would have fed a goblin battalion for a week. Harry ate toast and eggs and watched the room with the same careful attention he'd applied to everything since arriving. The head table drew his eye. Dumbledore sat at the center, resplendent in robes of canary yellow, engaging McGonagall in conversation with every appearance of ease. Snape was at the far end, picking at his food with the enthusiasm of a man attending his own funeral. Flitwick, tiny, cheerful, a former dueling champion whose speed was legendary, was animating his cutlery to perform a waltz for a laughing sprout. And then there was Quirrell. Professor Quirinus Quirrell sat hunched in his seat, purple turban wound tightly around his head, picking at a piece of toast with trembling fingers. He looked, to any casual observer, exactly like what he claimed to be, a nervous, stammering academic who'd had a bad experience with vampires in Albania and never quite recovered. Harry looked at him and saw something else entirely. The turban's magical signature was wrong. Not the enchantments on it, those were standard warming and comfort charms, the kind any traveler might apply, but the residual aura bleeding through the fabric. It was dark, layered, and carried the particular frequency of possession magic that Voldemort's knowledge identified immediately and unambiguously. Someone was riding Quirrell like a puppet, and Harry knew exactly who. He kept his expression neutral. Took a bite of toast. Filed the observation away and turned his attention to the morning schedule. Transfiguration first. McGonagall. She was waiting for them in her classroom, standing behind her desk in tartan-trimmed robes, her expression set in the particular brand of stern warmth that she deployed on first years, welcoming enough to put them at ease, severe enough to establish that she was not someone to be trifled with. The cat on her desk was, of course, her. When she transformed, a seamless, breathtaking shift from tabby to professor that drew gasps from half the class, Harry was one of the few students who didn't react. He'd seen the transformation described in Riddle's memories, had studied the animagus process in exhaustive theoretical detail, and understood the magic well enough to appreciate just how difficult McGonagall made it look. She noticed his lack of surprise. Their eyes met across the room, and he saw her make a mental note. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, McGonagall said. Anyone messing about in my class will leave and not come back. She had them attempt to turn matches into needles. Most students struggled. Hermione managed a silvery point after 20 minutes of concentrated effort. Harry waited until his third attempt before producing a perfect needle, deliberately imperfect timing, good enough to demonstrate competence without being conspicuous. McGonagall examined his needle, turning it over in her fingers. Very good, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Gryffindor. She paused. Though I suspect you could have done that on the first try. Harry met her gaze calmly. The match was nervous. I didn't want to rush it. A ghost of a smile crossed her face. Indeed. Charms was next, and Flitwick was everything Riddle's knowledge had promised, brilliant, enthusiastic, and possessed of a duelist's eye that missed nothing. He squeaked with delight when Harry's feather rose on the first attempt and spent the rest of the lesson engaging him in rapid-fire questions about charm theory that went well beyond the first-year curriculum. Mr. Potter, if you layer a levitation charm with a banishing charm, what's the theoretical interaction? Depends on the vector alignment, Professor. Parallel vectors amplify. Perpendicular vectors create rotational force. Antiparallel vectors cause spell collapse, which can be harnessed as a kinetic discharge if you time the cancellation correctly. Flitwick stared at him. The classroom had gone quiet. That, Flitwick said slowly, is a 7th-year concept. Where did you learn it? I read ahead. It wasn't a lie, technically. Voldemort had read ahead. Very far ahead. Flitwick studied him for a long moment, then nodded with an expression that mixed delight with something more cautious. Come see me during office hours, Mr. Potter. I think we should discuss your reading habits. Harry made a mental note to be more careful. He was walking a line, smart enough to earn respect, not so smart that he invited the wrong kind of scrutiny. The balance was delicate. Potions on Thursday was the test he'd been dreading. The dungeons were cold and damp and lit by the kind of sickly green light that made everyone look slightly dead. Snape swept into the room like a particularly dramatic bat, robes billowing, and launched into a speech about the subtle science and exact art of potion-making that was clearly rehearsed but no less effective for it. Then he turned to Harry. Potter. The name was loaded with so much baggage it was a wonder it didn't collapse under its own weight. Our new celebrity. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The draught of living death. An advanced newt-level potion that Snape had no business asking a first-year about, and they both knew it. Harry looked at Snape, at the lank black hair and the hooked nose and the dark eyes that burned with a complex hatred, and chose his answer carefully. He could humiliate Snape. He could rattle off the entire brewing process, the history of the potion, the 3 known variations and their relative efficacies. Voldemort's knowledge provided all of it. But Harry looked at those dark eyes and saw something behind the hatred, grief, guilt, the festering wound of a man who had loved Lily Evans and lost her and blamed himself every day of his life. The asphodel question wasn't random. In Victorian flower language, asphodel meant, my regrets follow you to the grave, and wormwood meant, absence. Snape was telling Harry, in a language he assumed the boy couldn't understand, that he mourned Lily Potter. The draft of living death, sir, Harry said quietly. And I understand why you're asking. Something in Snape's face shifted, a crack in the mask, there and gone so fast that no one else in the room caught it. His jaw tightened. His eyes widened fractionally. Then the mask was back, harder than before. Correct. 5 points from Gryffindor for your cheek. Harry didn't argue. He spent the rest of the lesson brewing a competent but unremarkable boil-cure potion, and when Snape swept past his desk to sneer at his work, their eyes met again, and an entire conversation happened in silence. I know what you were to my mother, Harry's gaze said. Don't, Snape's gaze replied. Harry nodded, almost imperceptibly, and looked away. The first 2 weeks established a pattern. Harry attended classes, performed well without performing spectacularly, and watched. He watched the way power flowed through the student body, the older students who commanded respect, the faculty alliances and rivalries, the invisible social architecture that determined who spoke to whom and why. He watched Quirrell most of all. The defense against the dark arts professor was a masterful actor. His stammer was consistent, his nervousness convincing, and his classroom persona, bumbling, timid, smelling of garlic, was so thoroughly constructed that even most of the faculty seemed to accept it at face value. But Harry sat in the front row of every data class and observed the micro-expressions. The flicker of contempt when a student asked a stupid question. The momentary steadiness in his hands when he demonstrated a wand movement before remembering to make them shake. The way the turban occasionally twitched with a movement that wasn't caused by Quirrell's head. Someone was in there. Watching. Waiting. Harry didn't confront it. He didn't tell Dumbledore, who almost certainly already knew. He didn't tell the goblins, because goblin intervention at Hogwarts would trigger a diplomatic crisis that would overshadow everything else. Instead, he prepared. He spent his evenings in an unused classroom on the 4th floor, one of the many forgotten spaces that Hogwarts accumulated the way old houses accumulated dust, practicing combat magic. Not the flashy duel-winning hexes that students learned in upper years, but the efficient, brutal combat techniques that Voldemort had mastered and that Skullcrusher had drilled into Harry's muscle memory through years of ambush training. Shield charms layered with goblin interference patterns. Curse chains that flowed one into the next without pause. Wandless casting for emergencies. Environmental magic, using the surroundings as weapons, turning stone to caltrops, air to concussion, gravity to a cage. He practiced until his wand arm ached and his magical reserves were depleted, then practiced wandless casting until those were depleted too, and then did the physical conditioning that Skullcrusher had prescribed, push-ups, squats, sprints through the empty corridors. A wizard who couldn't fight without a wand was a wizard waiting to die. A wizard who couldn't fight without magic was already dead. It was during one of these evening sessions, 3 weeks into term, that he heard footsteps in the corridor outside. Harry went still, wand up, positioned behind the door with a shield charm already forming on his lips. The door opened. A boy stepped through, older, maybe 14, with sharp features and watchful eyes and a Ravenclaw crest on his robes. He moved with the loose-limbed confidence of someone who trained regularly, and his wand was in his hand in a practice grip that spoke of dueling experience. Potter, the boy said. He didn't seem surprised to find the classroom occupied. Marcus Belby. 4th year. Harry kept his wand raised. I know who you are. Good. Then you know I'm not here to start trouble. Belby leaned against the doorframe with studied casualness. I heard you were practicing in here. The portraits talk. They do. Mind if I watch? Yes. Belby's mouth quirked. Direct. I like that. He didn't leave. Instead, he crossed his arms and studied Harry with an evaluator's eye, systematic, thorough, looking for specific things. You're better than you're showing in class. A lot better. The way you move, the way you hold your wand, that's not self-taught. Someone trained you. Several someones. Goblin combat instructors. Harry said nothing. I'll take that as a yes. Belby pushed off the doorframe. Look, I'm not your enemy. I'm just curious. The whole school is curious about you, but most of them are too intimidated to ask. I'm not. What do you want, Belby? To see what you can actually do. A friendly spar. No stakes, no audience. Just two people testing each other. Harry studied him. The offer was straightforward enough, and Belby's body language was open and honest. But something about the timing bothered him. 3 weeks into term, perfectly positioned, approaching Harry in private where no one could observe. It felt arranged. Who sent you? Harry asked. Belby's expression flickered. Credit to him, he recovered fast. Nobody sent me. Someone did. You're not approaching the mysterious new student out of idle curiosity. You're here on a specific evening when you knew I'd be practicing, in a specific corridor that the portraits would have needed to tell you about, and you're opening with a dueling request designed to assess my combat capability. That's a reconnaissance mission, not a friendly chat. The silence stretched. Belby exhaled. You're terrifying, you know that. I've been told. It's a woman named Vane. Cassandra Vane. She works for the Department of Mysteries. She contacted my uncle, he's on the Gringotts, and asked him to ask me to evaluate you. Evaluate me for what? Threat potential. Belby met his eyes squarely. She's been tracking you since the goblins pulled you out of Surrey. She thinks you might be dangerous. Harry considered this. The Department of Mysteries, the Unspeakables. Britain's Magical Intelligence Service, part research institution, part espionage agency, answerable to no one but themselves. If they were taking an interest in him, the political landscape was more complicated than Ragnarok had estimated. And what do you think? Harry asked. Belby was quiet for a moment. I think you're an 11-year-old kid who practices combat magic alone at night and notices things that 14-year-olds miss. I think that's either very impressive or very concerning, and I honestly can't tell which. Harry lowered his wand. Not all the way, to his side, where it could come up fast. Spar with me and find out. Belby's grin was quick and sharp. He took position at the far end of the classroom, settled into a dueling stance that was textbook perfect, and raised his wand. Standard rules. First to disarm or incapacitate. Fine. They bowed. Belby fired first. The stunner was well aimed and fast, 4th-year power behind it, precise targeting, good form. Belby clearly had training and natural ability both, the kind of student who topped his year in practical work and probably dreamed of professional dueling. Harry sidestepped the stunner without raising his wand. Belby followed up with a body bind and a tripping jinx in quick succession, the spells flowing smoothly into each other. Good instincts. He was testing Harry's movement, probing his defensive patterns, looking for habits he could exploit. Harry moved. Not desperately, not dramatically, just smooth, efficient shifts of position that placed him exactly where each spell wasn't. He hadn't cast yet. He was reading Belby like a book, watching the way his shoulders telegraphed his wand movements a half-second before they happened, cataloging his spell selection, measuring his speed and power. Belby's eyes narrowed. He recognized what Harry was doing, a predator being studied by something further up the food chain, and his casting accelerated. A disarming charm, a knockback jinx, a leg locker, all thrown with increasing speed and decreasing accuracy as frustration crept into his technique. Harry moved through the barrage like water through rocks. Then, in the gap between Belby's 5th and 6th spells, a gap of perhaps 3/4 of a second, created by the older boy's need to reset his stance, Harry struck. He didn't use a disarming charm. He used the environment. A flick of his wand transfigured a section of floor in front of Belby's feet into ice. Belby's back foot slid. His balance shifted. In the fraction of a second it took him to compensate, Harry sent a precise banishing charm, not at Belby, but at his wand hand. The spell caught Belby's wrist at an angle that exploited the mechanical weakness of the human grip, and his wand spun out of his fingers and clattered across the floor. The whole exchange had taken 90 seconds. Belby stood on the ice patch, wandless, breathing hard, staring at Harry with an expression that hovered between admiration and alarm. "You didn't cast a single offensive spell," Belby said. "I didn't need to. You weren't even trying." Harry said nothing, which was answer enough. Belby picked up his wand, dried the ice with a muttered charm, and faced Harry again. The evaluative look was gone, replaced by something more complex. "What I'm going to tell Vane," Belby said slowly, "is that you're exceptionally talented and that there's no indication of dark tendencies. That's the truth as far as I can see it. But off the record, between you and me?" Belby shook his head. "You're not a prodigy, Potter. I've met prodigies. They're fast learners with natural talent. What you just did, the environmental manipulation, the biomechanical targeting, reading my attack patterns in real time, that's not talent. That's experience. Decades of it. I don't know how, and I'm not asking, but you fight like a veteran, and that scares the hell out of me." Harry held his gaze. "It should." Belby left. Harry stood alone in the empty classroom, wand at his side, and wondered how long it would be before Cassandra Vane decided to come see for herself. October brought rain and wind and the first real test of Harry's social navigation at Hogwarts. The school had settled into its rhythms, classes, meals, Quidditch talk, the constant hum of adolescent social dynamics, and Harry had settled into his role within them. He was known but not understood. Respected but not approached casually. The other students treated him with a mix of awe and uncertainty that he found useful but lonely. Ron was the exception. Ron Weasley had the social intelligence of a brick and the emotional transparency of glass, and he treated Harry the same way he treated everyone, with cheerful, uncomplicated directness. He didn't care about Harry's mysterious past or his unsettling intelligence. He cared about chess, Quidditch, and whether there would be treacle tart at dinner. Harry found it restful. Hermione was different. She orbited Harry like a satellite, drawn by his knowledge and unsettled by its depth. She asked questions constantly, about theory, about history, about the underlying structure of magic, and Harry answered carefully, giving her enough to satisfy her curiosity without revealing the source. She was brilliant, genuinely brilliant, with a capacity for logical analysis that most adult wizards lacked, and Harry recognized in her the potential to become something extraordinary. But she was also isolated. Her intensity alienated the other students, and by late October she had few friends outside of Harry and the tenuous connection she maintained with Ron, who found her exhausting. Neville was the surprise. Quiet, anxious Neville, who fumbled his spells and melted his cauldrons and seemed to shrink smaller every day under the weight of expectations he couldn't meet, Neville was the one Harry watched most carefully. Because Harry recognized what was wrong. "Your wand," Harry said one evening in the common room. They were supposed to be doing homework, but Neville's levitation charm kept producing sad little sparks instead of lift, and the boy's face was crumpling toward despair. Neville looked up. "What about it?" "It's your father's." Neville's hand tightened on the wand, a protective, instinctive gesture. "Gran gave it to me. She said it would help me be more like him." "It's fighting you. The wand chooses the wizard, Neville. Using your father's wand is like wearing someone else's shoes, you can walk in them, but you'll never run." Harry paused, choosing his next words with care. "You're not failing because you're weak. You're failing because your tool is wrong." Something shifted in Neville's expression, a tiny, fragile thing, like a seed cracking open. "Gran won't let me get a new one. She says I need to prove myself with Dad's." "Your Gran loves you," but she's wrong about this. Write to her. Tell her your charms professor recommends a proper fitting at Ollivander's. If she won't listen, I'll write to her myself. You do that? Neville, you have more magical power than half the students in our year. You just can't access it through a wand that's rejecting you. Once you get a proper match, you're going to shock everyone. Including yourself. The look on Neville's face, the dawning, desperate hope of someone who had been told they were a failure so many times they'd started to believe it, would stay with Harry for a long time. The library became Harry's battlefield with Daphne Greengrass. Not literally. But the encounters that began in mid-October had the rhythm and intensity of combat, thrust and parry, advance and retreat, each interaction revealing a little more while concealing what mattered most. It started in herbology, which Gryffindors and Slytherins shared. Daphne was seated 2 tables away, working on a shrivel fig assignment with the focused precision of a surgeon. Harry, finishing early, had been sketching ward diagrams in the margin of his notebook, a habit from Gringotts, when he felt someone watching him. He looked up. Daphne's blue eyes met his across the greenhouse, and instead of looking away, which was what most people did when Harry caught them staring, she held his gaze with a coolness that was either genuine composure or excellent acting. Harry raised an eyebrow. Daphne returned to her shrivel fig. The next day, he found her in the library, surrounded by books on ward theory that were significantly beyond first-year level. She was taking notes in a small, precise hand, her dark hair pulled back from her face, her expression one of total concentration. Harry sat down across from her without asking. She looked up with the flat stare of someone whose personal space had been invaded by an unwelcome intruder. Potter. Greengrass. This table is taken. There's room. I didn't say there wasn't room. I said it was taken. By me. Harry glanced at the books she was reading. Fundamentals of Spatial Warding by Aldrich Pennyworth. Blood Ward Theory, a Comprehensive Survey by Helena Marchbanks. The Architecture of Protection by some author whose name Harry didn't recognize, which was notable because Voldemort's knowledge included a fairly comprehensive bibliography of magical texts. You're reading Marchbanks, Harry said. Her blood ward theory is solid, but she mischaracterizes the Babylonian influence on early British warding practices. She treats them as independent developments when there's clear evidence of cross-pollination through Phoenician trade routes. Daphne stared at him. I'm sorry, are you critiquing the source material of a book I haven't finished yet? I'm making conversation. It sounded more like showing off. If I were showing off, I'd mention that Pennyworth's spatial model has a fundamental error in Chapter 7 that invalidates most of his conclusions about multi-layered ward architecture. Does it? Read Chapter 7 and tell me. Daphne's eyes narrowed. It wasn't hostility, it was assessment. The same sharp, analytical gaze she'd turned on him during the sorting, measuring and categorizing with the efficiency of someone who had been trained to read people the way Harry had been trained to read magic. Why are you talking to me, Potter? Gryffindors don't typically sit with Slytherins. I'm not a typical Gryffindor. That's becoming apparent. She closed the Marchbanks book with a decisive snap. The Greengrass family is neutral. We don't take sides in other people's wars. If you're looking for a political ally, I'm looking for someone who can keep up. Intellectually. Harry leaned back in his chair. There are 300 students in this school. Most of them are average. Some of them are bright. You're the only one I've seen reading advanced ward theory for pleasure during your first month. Something shifted behind her careful mask, not softening, but recalibrating. She studied him for another long moment, then reopened the Marchbanks book. Chapter 7, you said. Chapter 7. If you're wrong, you owe me an apology. If I'm right, you owe me a conversation. About what? Anything you want. Daphne turned to Chapter 7. Harry pulled out his own work and began writing. They sat in silence for 20 minutes, the scratch of quills the only sound, and something indefinable settled between them, not friendship, not yet, but the recognition of a kindred mind. Daphne found the error in Chapter 7. She didn't owe Harry an apology. She owed him a conversation. It happened the next evening, same table, same library. Daphne was waiting for him, though she'd have hexed anyone who suggested she was waiting, with a list of questions written in her precise hand. "The Pennyworth error," she said without preamble. "You were right. His spatial model assumes ward boundaries are Euclidean, but magical space doesn't obey Euclidean geometry. The boundaries curve based on magical density, which means his layering calculations are off by 12 to 15%, depending on the ambient magic of the location. More at a nexus point." Harry sat down. "You figured that out in one night." "I'm not stupid, Potter. I never said you were. I said you could keep up." That was a compliment. It sounded like a challenge. It was both. The corner of her mouth twitched. It wasn't a smile. Daphne Greengrass didn't smile at people she'd known for 3 weeks, but it was the structural precursor to one. They talked about ward theory for an hour. Then about the theoretical foundations of the Hogwarts wards, which Harry knew more about than he should and Daphne knew more about than any first year had a right to. Then about the political structure of the magical world, which Daphne understood with the instinctive fluency of someone raised in it and Harry understood with the analytical clarity of an outsider studying it. "The neutral families survive by being useful to both sides," Daphne said. She was leaning forward now, her careful posture softened by the engagement of genuine intellectual conversation. "Greengrass, Zabini, Davis, we provide services, information, connections. We're too valuable to alienate and too cautious to threaten. It's been our strategy for 300 years. And if both sides collapse? If the structure changes so fundamentally that neutrality isn't a viable position anymore? Then we adapt. That's what we do. What if adapting isn't enough?" Daphne looked at him sharply. "What are you suggesting?" "I'm suggesting that the wizarding world is built on a set of assumptions, pure-blood supremacy, goblin subordination, muggle ignorance, that are all about to be challenged. The next decade is going to see more change than the last century, and the families that survive won't be the ones who stayed neutral. They'll be the ones who saw it coming and positioned themselves ahead of it." The silence that followed was charged with possibility. "You talk like a politician," Daphne said. "I was raised by goblins. To them, politics and survival are the same thing. And what are you positioning yourself for, Potter?" Harry met her gaze. "A world that works better than this one." Daphne studied him for a long time. Then she gathered her books, stood, and looked down at him with an expression that was no longer cold. It was cautious. Interested. Guarded in the way of someone who wanted to lower their guard but couldn't afford to. "Same time tomorrow," she said. "Same time tomorrow." She left. Harry watched her go and felt something unfamiliar in his chest, not the cold clarity of Voldemort's knowledge or the hard pragmatism of goblin training, but something warmer. Lighter. More uncertain. He didn't have a word for it yet. Halloween arrived with a feast and a troll. The feast was spectacular, floating pumpkins, live bats, food in quantities that would have horrified goblin dietitians. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione and Neville and allowed himself to enjoy it, because he was 11 and it was Halloween and sometimes even someone carrying a dark wizard's knowledge needed to just be a kid eating candy. Then Quirrell burst through the great hall doors, his turban askew, his face the color of old parchment. "Troll! In the dungeons! Thought you ought to know," he fainted. Or performed a convincing simulation of fainting. Harry was moving before Dumbledore finished speaking. While the headmaster called for calm and the prefects began herding students toward their common rooms, Harry was already through the side door and into the corridor beyond, because Hermione had left the feast 20 minutes ago, something about needing the bathroom, her eyes red, Ron having said something typically thoughtless at lunch, and she didn't know about the troll. Ron caught up with him at the first staircase. Harry, where are you? Hermione doesn't know. What? She's in the girls' bathroom on the first floor. She doesn't know about the troll. Ron's freckled face went through a rapid series of expressions: confusion, realization, fear, and then something that was purely Ron Weasley: stubborn, unreasoning courage. Right. Let's go. They ran. Harry tracked the troll by smell before they reached the first-floor corridor. The stench was unmistakable, a thick, organic reek of stagnant swamp water and rotting meat that no amount of Voldemort's knowledge could have prepared him for. Some things you simply had to experience. The troll was 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, and was holding a wooden club the size of a small tree. It had just smashed through the door of the girls' bathroom, and from inside Harry could hear Hermione scream. He didn't hesitate. His wand came up and he cast 3 spells in rapid succession. The first was a severing charm aimed at the club, precise, surgical, cutting through the wooden shaft 6 inches above the troll's grip. The club's head fell to the floor with a crash that shook the corridor. The second was a goblin interference hex, a specialized spell that disrupted magical resistance in magical creatures, weakening the troll's natural spell immunity for a critical 3-second window. The third was a stunning charm powered by every ounce of intent Harry could muster, amplified by the interference hex, driven into the troll's skull like a hammer into an anvil. The troll swayed. Its tiny eyes crossed. It fell forward like a collapsing building, hit the floor with an impact that cracked the stone tiles, and was still. The entire exchange took 4 seconds. Harry stepped over the troll's outstretched arm and into the bathroom. Hermione was pressed against the far wall, her face white, her wand clutched in both hands. She was shaking. "You're safe," Harry said. His voice was calm, steady, and something in its certainty cut through her panic like a blade. "It's down. You're safe." Hermione stared at him. Then at the troll. Then at him again. How did you?" Ron appeared in the doorway, took one look at the unconscious troll, and said, "Bloody hell." Then the professors arrived. McGonagall came first, wand drawn, face set for battle. Snape was behind her, limping slightly, his robes singed. Quirrell brought up the rear, making a show of trembling horror that was undercut, for Harry at least, by the calculating look in his eyes when he thought no one was watching. McGonagall looked at the troll. Looked at Harry. Looked at the troll again. "Explain," she said. Hermione didn't know about the troll. "Ron and I went to find her." Harry gestured at the unconscious mountain troll with the matter-of-fact manner of someone reporting the weather. "I used a standard severing charm on the weapon, followed by a stunner. The troll went down." The professors stared at him. Even Snape, who would sooner eat his own potion ingredients than compliment a Potter, looked unsettled. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, and her voice carried the slight tremor of someone recalibrating their worldview in real time, "a mountain troll has magical resistance sufficient to shrug off most adult-level stunners." "Yes, Professor." "You're 11. "Yes, Professor." McGonagall closed her mouth, opened it, closed it again, and finally settled on 20 points to Gryffindor. For sheer dumb luck. It wasn't luck and they both knew it, but sometimes the polite fiction was more useful than the dangerous truth. Snape lingered after the other professors left. He stood in the corridor, looking down at the troll with an expression that was part suspicion, part something harder to name. "The interference hex," Snape said quietly. "That's goblin military magic. Classified. Not taught to wizards." "I wouldn't know about that, Professor." "No. You wouldn't." Snape's dark eyes fixed on Harry. "What are you, Potter? A first-year student who got lucky. You're a terrible liar. Fortunately, it seems you're a considerably better fighter." Snape turned and walked away, his robes billowing behind him. At the corner, he paused. "The third-floor corridor. Stay away from it." "Yes, sir." He didn't stay away from it. 2 weeks after the troll incident, Harry received a note on parchment that smelled of lemon drops. The handwriting was elegant, almost calligraphic. Dear Harry, I wonder if you might join me for tea this evening. I find myself curious about your adjustment to Hogwarts life. The password is, Fizzing Whizbee. Yours, Albus Dumbledore. Harry went, because refusing would signal either fear or hostility, and he felt neither. Dumbledore was a chess player. The best way to deal with a chess player was to sit across the board and play. The headmaster's office was circular and cluttered and full of fascinating objects, silver instruments that whirred and puffed smoke, portraits of former headmasters dozing in their frames, a phoenix perched on a golden stand by the window. Fawkes. Harry knew the bird from Voldemort's memories and recognized it instantly, the brilliant scarlet plumage, the intelligent golden eyes, the ancient aura of power that made the air hum. Fawkes looked at Harry, tilted his head, and sang a single note. It was the most beautiful sound Harry had ever heard, clear, piercing, suffused with an emotion that went deeper than human feeling. It resonated in his chest like a bell, and for a moment the weight of Voldemort's knowledge lifted, and he was just a boy standing in a room full of wonders. Then the note faded, and the weight returned, and Harry sat down across from Dumbledore and met the old man's blue eyes with his green ones. Tea. Dumbledore offered. Thank you. They drank tea. They discussed classes, professors, the weather. Dumbledore was charming, warm, and entirely disingenuous. Harry was polite, engaged, and equally disingenuous. Two people performing for each other, each aware of the performance, each waiting for the other to slip. It was Dumbledore who slipped first. Or rather, who chose to. The troll, Dumbledore said. Professor McGonagall was quite impressed. She told me it was the most efficient piece of combat magic she'd witnessed from a student in 40 years of teaching. I got lucky. Harry. Dumbledore set down his teacup. The twinkle in his eyes dimmed, and for a moment the real Dumbledore showed through, older, sadder, more tired than the performance allowed. We are past that, I think. You and I both know what you are capable of. The question that concerns me is not your ability but your intent. My intent is to attend school, learn what I can, and eventually deal with the man who killed my parents. And the knowledge you carry? His knowledge is mine now. I didn't choose it, but I won't pretend it doesn't exist. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he asked the question that Harry had been dreading, not because he didn't have an answer, but because the answer revealed something he wasn't sure he wanted to share. Do you dream of things Tom dreamed? Harry looked at the fire. The flames cast dancing shadows across his face, and for a moment he looked much older than 11, or much younger, depending on the angle. I dream of my mother's voice, Harry said. I don't have a memory of it. Not a real one. But I dream it sometimes, she's singing, or talking, or just saying my name. I can't make out the words, just the sound of her. The way it felt to be held by someone who loved me. He paused. That's not from his knowledge. That's mine. The silence that followed was different from the fencing that had preceded it. It was genuine. Lily, Dumbledore said softly. Something in his voice cracked. She was remarkable. I failed her, Harry. I failed her and James and you, and I have spent 10 years trying to construct a strategy that would justify those failures, and I am beginning to suspect that no such strategy exists. Harry looked at the old man, the most powerful wizard in Britain, possibly in the world, sitting in his cluttered office with his cold tea and his sleeping phoenix, and admitting, in the quiet space between two people who had no reason to trust each other, that he had made terrible mistakes. Professor, Harry said. I don't forgive you for the Dursleys. I may never forgive you for that. But I don't think you're my enemy. I am not. Then stop trying to manage me and start trying to work with me. I know about the stone. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. The stone? The Philosopher's Stone. Third floor corridor. You've set up a series of protections that are, if you'll pardon me, absurdly inadequate for guarding the most valuable magical artifact in existence. A troll, a chess set, a logic puzzle, these are tests, not security measures. You're not trying to keep someone out. You're trying to see who comes in. And who do you think is coming? You know who. The same person I've been watching since September. The stammer is good. The garlic is a nice touch. But the turban is sloppy, anyone with magical sensitivity can feel the dark presence bleeding through it. Dumbledore studied him for a very long time. The fire crackled. Fawkes shifted on his perch. You are, Dumbledore said finally, the most extraordinary child I have ever met. And I have met a great many extraordinary children. Most of them didn't have a Dark Lord's memories implanted in their skull. No. Most of them did not. Dumbledore stood, moving to the window where the moonlight fell across his face in silver stripes. I am aware of Professor Quirrell's condition. I have been aware of it since before the term began. And you haven't acted. I am waiting to see what Tom does. His current form is limited, a wraith, a parasite, dependent on a host. If I confront him now, he will flee, and I will have gained nothing. If I allow his plan to unfold, I may learn what he is willing to risk and what he hopes to gain. He wants the stone. Immortality. He wants more than the stone, Harry. He wants to know if his Horcruxes are still intact. He wants to test Hogwarts' defenses. He wants information. Dumbledore turned from the window. So do I. You're using Quirrell as bait. I am using a controlled situation to gather intelligence. It is not pleasant. It is not kind. It is necessary. Harry looked at the old man and saw, for the first time, not an enemy or a manipulator but a general. A tired, brilliant, morally compromised general fighting a war that had no clean battles and no good options. I'm going to deal with Quirrell, Harry said. When the time comes. My way. I expected nothing less. A pause. I will not interfere, Harry. But I will be ready, if you need me. It was the closest thing to trust that either of them could offer. Harry took it. November faded into December, and the castle settled under a blanket of snow. Harry's life at Hogwarts had developed a rhythm. Classes in the morning, effortlessly top of his year, though he continued to moderate his performance to avoid drawing more attention than he already had. Library sessions with Daphne in the afternoon, their conversations ranging wider and deeper with each meeting, covering politics, magical theory, history, philosophy. Combat practice in the evening. Homework and sleep. Letters from Gringotts arrived weekly via goblin courier rather than owl, small metallic cylinders that required a blood touch to open, immune to interception. Ragnarok's reports were terse, clinical, and deeply informative. The political situation in the wizarding world was shifting. Fudge was losing support. Lucius Malfoy was gaining it. The old Death Eater families were positioning themselves for something. And Cassandra Vane had been promoted. She was now Senior Director of the Department of Mysteries Division of Threat Assessment. Her first official act had been to open a file on Harry Potter. She's not wrong to watch you, Ragnarok wrote. She is wrong to underestimate you. Use that. Harry filed the information and turned his attention to more immediate concerns. Draco Malfoy had been quiet since the train. Harry had expected retaliation, insults, pranks, the petty cruelties that schoolchildren wielded against those who had embarrassed them. Instead, Draco was subdued. Watchful. He still sneered at Ron and looked down his nose at Hermione, but when his eyes found Harry across the Great Hall or in the corridors, the contempt was absent. Something else was there instead, something that looked almost like confusion. Harry let it develop. Draco Malfoy was a seed he'd planted on the train, and seeds needed time to grow. The week before Christmas break, Harry found Draco in an empty corridor on the 5th floor. The Malfoy heir was leaning against a window, staring out at the snow-covered grounds with an expression that didn't belong on the face of someone who supposedly had everything. "Going home for Christmas?" Harry asked. Draco startled. His mask snapped back into place, superior, disdainful, untouchable. "What's it to you, Potter?" "Nothing. Just asking." "Yes, I'm going home. Where my family is. Unlike some people." The barb was clumsy and half-hearted, and they both knew it. Harry leaned against the opposite wall and waited. "What you said on the train," Draco said after a long silence. About the Dark Lord. About him being a half-blood. Was that true?" "Every word." "My father says you're lying. That it's propaganda. That the Dark Lord your father was 17 when he joined Voldemort. He was a child, following his father, who was following Abraxas Malfoy's calculation that the winning side deserved Malfoy support. None of them investigated their master's bloodline because none of them wanted to know." Harry kept his voice even. Calm. "Your father isn't evil, Draco. He's a pragmatist who made a pragmatic choice that turned out to be catastrophically wrong, and now he's too proud to admit it." Draco's jaw was clenched so tight the muscles stood out like cords. His eyes were bright, not with tears, but with the particular fury of someone hearing a truth they've been trying not to think. "You don't know my father. I know more about your family than you do. But that's not the point. The point is that you're 11, and you have a choice that your father didn't. You can make it with your eyes open." "A choice about what?" "About who you want to be. A Malfoy, your father's version, bound to a dead man's ideology. Or something else." Draco pushed off the wall. "Stay away from me, Potter." He walked away. But he walked slowly, and he didn't look back, and Harry saw his hand go to his pocket where, Harry suspected, a letter from Lucius lived, a letter full of instructions and expectations and the weight of a legacy that was crushing a boy who wasn't strong enough yet to set it down. Give him time, Harry thought. The seed was growing. Christmas break emptied the castle. Ron went home to the burrow. Hermione went home to her parents. Neville went home to Augusta Longbottom, who had grudgingly agreed to a visit to Ollivanders after receiving a politely devastating letter from Harry that framed the wand issue in terms of Longbottom family honor. Harry stayed. Hogwarts at Christmas was a different creature, quieter, emptier, the corridors echoing with the ghosts of students past. Dumbledore stayed, as he always did. A handful of students remained, scattered across the houses. Daphne stayed. Harry found out when he came down to the Great Hall on Christmas morning and saw her sitting at the end of the Slytherin table, alone, eating toast with the determined composure of someone who refused to look lonely. He sat down across from her. At the Slytherin table. 3 Slytherin upperclassmen at the far end of the table stared at him like he'd grown a second head. "Gryffindors don't sit here," Daphne said. "We covered this. I'm not a typical Gryffindor." "You keep saying that like it means something." "It means I sit where I want." Harry poured himself tea. "Why didn't you go home?" Daphne's composure flickered, a hairline crack, quickly sealed. "Political considerations. The solstice ball at Malfoy Manor. My parents are attending. I was expected to attend. I chose not to." "Why?" "Because Lucius Malfoy's parties involve smiling at people who would kill me if it were politically convenient, and I'm not in the mood to smile." "That's the most honest thing you've ever said to me." "Don't get used to it." They ate breakfast together. Then, because there was nothing else to do and no one else to do it with, they spent the morning in the library, not studying, for once, but talking. Really talking. About families, about expectations, about the invisible cages that well-meaning people built around the children they were supposed to protect. "My parents aren't bad people," Daphne said. She was sitting sideways in her chair, her legs drawn up, her careful posture abandoned for once. "They love me. They love my sister. But they see us as assets. Pieces on a board. Astoria will be married to a suitable pure-blood family. I'll inherit the greengrass seat on the Wiesengemot. Our lives are mapped out from birth to death, and any deviation from the map is a threat to the family's survival. Sounds familiar. Does it? You were raised by goblins. I don't imagine they had a political marriage planned for you. Harry smiled slightly. No. But Ragnarok had plans. He always has plans. The difference is he told me what they were and gave me a choice. A real choice. Or the illusion of one. Real enough. He told me what he needed. I chose to help because it aligned with what I wanted. The day it doesn't, I walk away, and he knows that. That's unusual. Most people in power don't offer their pawns a choice. Ragnarok doesn't have pawns. He has allies and enemies. The distinction is based entirely on mutual respect. Harry looked at her. I'm not a pawn either, Daphne. I'm not trying to recruit you or use you or position you for some political play. I'm talking to you because you're the most interesting person in this school and I'm tired of pretending that doesn't matter. The silence that followed was warm and charged and complicated. You're very direct, Daphne said. Goblin influence. It's disconcerting. Good. She laughed. It was the first time he'd heard her laugh, a real laugh, unguarded, surprised out of her by something she hadn't expected to find. The sound transformed her face, cracked the careful mask, and for a moment she looked like what she was, an 11-year-old girl who had been carrying too much weight for too long and had just set some of it down. Harry felt that warm, uncertain thing in his chest again, and this time he had a name for it. Oh, he thought. That's what that is. After lunch, turkey and Christmas pudding and crackers that exploded with real magical effects, Daphne produced a deck of cards from her robes. Do you play Runspiel? She asked. The goblin version or the wizard version? There's a goblin version. Harry grinned. You're going to love it. He taught her the goblin variation of Runspiel, which involved combinatorial strategy, bluffing, and a scoring system so complex that most wizards gave up after the first hand. Daphne didn't give up. She lost the first 3 games, won the 4th, and by the 6th game was deploying strategies that Harry hadn't seen from anyone outside of Gringotts. You're a fast learner, Harry said. I'm a greengrass. We don't lose for long. They played until the afternoon light faded and the common rooms called and the comfortable spell of the day began to dissolve into evening. Daphne gathered the cards and stood, and for a moment they faced each other in the empty library with the snow falling past the windows and the torchlight catching the blue of her eyes. Thank you, Daphne said. For today. Anytime. I don't say that to many people. Thank you. It implies a debt, and greengrasses don't like debts. Then don't think of it as a debt. Think of it as an investment. The corner of her mouth curved. Not quite a smile. Something better, the promise of one. Happy Christmas, Potter. Happy Christmas, Greengrass. She left. Harry stood in the library and watched the snow fall and felt, for the first time in his life, the particular ache of wanting something he couldn't quantify or categorize or file away for later analysis. Voldemort's knowledge had no framework for this. The goblins had no training protocol. He was on his own. That night, wandering the castle in the restless grip of insomnia, Harry found the mirror. It was in an unused classroom on the 4th floor, tucked away behind stacked desks and draped in a dusty cloth, as if someone had hidden it here and then forgotten, or wanted it to be found by the right person at the right time. Knowing Dumbledore, it was the latter. Harry pulled the cloth away and saw the mirror beneath, tall, ornate, framed in gold with an inscription carved across the top. Erist stra eru oit uber kafru oit onwosi. Voldemort's knowledge decoded it instantly. I show not your face but your heart's desire. The Mirror of Erist. One of the most dangerous magical artifacts ever created, not because it could harm the viewer but because it showed them something far more destructive than any curse, the truth about themselves. Harry looked into the mirror. He saw himself. Not as he was, 11, thin, scar-marked, carrying the weight of a dead man's knowledge, but as he might have been. A boy without the scar. Without the knowledge. Without the weight. A normal boy with messy hair and green eyes, standing between two people who could only be his parents, James Potter, grinning, one hand on Harry's shoulder, Lily Potter, beautiful, her green eyes exactly like Harry's, her smile like sunrise. The boy in the mirror was laughing. Just laughing. Carefree and light and unburdened by anything more serious than homework and friendships and the ordinary anxieties of growing up. Harry stood before the mirror of Eriste and saw the life that had been stolen from him, and the pain of it was so sharp and so deep that for a moment he couldn't breathe. He didn't know how long he stood there. Long enough for the torches to gutter low. Long enough for the cold to seep through his cloak and into his bones. Long enough for the tears to fall and dry and fall again. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. Dumbledore's voice came from behind him, gentle, without judgment, carrying the particular sadness of someone who understood this pain intimately. Harry didn't turn around. His eyes were fixed on the mirror, on the parents he would never know, on the boy he would never be. "You put this here for me to find," Harry said. His voice was rough. "I put it here for you to understand." Dumbledore moved to stand beside him. In the mirror, his reflection showed something too. Harry caught a glimpse of warm socks before Dumbledore shifted position, but he suspected the truth was something else entirely. "The mirror shows us the deepest desire of our hearts, Harry. Not what we need. Not what is possible. What we want more than anything. I know what it shows. Then you know why it is dangerous." "It's not dangerous." Harry finally looked away from the mirror, meeting Dumbledore's eyes. His own were red-rimmed, his face wet, and he made no effort to hide it. "It's just honest. And sometimes honesty is the cruelest thing there is." Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. "What do you see?" the old man asked. Harry looked back at the mirror. At James, ruffling his hair. At Lily, her hand on his cheek. At the boy who was laughing because he had nothing to cry about. "Myself," Harry said. Without his knowledge. Without any of it. Just, me. Just Harry. Just Harry. A breath that shook. "I would give everything I have, every spell, every memory, every piece of power he left in my head, to be the boy in that mirror. To be ordinary. To be loved the way he's loved, without conditions, without purpose, without a prophecy hanging over my life like a blade." Dumbledore's hand came to rest on his shoulder. It was warm and steady and carried the weight of a century of compassion. "You are loved, Harry. Perhaps not the way the mirror shows. Perhaps not by the people the mirror shows. But you are loved. By the goblins who raised you. By the friends who follow you. By the memory of a mother who died to give you a chance." Dumbledore's voice was thick. "And, if an old fool's affection counts for anything, by me." Harry looked at him. At the tears in the old man's blue eyes, the sincerity that transcended all the manipulation and strategy and political chess. In that moment, Dumbledore wasn't a chess master or a general or the most powerful wizard in Britain. He was a man who had seen too many children suffer and couldn't stop caring about each one. "It counts," Harry said quietly. "It counts more than you know." They stood together in front of the mirror as the night deepened around them, an old man and a young boy, each carrying burdens too heavy for their frames, each seeing in the glass a world that could never be. "I'll have the mirror moved," Dumbledore said eventually. "It is not good for it to stay where young eyes might find it." "Professor?" "Yes, Harry. What do you really see?" "In the mirror?" Dumbledore was quiet for so long that Harry thought he wouldn't answer. "Then, I see a young man with auburn hair, laughing. I see myself beside him, and we are not yet enemies." A pause. "And I see a girl. My sister. Alive. Harry didn't ask who they were. He didn't need to. Voldemort's knowledge provided the names, Grindelwald, Ariana, but the pain in Dumbledore's voice provided the meaning. We're alike, Professor. More than either of us would like. Yes, Dumbledore said softly. I rather think we are. The new year brought changes. Neville returned from holiday break with a new wand, cherry and unicorn hair, 10 inches, springy, and the transformation was immediate and dramatic. In the first charms class of term, his levitation charm launched his feather so high it hit the ceiling and stuck there. Flitwick applauded. Neville's round face split into a grin so wide it looked like it might overflow, and for the first time Harry saw the boy Neville was meant to be, confident, capable, powerful in ways that had nothing to do with combat and everything to do with heart. You were right, Neville told Harry after class, turning the new wand over in his hands with a reverence that bordered on worship. It's like, before, magic was swimming through mud. Now it's flying. I told you. Gran was furious. Until I showed her the levitation charm. Then she cried. Neville paused. She doesn't cry. Ever. She cried. Good. She wants to meet you. She says anyone who can write a letter that makes Augusta Longbottom change her mind is either a genius or insane, and she wants to determine which. Tell her it's both. She'll appreciate the honesty. Hermione came back from break with a 6-page essay on ward theory that she'd written entirely for Harry's benefit, referencing the Pennyworth error and proposing 3 alternative spatial models. It was brilliant. Harry read it twice, made 4 corrections, and told her it was the best piece of magical analysis he'd read from a student. Hermione glowed. Then immediately asked 17 follow-up questions. Ron came back from the burrow with a hand-knitted sweater from his mother, maroon, with a large R on the front, and stories about his brothers that made the common room ring with laughter. He'd also brought Harry a sweater. Green, with a golden H, Mom made it, Ron said, slightly embarrassed. She said, well, she said you probably didn't get many Christmas presents, growing up with goblins. Harry held the sweater and felt something lodge in his throat. It was lumpy, slightly lopsided, and the most thoughtful gift anyone had ever given him. Tell her thank you, Harry said. Tell her it's perfect. Ron grinned. Yeah, well. Don't tell Fred and George. They'll be jealous. The first week back, Harry noticed the corridors. It started subtly, a passage that seemed longer than it should be, a staircase that led somewhere it hadn't before, a door that opened onto a room that didn't appear on any map, even the comprehensive one in Harry's memory. The castle was shifting, changing, responding to something that Harry couldn't identify. He mentioned it to Daphne during their library session. The castle changes, she said, not looking up from her book. Everyone knows that. Staircases move, corridors rearrange. It's part of the enchantment. This is different. The standard reconfigurations follow a pattern, they're cyclic, linked to the academic calendar and the castle's power rhythms. What I'm seeing is irregular. Random. As if the castle is restless. That made her look up. Restless. Agitated. Like an animal that senses a storm coming. Daphne closed her book. You think something's wrong with the castle? I think something is happening that the castle is responding to. Something deep. Harry hesitated, weighing how much to share. The night I arrived, I felt something beneath the school. An old magic. Very old. I've been monitoring it, in a passive sense, and it's been stable. But in the last week, the castle's behavior has changed. The ambient magic feels thicker. More alert. Daphne studied him with those sharp blue eyes. You talk about the castle like it's alive. It is. Not like you and I are alive. But it's aware. 1,000 years of accumulated magic, layered on top of something even older. It has a kind of consciousness, Not thoughts, not feelings, but patterns. Responses. And right now its patterns are disrupted. By what? I don't know yet. But he was beginning to suspect. That night, unable to sleep, Harry left Gryffindor Tower and wandered. The castle was strange at night during term, not the peaceful emptiness of Christmas break, but a different kind of quiet, populated by the sounds of sleeping students behind closed doors, the murmur of portraits, the distant hum of magic. Harry walked without destination, letting his feet choose the path, following the faint pull of the castle's awareness that had guided him to the ancient corridor on his first night. He didn't go down this time. The pull wasn't leading him down. It was leading him up. 7 floors. The 7th floor corridor, left side. A stretch of blank wall across from a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy attempting to teach trolls ballet. Harry stopped. He knew this wall. Voldemort's knowledge identified it immediately, the Room of Requirement, also known as the Come and Go Room, a legendary Hogwarts space that manifested according to the needs of whoever walked past it 3 times while concentrating on what they required. Tom Riddle had used it to hide the diadem Horcrux. Generations of students had used it for everything from secret meetings to storage to romantic liaisons. But tonight, the room had manifested without being summoned. The door was already there, heavy, ancient, iron-banded oak, older than the rest of the castle. It radiated a magic that made Harry's skin prickle, a deep vibration that resonated with the knowledge in his head and the scar on his forehead and something deeper still, something in his bones that he couldn't name. Harry reached for the handle. His hand was shaking. He noticed this with clinical detachment, acknowledged the fear, and opened the door anyway. The room beyond was not the Room of Requirement. Or rather, it was, the same magical mechanism, the same responsive architecture, but it had been claimed by something that was using it as a medium for communication. The walls were covered in runes, carved deep into stone that looked centuries old. For different sets of handwriting, for different runic styles, layered over each other in a palimpsest of warnings. Gryffindor's hand was bold and angular, cut deep with the confidence of a warrior. Ravenclaw's was precise and elegant, mathematical in its symmetry. Hufflepuff's was rounded and steady, the runes shaped with the patience of a gardener. Slytherin's was sharp and fluid, serpentine, beautiful in the way that dangerous things are beautiful. 4 sets of handwriting. 1 message. Repeated in 4 different magical traditions, 4 different notational systems, 4 different languages, all saying exactly the same thing: the chains weaken. The dreamer wakes. Harry stood in the center of the room and felt the weight of 1,000 years of silence pressing against his awareness. The runes pulsed with a light that came from somewhere beneath the castle, from the thing he'd felt on his first night, the vast, ancient presence chained beneath the convergence of 7 ley lines. The Archon. That was the name Slytherin had used. Harry found the reference in Voldemort's stolen knowledge, a single entry in a journal that Tom Riddle had discovered in the Chamber of Secrets during his 7th year. The Archon sleeps. Our primary obligation. The school exists to contain, to reinforce, to maintain. All else is secondary. The children are the fuel. Their ambient magic feeds the chains. Generation after generation. They must never know. Harry read the Founder's warnings again, feeling the magic in each carved rune, understanding the enchantments layered within the writing itself. These weren't just warnings. They were alarms. Calibrated to activate when the binding weakened past a certain threshold. The fact that they were visible now, that the room had manifested to display them, meant that the threshold had been crossed. Something was waking up. Harry placed his hand flat against the wall, over Slytherin's runes, and reached out with his magical senses. He could feel it, far below, impossibly deep, a consciousness so vast that touching it was like pressing your palm against the ocean and trying to feel the current. It wasn't hostile. It wasn't scheming. It was simply there, an ocean of raw magical potential that had been chained and structured and channeled for 1,000 years, and the chains were growing thin. Why now? What had changed? Harry thought about the Horcrux extraction. The explosion of magical energy when the soul fragment was destroyed, battle-class magnitude, enough to trigger deep vault bloodstones 300 miles away. That energy hadn't just dissipated. It had rippled through the magical world like a shockwave, traveling along ley lines, echoing through places of ancient power. Places like Hogwarts. The extraction had sent a pulse of energy along the very ley lines that held the Archon's chains. A pulse strong enough to weaken links that had been holding for a millennium. His fault. Indirectly, unintentionally, but his fault. Harry withdrew his hand. His palm was tingling, and the scar on his forehead was cold, not painful, not like the Horcrux days, but cold in the way that metal is cold. A warning from dead tissue. He studied the Founder's warnings one more time, committing every rune to memory, cross-referencing them with everything Voldemort's knowledge could provide about Founder-era binding magic. The enchantments were complex, staggeringly, breathtakingly complex, the work of 4 of the most powerful magical minds in history working in concert. But they were also 1,000 years old, and even the greatest magic degraded over time. The chains would hold. For now. But, for now, had an expiration date, and Harry couldn't see it. He left the room, and behind him the door faded back into blank wall, and the castle's magic settled around him like a cloak. Warm. Watchful. Afraid. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower through silent corridors, his mind running calculations that would have occupied a team of cursebreakers for months, and felt the weight of a responsibility that no 11-year-old should carry. But then, he'd never been just an 11-year-old. In his dormitory, he wrote 2 letters. One to Ragnarok, describing what he'd found in technical detail, requesting Goblin scholars to research Founder-era binding magic. One to Ironclaw, asking about the theoretical effects of Horcrux extraction energy on ley line stability. Then he lay in bed, listening to Ron snore and Neville murmur in his sleep and the castle hum its ancient, anxious song, and stared at the ceiling until dawn. Something was waking up beneath the school where he slept. Something vast and ancient and fundamentally inhuman. And somewhere in the castle, hidden behind a purple turban and a false stammer, something else was waiting, something that had torn its soul into pieces and would tear the world apart to live forever. 2 threats. 2 different kinds of danger. And Harry Potter, 11 years old, carrying a dead man's knowledge and a living boy's heart, standing between them. He closed his eyes. Tomorrow, he thought. Tomorrow I'll be afraid. Tonight I need to sleep. Sleep came eventually, and with it no dreams at all, just darkness, warm and deep, and the distant sound of a castle breathing. Chapter 3, The Parliament of Shadows. January came to Hogwarts wrapped in ice and silence. The lake froze solid for the first time in 11 years, and the giant squid could be seen through the glass-clear surface, drifting in slow circles beneath the ice like a dream made flesh. Snow piled against the castle walls in drifts taller than first years, and the corridors were so cold that the suits of armor developed a thin rime of frost on their visors that made them look like they were weeping. Harry noticed none of this. He was watching the woman who had just walked into the Great Hall during Monday morning breakfast and taken a seat at the head table as if she belonged there. She was perhaps 40, with cropped dark hair shot through with gray and a face that looked like it had been assembled from sharp angles and hard decisions. A scar ran from her left temple to her jaw, old, white, the kind of scar that came from dark magic and refused to heal cleanly. She wore ministry robes, charcoal gray, unadorned except for a small silver pin on her collar that Harry's knowledge identified immediately, the spiral of the Department of Mysteries. She sat between Flitwick and Sprout and ate porridge with the methodical efficiency of someone who viewed food as fuel rather than pleasure, and her eyes, dark, alert, missing nothing, swept the great hall in a systematic pattern that covered every table, every face, every exit. When her gaze reached Harry, it stopped. Held. Assessed. Harry met it without flinching. He buttered his toast. "Who's that?" Ron asked through a mouthful of sausage. "Trouble," Harry said. Dumbledore made the announcement at the end of breakfast, his voice carrying the particular blend of warmth and formality that he deployed when delivering news he didn't like. I am pleased to introduce Madam Cassandra Vane, who will be joining us for the remainder of term as a ministry educational evaluator. Madam Vane will be observing classes, interviewing students and faculty, and conducting a comprehensive assessment of our educational standards. I trust you will extend her every courtesy. The students murmured politely. The faculty was less enthusiastic. McGonagall's lips had thinned to a razor line, and Snape was looking at Vane with the particular expression he reserved for things he found beneath contempt but politically inconvenient to poison. Dumbledore caught Harry's eye across the hall. The look lasted less than a second, but it carried a clear message: I couldn't stop this. Be careful. Harry gave an imperceptible nod and turned his attention to his schedule. Double potions first period. Then herbology with the Slytherins. Then a free period that he already knew he would need. He was right. The summons came at noon, delivered by a paper airplane memo that landed on his desk in the library with the brisk precision of ministry bureaucracy. Mr. Potter, I would appreciate a brief meeting at your earliest convenience. I am using Professor Vector's office on the 3rd floor. See, Vane. Daphne, sitting across from him, watched the memo unfold and refold itself. The evaluator. The evaluator. She's not an evaluator. No. Department of Mysteries. Threat Assessment Division. My father mentioned her at Christmas. Apparently she's been making inquiries about students with unusual magical signatures. Daphne's blue eyes were sharp. Specifically about you. Marcus Belby told me she recruited him to assess my combat ability in October. Did he? He's honest, for a Ravenclaw. Told me straight. Harry tucked the memo into his pocket. She'll want to interview me. Probably test me. Push my boundaries and see what falls out. What are you going to do? Let her push. Within limits. Daphne studied him. You're not worried. I'm very worried. I'm just not going to show it. Something that might have been admiration crossed her face, quickly suppressed. Want backup? Not yet. If I walk in there with a Slytherin pureblood heiress at my side, it changes the dynamic. She'll assume I'm building a political coalition, and that shifts her assessment from potential threat to active threat. I need to be a student first. A player second. When did you start thinking like a politician? When I was 7. A goblin taught me. Of course one did. Daphne returned to her book. Be careful, Potter. She's not Dumbledore. Dumbledore wants to use you. Vane wants to determine if you need to be contained. There's a difference. Dumbledore will protect you while he uses you. Vane will destroy you if she concludes you're dangerous, and she'll sleep soundly afterward because she'll believe she's saving lives. Harry looked at her, at the careful mask and the sharp mind and the genuine concern hiding beneath both, and felt that warm, uncertain thing in his chest pulse once, steadily. Thank you, he said. For what? For caring enough to warn me. The mask cracked. Just a fraction. Just enough for something real to show through before she pulled it back together and said, with perfect composure, don't read too much into it. I'm protecting an investment. Harry smiled all the way to the 3rd floor. Professor Vector's office was small, neat, and currently dominated by Cassandra Vane's presence in the way that a blade dominates a sheath. She was sitting behind the desk with a stack of files, a quill, and an expression that said she had been doing this longer than Harry had been alive and was thoroughly tired of people wasting her time. Mr. Potter. Sit down. Harry sat. The chair was uncomfortable, deliberately so, he suspected. Vane's chair was higher than his, positioned to give her a subtle psychological advantage. The window behind her was bright, making her face harder to read while putting his in full light. Standard interrogation setup. The goblins used similar techniques, though they preferred the addition of exposed blades on the table. Thank you for coming, Vane said. She didn't smile. I'll be direct. I'm not here to evaluate Hogwarts educational standards. That's a cover, and we both know it, so let's dispense with the pretense. All right. I'm here because the Department of Mysteries has been monitoring unusual magical activity emanating from Hogwarts since September, and because a significant portion of that activity appears to correlate with your presence. She opened one of the files. Your accidental magic event in October 1985 registered on monitoring equipment at the Ministry. The magnitude was classified as Level 7, equivalent to a trained adult wizard performing sustained combat magic. You were 5 years old. I'm aware of my own history, Madame Vane. I'm sure you are. What I want to understand is the scope of that history. She looked up from the file, and her dark eyes were hard and searching and entirely devoid of warmth. The goblins performed a soul extraction ritual on you. The magical discharge from that ritual was detected across 3 countries. In the 6 years since, you have been raised in a foreign sovereign territory, trained in combat magic classified well above your age level, and educated in magical theory that most adult wizards never encounter. You entered Hogwarts with abilities that exceed those of most 7th-year students, and within your first month you defeated a mountain troll using military-grade goblin combat techniques. She laid the file on the desk between them. So here's my question, Mr. Potter, and I'd appreciate an honest answer. What, exactly, are you? Harry looked at the file. Looked at Vane. Looked at the scar on her face, the old, white line from temple to jaw that spoke of dark magic and survival. You lost someone in the First War, he said. Vane's expression didn't change. But something behind her eyes shifted, a door slamming shut, hard and fast. That's not relevant. It is, because it tells me why you're here. Not the official reason. The real reason. You've studied dark wizards. You've seen the pattern, a gifted child, unusual power, isolation from normal social development, access to dangerous knowledge. You've seen where that pattern leads, and you're terrified that you're looking at the beginning of another one. The silence that followed was taut as a bowstring. My husband and daughter were killed in 1980, Vane said. Her voice was flat. Clinical. The voice of someone who had processed their grief so thoroughly it had become data. A Death Eater raid on our home. My daughter was 3. The Death Eater who killed them had been a talented, gifted child once. Top of his year at Hogwarts. Everyone said he was special. Dolohov, Harry said, because the knowledge was there, cold and precise. Vane's jaw tightened. Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't tell you that for sympathy. I told you so you'd understand my perspective. I've spent 20 years studying the mechanisms by which talented magical children become monsters. The pattern is consistent: exceptional ability, early isolation, access to restricted knowledge, and a gradual disconnection from normal human empathy. You match every criterion. Except one. Which? The empathy part. Harry leaned forward. I know what you're looking for, Madame Vane. You're looking for coldness. Calculation without compassion. The ability to view other people as objects rather than beings. And you're not wrong to look, that's exactly what Tom Riddle was, and I carry his knowledge in my head. He paused, choosing his words with the same precision he used when casting spells. But I also cured my friend's homesickness with a cheering charm last week. I taught a first-year Hufflepuff how to pronounce Wingardium Leviosa because she was too embarrassed to ask in class. I write weekly letters to a goblin girl named Silver Fong, who punches me when she's happy and calls me an idiot when she's worried, and she is the closest thing I have to a sister. He met Vane's eyes. I'm not a pattern, Madame Vane. I'm a person. And if your analytical framework can't distinguish between a child who has dangerous knowledge and a child who is dangerous, then your framework needs revision. Vane studied him for a long time. Her expression was unreadable, professionally, deliberately unreadable, the face of someone who had been trained to give nothing away. That was impressive, she said. Articulate, emotionally calibrated, designed to address my specific concerns while simultaneously establishing rapport. It's exactly the kind of response I'd expect from a highly intelligent, socially aware individual. But it's also exactly the kind of response I'd expect from a highly intelligent sociopath who has studied human emotional cues and learned to replicate them. Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. Not because she was wrong, her logic was sound, which was exactly the problem. There was no way to prove sincerity to someone whose profession was founded on the assumption that sincerity could be faked. Then test me, Harry said. Whatever you need. Interviews, evaluations, magical assessments. I'll cooperate fully, within the bounds of my rights as a student and a ward of the Goblin Nation. I intend to. Vane closed the file. I'll be sitting in on your classes for the foreseeable future. I'll be conducting interviews with your classmates and professors. And I will be watching you, Mr. Potter. Not because I've made up my mind, but because the stakes are too high for me not to. Fair enough. One more thing. Vane stood, and Harry saw for the first time that she moved like a fighter, balanced, economical, every gesture controlled. The scar on her face wasn't just a wound. It was a credential. You said you carry Voldemort's knowledge. How much? All of it. Then you know things that could endanger national security. Locations of hidden weapons caches. Identities of deep cover operatives. Secrets of the Department of Mysteries itself. Some. Not all. Voldemort didn't know everything about the department. He found it frustrating. But what he did know is now in your head. Yes. Vane nodded slowly. Then you understand why I can't simply take your word that you're harmless. No matter how sincere you may be, the information you carry makes you a strategic asset of the highest order. And strategic assets attract attention from people far less reasonable than me. She held the door open for him. A dismissal, polite but unmistakable. Harry stood. At the door, he paused. Madam Vane. Yes. The Death Eater who killed your family. Dolohov. He's currently in Azkaban, cell block 7, South Wing. He screams in his sleep. Every night. The Dementors feed on him constantly, and he has enough memory left to know what he lost, which is worse than any punishment the Ministry could devise. Harry held her gaze. I know this because Voldemort visited Azkaban twice during the First War and found the suffering amusing. I find it horrifying. That's the difference between me and the man whose knowledge I carry, and it's the only proof I can offer you. He left. Behind him, Cassandra Vane stood in the doorway and watched him go, and her expression, for the first time, was not professionally blank. It was thoughtful. The weeks that followed were a masterclass in pressure. Vane was everywhere. She sat in the back of every class Harry attended, taking notes in a small leather journal, her dark eyes tracking his every response, every interaction, every flicker of expression. She interviewed his classmates, casual conversations in corridors, formal meetings in the office she'd appropriated, always careful, always thorough. Harry felt the effects immediately. Students who had been friendly became cautious. The whispers that had followed him since September took on a different tone, less awe, more anxiety. A ministry official investigating the boy who lived meant something was wrong, and the student body's imagination filled the void with speculation that ranged from the mundane to the absurd. He heard them in corridors. In the common room. In the spaces between classes where students gathered to trade gossip like currency. I heard he's been using dark magic in secret. My mum says the ministry thinks he's dangerous. Well, he did kill a troll in 4 seconds, didn't he? That's not normal. Harry bore it with the composure that Ragnarok had drilled into him, the same composure that had carried him through 6 years of goblin politics where reputation was everything and showing weakness was suicide. He attended classes. He maintained his grades. He continued his evening training sessions, adjusting the schedule to account for Vane's surveillance patterns. But it was wearing on him. He could feel it, the constant vigilance, the performance of normalcy, the exhausting awareness that every word and gesture was being catalogued and analyzed. He was 11 years old, and he was being hunted by a professional who was very, very good at her job. He fought back on her terms. Ragnarok's response to Harry's letter about Vane was characteristically concise. The Goblin Nation protests this investigation as a violation of the Treaty of 1412, specifically Article 7, Paragraph 3, regarding the sovereign rights of Goblin wards. Formal objection filed with the Wizengamot. Estimated processing time, 3 to 6 months. In the meantime, do not let her isolate you. Harry used the legal challenge strategically. He made sure Vane knew about it, not through confrontation, but through casual mentions to professors who would naturally relay the information. The message was clear: you're on a clock. The Goblin's legal objection would eventually force the Ministry to justify Vane's presence, and justification required evidence she didn't have. He also built alliances. Not political alliances, human ones. He made a point of being visible, social, connected. He ate meals with different groups. He helped younger students with homework. He joined the informal Quidditch games that erupted on weekends, playing Seeker with a natural talent that drew gasps from the watching crowd. McGonagall tried to recruit him for the Gryffindor team. Harry declined, not because he didn't want to play, but because joining a competitive team would consume time he couldn't afford to lose. McGonagall was disappointed. Ron was devastated. Harry promised them both he'd reconsider next year, and meant it. The goal was simple: make himself so thoroughly embedded in the social fabric of Hogwarts that Vane's investigation looked less like threat assessment and more like persecution. Every friend Harry made was a data point against her thesis. Every act of ordinary, unremarkable kindness was evidence that couldn't be explained by her model. It was, as Ragnarok would have said, excellent politics. Daphne helped, in her way. She didn't change her behavior. The library sessions continued, the intellectual sparring, the gradual lowering of guards that neither of them acknowledged aloud. But she also began a quiet campaign within Slytherin House, using the Greengrass network of neutral family alliances to counter the whispers. "I told Tracy Davis that you helped her brother with his Transfiguration essay," Daphne reported during one of their sessions. "And Blaise Zabini now knows that you refused to duel his cousin at the Halloween feast when everyone else was egging you on. Small things. But small things shape perception. You're managing my reputation. I'm protecting an investment. I keep telling you this. And I keep not believing you." The ghost of a smile. The warmth in his chest. The growing certainty that whatever was between them was more than strategy. February brought the crisis Harry hadn't anticipated. It happened on a Tuesday. Double potions with the Slytherins, Snape prowling the aisles with his usual predatory grace, the dungeon thick with steam and the acrid smell of failed potions. Harry was partnered with Neville, whose new wand had transformed his spell work but done nothing for his confidence around Snape. The boy's hands shook whenever the potions master came near, and his stirring technique suffered accordingly. "Steady, Neville," Harry murmured. "You're doing fine. He's watching me. He always watches me. He watches everyone. It's his job. Focus on the potion." Neville took a breath, steadied his hands, and continued stirring. The potion was coming along, not perfect, but competent, which was a dramatic improvement from last term. Then Draco Malfoy's cauldron exploded. It wasn't a normal explosion, not the sputtering, hissing failure that happened when ingredients were added in the wrong order. This was violent. Targeted. Malfoy's cauldron detonated outward in a spray of boiling liquid and molten pewter that sprayed across 3 tables, and the sound that accompanied it was wrong, not the bang of a chemical reaction, but the sharp crack of a curse impact. Someone had hexed Malfoy's cauldron. In the chaos, screaming students, Snape shouting for order, boiling potion splattering across the dungeon floor, Harry moved. His wand was already in his hand, shield charms snapping up around the nearest students, and his eyes were scanning the room for the source of the hex. He found it. A residual magical signature on Malfoy's ruined cauldron, faint, quickly fading, but distinct enough for Harry's trained senses to read. Dark magic. Specifically, a destabilization curse designed to look like an accident. Snape was treating the injured students, 2 Slytherins with mild burns, 1 Gryffindor splashed with acid, and barking orders at prefects. Harry studied the magical signature while no one was watching and felt something cold settle in his stomach. He recognized the curse. It was in Voldemort's repertoire, an obscure piece of sabotage magic from the First War, designed to cause maximum chaos with minimum detection. The kind of curse used to destabilize an environment before an attack. Create panic. Test response times. Probe defenses. Someone was testing Hogwarts. Harry filed the information and said nothing. Not yet. Not until he understood who and why. He didn't have to wait long. 3 days later, Neville was attacked. It happened after dinner, in the corridor between the Great Hall and the main staircase. Harry and Ron were 20 feet ahead, debating Quidditch statistics, when they heard the sound, a sharp, strangled cry that cut off too quickly, followed by the heavy thump of a body hitting stone. Harry spun. Neville was on the floor, convulsing. His wand had fallen from his hand. His eyes were rolled back, showing white, and his mouth was open in a silent scream that was somehow worse than any sound could be. Harry was at his side in 2 seconds. His hand found Neville's pulse, racing, erratic, the heartbeat of a body in extreme distress. His magical senses reached out and found the curse, embedded in Neville's nervous system, spreading through his magical channels like poison through a vein. He recognized it immediately. Nervorum incidere. The nerve-severing curse. Voldemort had invented it during the First War as a targeted torture method, more precise than the Cruciatus, harder to detect, and devastating in its effect. It systematically severed the connections between magical nerves, causing escalating agony that conventional healing magic couldn't address because conventional healers didn't know the curse existed. It was the curse that had been used on Frank and Alice Longbottom. Not the Cruciatus. That was the official story, the one the Ministry told. But Harry, through Voldemort's knowledge, knew the truth. Bellatrix Lestrange had used the Cruciatus for the initial assault, but it was this curse, cast by Barty Crouch Jr., that had done the real damage. The Nervorum incidere had severed the Longbottom's magical nerve connections permanently, trapping them in a state of cognitive dissolution that St. Mungo's had never been able to reverse because they didn't know what had actually been done. Someone had just used the same curse on their son. Ron! Get Madame Pomfrey. Now! Ron ran. Harry crouched over Neville, one hand on the boy's chest, and felt the curse working, felt it severing connections with the methodical precision of a surgeon's scalpel, each cut sending a new wave of agony through Neville's body. Neville screamed. A real scream this time, ripping out of his throat with a force that echoed off the stone walls and brought students running from the Great Hall. The sound was raw, primal, the sound of a human being in unimaginable pain. Harry's mind raced. He knew the counter-curse. It was there in Voldemort's knowledge, precise and complete, a complex sequence of wand movements and incantations that would reverse the nerve severing and restore the damaged connections. Voldemort had designed the counter-curse as a control mechanism, a way to start and stop the torture at will. But the counter-curse was Voldemort's invention. Dark magic of the most sophisticated and terrible kind. There was no legitimate way for an 11-year-old student to know it. Using it would reveal knowledge that could only have come from Voldemort himself, and Cassandra Vane was somewhere in this castle, watching, waiting for exactly this kind of evidence. Harry held Neville's hand and listened to his friend's scream and felt the curse eating through his nervous system and made his calculation. It wasn't even close. Hold still, Neville. I'm going to help you. It's going to hurt first, but then it's going to stop. Trust me. He raised his wand. The counter-curse was 12 syllables in a language that had been dead for 3 centuries, accompanied by a wand movement that described a precise helical pattern over the target's body. It required intent, not just the desire to heal, but a comprehensive understanding of the curse's mechanism, the ability to visualize the severed connections and will them back together. Harry had the knowledge. He had the intent. He had a friend screaming on a stone floor. Nervorum restoro integritas. Golden light poured from his wand, warm, precise, surgical. It sank into Neville's body and followed the curse's path in reverse, reconnecting what had been severed, healing what had been torn, undoing the damage with the same systematic precision that had inflicted it. Neville's screaming stopped. His convulsions slowed, stuttered, ceased. His eyes, Neville's eyes, brown and warm and full of pain, focused on Harry's face. Harry. I'm here. You're okay. It's over. Neville's hand gripped Harry's with desperate strength. What happened? Someone attacked you. A curse. I removed it. I couldn't feel anything, and then I felt everything, and it was, Neville's eyes filled with tears. It was what happened to Mum and Dad, wasn't it? Harry's throat closed. Because yes, it was exactly what had happened to Neville's parents, and now Neville knew what they had felt, and the horror of that knowledge was written across his round face in lines that no 11-year-old should carry. You're safe now, Harry said. It was all he could say. Madame Pomfrey arrived at a run, McGonagall half a step behind her. They found Harry kneeling on the stone floor, holding Neville's hand, surrounded by a circle of shocked and silent students. Pomfrey immediately began diagnostic spells. McGonagall's eyes went from Neville to Harry to the residual golden glow of the countercurse still fading from the air. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said. Her voice was very carefully controlled. What did you cast? A healing charm. That was not a healing charm. That was, I've never seen that spell before. What was it? It was the counter to the curse that hit Neville. A specific reversal. How did you know the counter to a curse you've never seen before? The corridor was very quiet. Students lined the walls, watching. And at the back of the crowd, standing with her leather journal clutched in one hand and her dark eyes fixed on Harry with the intensity of a hawk, stood Cassandra Vane. Harry met her gaze across the corridor. He saw the recognition in her eyes. She might not know the specific curse, but she knew dark magic reversal when she saw it, and she knew that the level of knowledge required to perform what Harry had just done was impossible for an 11-year-old student. Unless that student carried the knowledge of the man who had invented the curse. I read about it, Harry said, and the lie tasted like ash in his mouth. Pomfrey took Neville to the hospital wing. McGonagall escorted the students back to their common rooms. The corridor emptied, leaving Harry standing alone in the torchlight with the fading echo of Neville's screams in his ears and the knowledge that he had just given Cassandra Vane exactly what she was looking for. He didn't regret it. He would never regret it. But the consequences were coming, and they would be severe. Vane requested a formal meeting the next morning. Harry went, because refusing would make it worse. The office was the same, uncomfortable chair, bright window, the whole interrogation setup. But Vane's manner had changed. The professional detachment was still there, but beneath it was something sharper. Focused. The look of someone who had found the thread and was preparing to pull. The curse that hit Mr. Longbottom, Vane said without preamble. My analysis of the residual magic confirms it was a variation of nerve disruption curse, highly sophisticated, consistent with First War-era dark magic. The counter-curse you performed was equally sophisticated, a precise reversal that required intimate knowledge of the original curse's structure. Yes. There are perhaps 5 people alive who could have performed that reversal. 3 of them are senior curse breakers. One of them is Albus Dumbledore. The 5th is currently a wraith haunting Albania. She leaned forward. How did you know it, Mr. Potter? Harry was quiet for a long moment. The easy lie, I read about it, wouldn't work here. Vane was too smart, too thorough, and the evidence was too clear. He could refuse to answer, invoke his rights under the Treaty of 1412, stall for time. But that would only confirm her suspicions without giving her a framework to process them. He made a decision. The Horcrux that the goblins extracted from my scar wasn't just a soul fragment, Harry said. When it was destroyed, the accumulated knowledge of the man who created it, his spells, his theories, his magical education, transferred to me. I carry 50 years of Tom Riddle's acquired knowledge in my head. That includes the curse that was used on Neville, and the counter-curse. Vane stared at him. Whatever she'd expected, it wasn't a full, unprompted confession. You're admitting this freely. My friend was dying on the floor. I used the knowledge I had to save him. I won't apologize for that, and I won't pretend it didn't happen. The implications, I know the implications. I have the magical knowledge of the most dangerous dark wizard in modern history. I can cast spells that most adult wizards have never heard of. I understand dark magic at a level that would qualify me for a mastery in the subject. Harry held her gaze. I also used that knowledge, at personal risk and in full view of witnesses, to heal a child who was being tortured. That's who I am, Madame Vane. That's what I do with what I carry. The silence stretched. Who cast the curse on Longbottom? Vane asked. I don't know yet. But it's the same person who sabotaged Draco Malfoy's cauldron last week. The magical signature was similar. Someone is testing Hogwarts defenses, probing response times, gauging the faculty's awareness, creating chaos to mask their real objective. Which is? There's an artifact hidden in the castle. The Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore placed it here as bait for Voldemort, who is currently possessing one of the professors. Harry watched Vane's expression carefully. You didn't know that. I knew about the stone. I didn't know about the possession. Her jaw tightened. Which professor? Quirrell. He's been hosting Voldemort's wraith since last summer. The turban conceals the physical manifestation. Vane was on her feet before Harry finished speaking. Dumbledore knows about this? He's been monitoring it since before term started. His strategy is containment and observation. His strategy is insane. There are children in this school. I agree. Which is why I've been preparing to deal with it myself. Vane looked at him, really looked at him, stripping away the analytical framework and seeing, perhaps for the first time, the reality of what she was dealing with. Not a pattern. Not a case study. An 11-year-old boy who had been carrying the weight of the world on shoulders too small for it, and who had decided to carry it anyway because no one else would. You're a child, she said, and the words carried no condescension. They carried something that sounded like grief. I haven't been a child since I was 5, Harry said quietly. But I'm trying. Vane sat down slowly. She closed her leather journal and set it aside, and for the first time since they'd met, the professional mask came down. My daughter's name was Eleanor, she said. She was 3. She liked daisies and refused to sleep without her stuffed dragon. When Dolohov killed her, she was in my arms. I felt her die. She paused. I've spent 20 years trying to make sure no one else's child dies the way she did. That's why I'm here. That's why I do what I do. I understand. I don't think you do. Not entirely. But I think you're trying, and that, she took a breath. That matters. Does this mean you'll stop investigating me? No. I'm going to investigate harder. But I'm also going to investigate the actual threat in this castle, because unlike some people, the barb was aimed at Dumbledore, and it was razor sharp. I don't believe in using children as bait. It wasn't friendship. It wasn't alliance. But it was something, a grudging mutual recognition, the beginning of a professional respect that could, given time and trust, become something more. Harry took it. The investigation into Neville's attack hit immediate walls. Whoever had cast the Nervorum Incidere had done so with extraordinary skill, no witnesses, no traceable magical signature beyond the fading residuals that Harry had already catalogued. Vane brought in 2 unspeakables from London to assist, grim-faced operatives who swept the corridors with detection equipment and found nothing. Dumbledore was characteristically opaque about the matter. He expressed concern, launched his own investigation, and continued to do absolutely nothing about Quirrell. Harry understood the strategy. Dumbledore wanted to see if the attacks were connected to Voldemort's plan for the stone, but understanding it didn't make him agree with it. "He's gambling with students' lives," Harry told Daphne during their next library session. His voice was tight with a frustration he rarely showed. Neville could have been permanently damaged. The nervorum incidere doesn't just cause pain, it severs magical nerve connections. If I hadn't known the counter-curse, but you did know it. That's not the point. It's exactly the point. Daphne set down her quill and fixed him with a look that was equal parts challenge and compassion. You knew the counter-curse because you carry Voldemort's knowledge. Without that knowledge, Neville would be in St. Mungo's right now, probably in the bed next to his parents. The thing you hate about yourself, the knowledge you wish you didn't have, is the only reason your friend is alive. Harry opened his mouth to argue and found he couldn't, because she was right. That doesn't make it easier, he said. No. It makes it harder. Being able to help and knowing where the ability comes from, that's a weight that would crush most people. You carry it anyway. She held his gaze. That's not something to hate about yourself, Potter. That's something to be proud of. The silence between them was warm and full and aching with things unsaid. Harry looked at Daphne, at the intelligence in her blue eyes, the compassion hiding behind the mask, the quiet strength that she wore like armor, and felt the world contract to the space between them. You see me, he said. It wasn't a question. Someone has to. Most people see the scar, or the reputation, or the threat. You see, I see a boy who carries a monster's knowledge and uses it to heal his friends. I see someone who could be the most powerful dark wizard in a century and chooses, every day, to be something else. I see, she stopped herself. The mask tried to reassemble. She didn't let it. I see you, Harry. The real you. And I'm not afraid of what I see. His name. She'd used his first name. In 3 months of careful, guarded interaction, it was the first time. Daphne, don't make this into something dramatic. I'm simply stating an observation. It's the best observation anyone's ever made about me. She looked away. But her cheeks were pink, and the mask was down, and when Harry reached across the table and covered her hand with his, she didn't pull away. They sat like that for a long time, hand in hand across a library table covered in books and parchment, not speaking, not needing to. Outside, snow fell against the darkened windows. Inside, 2 very guarded people held on to each other and admitted, in the silence between heartbeats, that they were no longer alone. The fallout from the Neville incident rippled through the school for weeks. Hermione was the first to confront Harry directly. She found him in the common room after dinner, her bushy hair practically crackling with agitation, her brown eyes bright with the particular intensity she displayed when her worldview was being challenged. The counter-curse you used on Neville, she said without preamble, sitting down across from him with the force of someone who intended to stay until she had answers. I've searched every book in the library. Every healing text, every defense manual, every reference on nerve disruption curses. It doesn't exist. It's not published. Obviously. The question is how you know an unpublished counter-curse for an unpublished curse that apparently only one person in history has ever created. She leaned forward. Harry, I'm your friend. I think I've earned the truth. Harry looked at her. At the fierce intelligence, the unwavering moral compass, the determination that would make her either his greatest ally or his most persistent critic, depending on what he said next. He told her. Not everything. Not the full scope of Voldemort's knowledge, not the political implications, not the Archon or the stone or any of the larger game. But the core truth, the Horcrux, the extraction, the knowledge transfer. Hermione listened without interrupting, which was itself extraordinary. When he finished, she was silent for a long time. She stopped. Started again. The implications for magical theory alone are staggering. Knowledge transfer through soul fragmentation, it shouldn't be possible. The soul isn't a storage medium, it's a spiritual entity. For memories and knowledge to survive the transfer, Hermione. Right. Sorry. Not the point. She took a breath. You're carrying the knowledge of a mass murderer in your head, and you've been carrying it since you were 5. Yes. And you used that knowledge to save Neville. Yes. And now the Ministry is investigating you because they think you might be dangerous. Yes. Hermione was quiet again. Harry watched her process, could almost see the gears turning, the logical framework assembling itself, the moral calculus being performed in real time behind those bright brown eyes. Knowledge isn't evil, she said finally. A knife isn't evil. A spell isn't evil. It's the intent behind them that matters. Some people would disagree. Some people are wrong. She sat up straighter, and something in her expression settled, a decision made, a position taken, a line drawn. You're my friend, Harry. You saved Neville's life. I don't care where the knowledge came from. I care about what you do with it. Harry felt something loosen in his chest that he hadn't realized was tight. Thank you, Hermione. Don't thank me. Help me understand it. If you're carrying 50 years of magical knowledge, then you're the most valuable research resource in the wizarding world, and I have approximately 10,000 questions. Harry laughed. It surprised him, a real laugh, full-bodied and genuine, the kind of laugh he hadn't had in weeks. Deal. But not tonight. Hermione grinned, and the tension dissolved, and they were friends again, not in spite of the truth, but because of it. Ron took the news differently. Harry told him the next day, walking by the frozen lake, their breath misting in the February air. Ron listened with the particular expression he wore when processing information that didn't fit neatly into his understanding of the world, brow furrowed, mouth slightly open, eyes distant. When Harry finished, Ron was quiet for a long time. So you've got you-know-whose brain in your head, Ron said. His knowledge. Not his personality. Right. His knowledge. Ron kicked a chunk of ice across the frozen shore. Does that mean you know how to, kill people? With the bad spells? Yes. And you've known since you were 5? Yes. And you've never used them? Never. Ron nodded slowly. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Ron shrugged, the gesture carrying a simplicity that cut through all the complexity like a blade. You're Harry. You're my mate. You helped Neville when he needed it. That's what matters, isn't it? Harry looked at Ron Weasley, uncomplicated, loyal, brave in the particular way that didn't require thought or calculation, and felt a rush of gratitude so intense it bordered on pain. Yeah, Harry said. That's what matters. Good. Now can we talk about something else? Because this emotional stuff is making me uncomfortable and I haven't eaten in 2 hours. The next piece moved in late February, when Snape found Harry alone. Harry was in his 4th-floor practice room, running through goblin combat sequences, when the door opened without warning and Snape swept in like a storm front. He closed the door behind him, cast 3 privacy wards in rapid succession, good ones, Harry noted, layered and reinforced, and turned to face Harry with an expression that was equal parts hostility and desperate resolve. We need to talk, Potter. Professor. Not as your professor. As, Snape's jaw worked, as if the next words were being physically extracted. As someone who has information you need. Harry lowered his wand but didn't holster it. I'm listening. Quirrell made his attempt on the stone last week. Tuesday night. Dumbledore was away, conveniently, a ministry summons that I believe was engineered. I intercepted Quirrell on the third-floor corridor. The limp, Harry said. The three-headed dog. Snape's eyes narrowed. You know about the dog. I know about everything in that corridor. The dog, the devil's snare, the flying keys, the chess set, the troll, the potions riddle, the mirror. Dumbledore's elaborate mousetrap. Then you know it's inadequate. It's not designed to keep Quirrell out. It's designed to slow him down and reveal his intent. Dumbledore is gathering information, not defending the stone. And you find this acceptable? I find it dangerous, irresponsible, and strategically sound. Which is Dumbledore in a nutshell. Something shifted in Snape's expression, the ghost of dark amusement, quickly suppressed. You have your mother's gift for cutting observation. The mention of Lily hung in the air between them. Harry felt the weight of what he knew, Snape's love for his mother, the guilt, the years of double agency, and chose his next words with extraordinary care. You're protecting me, Harry said. It wasn't a question. You've been protecting me all year. The confrontation with Quirrell wasn't opportunistic, you've been monitoring his movements, intercepting his attempts, buying time. Don't presume to understand my motivations. I'm not presuming. I'm observing. You took a position at a school you hate, teaching a subject you despise, for one reason, you made a promise to protect Lily Evans' son. You served Dumbledore not out of loyalty but out of debt, a debt you believe you owe because you carried the prophecy to Voldemort and triggered the chain of events that killed her. Snape had gone very still. His face was white, his dark eyes burning with an intensity that would have been frightening if Harry hadn't seen the same intensity in the eyes of someone else, a 5-year-old boy, pressing his forehead against the inside of a cupboard door, trying to understand why the world hurt. You know, Snape whispered. I know everything Voldemort knew. He found your loyalty amusing. He considered your love for my mother a weakness to be exploited. Harry paused. He was wrong. Was he? Love isn't a weakness, Professor. It's the only thing Voldemort never understood, and it's the reason he'll lose. It's the reason my mother's magic still protects me. It's the reason you're standing in this room right now, talking to the son of the man you hated, because the woman you loved asked you to keep him safe. Snape's composure shattered. Not dramatically, no tears, no outburst. But the mask fell away, and for a moment Harry saw the man beneath, broken, grieving, clinging to a purpose that was the only thing keeping him alive. She would have been proud of you, Harry said quietly. My mother. If she could see what you've done, the risks you've taken, the years you've spent in the shadow of the man who killed her, she would have been proud. Snape turned away. His shoulders were rigid, his breathing controlled with the mechanical precision of someone fighting for composure. When he spoke, his voice was raw. I will not fail her again. I know. Quirrell will make another attempt. Soon. The Wraith is growing desperate, the host body is deteriorating. He'll move before the end of term. I'll be ready. Snape turned back to face him. The mask was reassembling, but it fit differently now, still stern, still hostile on the surface, but with something beneath it that hadn't been there before. Something that looked, from certain angles, like the beginning of trust. Do not get yourself killed, Potter. I didn't spend 10 years protecting you to watch you throw yourself at the Dark Lord like some Gryffindor idiot. I wouldn't dream of it, Professor. Your mother would have said the same thing, and then done exactly what she pleased regardless. Snape swept toward the door. The apple, it seems, did not fall far from the tree. He left. Harry stood in the empty classroom and felt the weight of his world shift, new alliances, new enemies, new understanding. The board was changing. The pieces were moving. And somewhere in the castle, behind a purple turban, something was growing desperate enough to stop being careful. Spring came slowly to Hogwarts, the ice retreating in grudging inches, the grounds emerging from their white blanket in patches of brown and green. The days lengthened. The air warmed. And Harry prepared for war. He trained harder than ever, not just combat, but strategic magic. Ward breaking, ward building, environmental manipulation, the subtle arts of magical misdirection that would let him control the battlefield before the first spell was cast. He studied the third-floor corridor's defenses in detail, mapping each obstacle, calculating timing, identifying the points where Quirrell would be most vulnerable. He also prepared his allies. Hermione was tasked with researching the specific properties of the Mirror of Erised, the final defense, the one that would determine whether the stone could be retrieved. She attacked the problem with characteristic ferocity, spending hours in the library and emerging with theories that were, in some cases, better than Harry's own. Ron was brought in for the chess problem. McGonagall's enchanted chess set was a formidable obstacle, and Ron Weasley was the best chess player Harry had ever met, better than Ragnarok, better than the goblin strategists who had tried to teach Harry the game. Ron's mind saw patterns on a chessboard the way Harry saw patterns in magic, instinctively, completely, without conscious effort. "You want me to solve a giant chess game," Ron said, when Harry explained. "A real one. Where the pieces try to kill you." "Yes." "Brilliant." Ron grinned. "When do we start?" Neville was recovering, physically whole, emotionally shaken. The Nervorum Incidere hadn't left permanent damage, but the memory of the pain had. He flinched at sudden movements. He slept with his wand under his pillow. He had nightmares. Harry visited him in the hospital wing every day for a week, and then in the common room, and then on walks around the grounds. They didn't always talk. Sometimes they just sat together in comfortable silence, two boys who understood pain in ways their classmates couldn't imagine. "I keep thinking about Mum and Dad," Neville said one evening, sitting on the edge of the lake with his legs dangling over the frozen shore. "The same curse. The same pain. They felt that, they felt what I felt, and they couldn't stop it. No one came to help them. Someone came to help you. You did. If you hadn't known the counter, but I did. And you're here. And when you're older, when you're stronger, and you will be, Neville, I promise you that, you'll help someone else. That's how it works. That's how we win." Neville looked at him. The round-faced, anxious boy was still there, but something else was emerging, something harder, more determined. The seed of the man Neville Longbottom would become. "I want to learn to fight," Neville said. "Really fight. Not just classroom spells. I want to be able to protect people. Then I'll teach you." "You do that? Neville, you're one of the bravest people I know. You just don't know it yet." Neville squared his shoulders. It was a small gesture, barely visible, but Harry saw it and recognized it for what it was, a beginning. The attack on the stone came in early June, on a night when the air smelled of summer and the sky was clear enough to see every star. Harry knew it was coming. He'd been tracking Quirrell's deterioration for weeks, the professor's stammer was worse, his hands shook constantly, and the turban had developed a faint but unmistakable odor of decay. The host body was failing. Voldemort was running out of time. Dumbledore left the castle at sunset, summoned to the ministry by an urgent owl. Harry watched him go from the astronomy tower and felt the last piece click into place. He was ready. Tonight, Harry told Ron and Hermione in the common room. "Quirrell will go for the stone tonight. Dumbledore's gone, conveniently, and the faculty will be on reduced alert." "What do we do?" Hermione asked. She was pale but steady, her wand gripped in her hand with the white-knuckled determination of someone who had decided to be brave and was not going to reconsider. "You stay here." "Like hell we do," Ron said. "This isn't a chess game, Ron. Quirrell is possessed by Voldemort. The magic he'll be using is lethal. I need you both safe. And I need my best mate to not die," Ron shot back. "So either we come with you or we follow you and trip over each other in the dark. Your choice." Harry looked at them, Ron, stubborn and loyal and absolutely refusing to back down. Hermione, afraid and fierce and trusting him completely. Two 11-year-olds volunteering to walk into danger because their friend was going and they wouldn't let him go alone. He wanted to refuse. He wanted to protect them. He also knew they were right. He needed Ron for the chess room and Hermione's mind for the potions riddle, because doing it all alone would cost time he might not have. Fine. But you follow my lead, you do exactly what I say, and if I tell you to run, you run. Promise me. Promise, Hermione said. Yeah, fine, promise, Ron grumbled. They went. The third-floor corridor was exactly as Harry's knowledge had described it. Fluffy, the three-headed dog, was already asleep, a charmed harp playing in the corner. Quirrell had been through. The trapdoor was open. They descended. Devil's Snare, Hermione's calm voice in the darkness, stop moving, it's Devil's Snare, it constricts when you struggle, and then blue flames from her wand that drove the plant back into its corners. Flying keys, Harry on a broomstick, the seeker instincts he'd inherited from James combining with Voldemort's spatial awareness to track the old, battered key with the broken wing. He caught it in 3 seconds flat. The chess room. Ron stepped forward and became someone Harry barely recognized, focused, brilliant, commanding. He studied the board for 60 seconds and then began issuing orders with the crisp authority of a general. Harry and Hermione took their positions and watched Ron Weasley play the game of his life. It was magnificent. Ron sacrificed pieces with cold precision, built traps 3 moves deep, maneuvered the opposing king into positions that shouldn't have been possible. The enchanted pieces fought back, stone sword swinging, horses charging, and Ron absorbed each loss with a strategist's detachment, eyes already 5 moves ahead. Harry, Ron said, his voice steady and clear. When I move, the king will be open. Take it. Ron, what are you? It's the only way. The knight has to go. I have to go. Ron looked at him, and his freckled face was calm. Resolved. Take the bloody king, mate. Ron moved. The opposing queen struck. Ron went down hard, hit by a stone arm that caught him across the temple. He crumpled to the floor and didn't get up. Hermione screamed his name. Harry moved. 3 steps across the board, wand raised, a single spell that shattered the opposing king into fragments. The remaining pieces withdrew. He's alive, Harry said, kneeling beside Ron. The pulse was strong, the breathing steady. A concussion, but nothing worse. Hermione, stay with him. When he wakes up, get out. Go to McGonagall. Harry, I need to finish this alone. She looked at him with tears on her face and iron in her eyes. Come back. I will. The potions room was next. Harry solved the logic puzzle in 20 seconds, it was elegant but not complex, and Voldemort's knowledge included an almost instinctive grasp of logical structure. He drank the correct potion and walked through the black flames. Quirrell was waiting. The defense against the dark arts professor stood before the mirror of Eriste, his turban unwound, the back of his bald head exposed. He wasn't stammering. He wasn't trembling. The pretense was gone, and what remained was a man hollowed out by possession, his eyes sunken, his skin gray, his body held upright by nothing more than the will of the thing living in the back of his skull. Potter, Quirrell said. His voice was flat, dead. The voice of a puppet. The master said you would come. Your master says a lot of things. Most of them are lies. He says you carry his knowledge. That you are, in a sense, his heir. I carry his knowledge the way a book carries words. It doesn't make me the author. A distinction without a difference. Quirrell turned, and Harry saw the face, Voldemort's face, red-eyed and terrible, pressed flat against the back of Quirrell's skull like a mask made of flesh. Harry Potter, the face whispered. The voice was high, cold, and carried the particular cadence that Harry recognized from 50 years of stolen memories. We meet at last. Face to face. As it were. Harry's wand was up, his shield charm active, his combat stance set. But he didn't attack. Not yet. He needed information. "You've been testing the castle's defenses all year," Harry said. "The cauldron explosion. The attack on Neville. You were probing, measuring response times, identifying gaps in the faculty's awareness." "Very good." The red eyes glittered. "The boy has my mind, if not my ambition. The Nervorum Incidere on Neville Longbottom. That was personal. You used the same curse on his parents." "Why?" "Because suffering has value, Harry. It teaches. It reveals. Young Longbottom's agony told me several useful things: the speed of the school's response, the extent of Dumbledore's monitoring, and, most importantly, whether you would reveal yourself to save him." A lipless smile. "You did. You cast a counter-curse that only I could have taught you. And now the Ministry knows what you carry." Harry felt cold certainty settle over him. "You planned it. The attack on Neville wasn't just a test of the school, it was a test of me. You wanted to force me to reveal my knowledge. I wanted to see what you would do with my gift. Whether you would hide it or use it. Whether you were worthy of what you carry." The red eyes burned. "You are. You saved the boy. Compassion. Such a wasteful virtue, but it confirms what I suspected: you have my power and none of my wisdom. You could be so much more, Harry. I could be you." Harry's voice was steady. "That's what you're offering. Join you. Use the knowledge. Embrace the power. I am offering you the truth. The knowledge you carry is mine. The magic you wield is mine. You are my legacy, Harry, the one I did not intend but might yet claim. Together, we could, no." The word fell like a blade. "Final. Absolute. I have your knowledge," Harry said. "Every spell, every secret, every dark corner of your brilliant, broken mind. And I know, because I've lived with it for 6 years, that every piece of power you gained cost you something human. You tore your soul apart 7 times. You can't love, you can't trust, you can't feel joy or wonder or connection. You're the most powerful wizard in Britain, and you're living on the back of another man's skull, feeding on his life force like a tick." The red eyes blazed. "You dare." "I dare because I can do what you never could." Harry raised his wand. "Not to attack. To demonstrate. Expecto Patronum." The stag erupted from his wand, silver and blazing and impossibly alive, filling the chamber with light that made the shadows scream and the face on Quirrell's skull recoil. The Patronus cantered once around the room, its hooves striking silver sparks from the stone floor, and then turned to face Voldemort with the calm, terrible majesty of something that was everything the Dark Wizard could never be. "That," Harry said, "is the difference between us. That's what your knowledge can't teach and your power can't take. That's my mother's love, and my friend's courage, and every choice I've made to be something other than what you are. It's mine. And you will never have it." Voldemort screamed. Not with rage, with something deeper. Something that might have been recognition, in a mind too damaged to process it. The sound tore through the chamber like breaking glass, and Quirrell's body moved, lurching forward, hands outstretched, reaching for Harry with fingers that crackled with dark energy. Harry let him come. When Quirrell's hands touched Harry's skin, something happened that neither of them expected. The touch burned, not Harry, but Quirrell. The protection in Harry's blood, Lily Potter's sacrifice, activated with a fury that turned Quirrell's fingers to ash on contact. The professor screamed, stumbling back, and Harry pressed forward. He didn't use the killing curse. He didn't use any of Voldemort's dark arsenal. He used goblin war magic, Skullcrusher's training, Ironclaw's ward-breaking techniques, combined with the standard defensive curriculum of Hogwarts, amplified by an 11-year-old's determination and a mother's love. A stunning charm, overpowered, driven into Quirrell's chest. A goblin binding curse that wrapped around his limbs like iron chains. A banishing ritual, ancient, goblin-forged, designed to separate possessing entities from their hosts, that Harry chanted in gobbledygook while his Patronus stood between him and Voldemort's wraith like a silver sentinel. The wraith tore free of Quirrell with a sound like ripping silk. It hung in the air, a dark, twisted cloud of malice and broken soul, and for a moment, it wore Tom Riddle's face. Young. Handsome. Terrible. That knowledge is mine, it screamed. It was never yours, Harry said. You stole it from every book you read, every mind you violated, every person you tortured for their secrets. You never created anything. You only took. The goblin banishing ritual reached its crescendo. Golden light erupted from Harry's wand, from his Patronus, from the ancient stone of the chamber itself, Hogwarts responding to the threat, channeling its 1,000 years of accumulated magic through the boy who carried the Founder's knowledge. The wraith screamed. Fought. Clawed at the air with fingers made of shadow. And then it was torn away, ripped from the chamber by the combined force of goblin magic and Hogwarts' ancient wards, hurled out into the night like a leaf in a hurricane. It was gone. Quirrell lay on the floor, crumbling. The possession had consumed him, his body was ash and bone, barely holding together. His eyes, his real eyes, brown and terrified and suddenly, horribly lucid, found Harry's face. I'm sorry, he whispered. I wasn't strong enough, he died. Harry stood in the chamber, his wand arm shaking, his magical reserves nearly depleted, and looked down at the body of a man who had been too weak to resist a monster. There was no triumph in it. No satisfaction. Just a boy of 11 standing over a dead man in a room full of dying light. He picked up the Philosopher's Stone from where it had fallen from the mirror. It had come to him during the confrontation, responding to his intent, because Dumbledore's enchantment was keyed to someone who wanted the stone but not for themselves. He held it in his palm. It was warm. Red as blood. Then he put it in his pocket and went to find his friends. Ron was awake when Harry emerged from the flames. Hermione had a piece of her robe pressed against the cut on his temple, and both of them looked up at Harry with expressions that went through fear and relief and joy in rapid succession. It's done, Harry said. Quirrell's dead. The wraith is gone. Voldemort is, weakened. Still alive, but weakened. You're bleeding, Hermione said. Harry looked down. His left arm had a gash he didn't remember getting, a fragment of stone, probably, from the final confrontation. It's nothing. It's not nothing. Sit down. He sat. Hermione bandaged his arm with the competence of someone who had read every first aid manual in the library. Ron watched with an expression that mixed relief with awe and settled on something simpler. You beat him, Ron said. You actually beat you-know-who. His wraith. A fragment of him. He's still out there, Ron. He'll come back. Yeah, but tonight you beat him. Ron grinned, lopsided and brilliant. That's got to count for something. It did. It counted for a lot. The aftermath was complicated. Dumbledore returned at dawn, having been informed, by whom, Harry never determined, that his trap had been sprung. He found Harry in the hospital wing, sitting between Ron and Hermione's beds, stone-faced and exhausted, with the Philosopher's Stone on the bedside table between them. The stone, Dumbledore said, looking at it. Take it. Destroy it if you want. I don't care about immortality. Dumbledore picked up the stone and turned it over in his long fingers. Nicholas and I have already discussed its destruction. He agrees, the risk is too great. He paused. Harry, you left the school knowing Quirrell would make his move. You designed the defenses to slow him, not stop him. You intended for me to face him. I intended to face him myself, upon my return. But you positioned the mirror's enchantment to respond to me. You knew I would go. You planned for it. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Outside the hospital wing windows, dawn was breaking over the lake, painting the water in shades of rose and gold. I planned for the possibility, Dumbledore said. I did not engineer it. The distinction is important. It's important to you. Yes. The old man sat down, and for the first time Harry noticed how old he looked. Not the performative age of the twinkling grandfather, but the real weight of years. I have played chess with the lives of children for too long, Harry. I know this. I have justified it with the arithmetic of the greater good, one child's suffering weighed against 1,000 lives saved. But arithmetic is a poor substitute for morality, and I am beginning to understand that the cost of my calculations has been higher than I ever imagined. Neville almost died because you let Quirrell operate freely in this school. Yes. Students were endangered all year. Yes. And you would do it again, if you thought it was necessary. Dumbledore met his eyes. I would struggle with it. More than I once would have. And that, I think, is your influence. Harry was too tired for anger. What he felt instead was something more complex, a grudging respect for a man who had made terrible choices with clear eyes, tempered by the knowledge that clear eyes did not make the choices less terrible. We need each other, Harry said. Same enemy. Different methods. I understand that. But no more games with children's lives. No more traps. No more acceptable losses. Agreed. And the Horcruxes. We start hunting them. Together. Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, surprise, followed by a careful, considered hope. You know their locations. All of them. The diary is with Lucius Malfoy. The ring is in the Gaunt shack. The locket is in a cave. The cup is in Gringotts. The diadem is here, in Hogwarts. Harry paused. The snake hasn't been created yet. We have time, but not much. Then we begin this summer. This summer. They looked at each other across the hospital wing, the old chess master and the boy who refused to be a piece, and for the first time, the dynamic between them shifted from adversarial to something approaching partnership. Not trust. Not yet. But the foundation on which trust could be built. Cassandra Vane left Hogwarts on the last day of term. Harry found her in the entrance hall, supervising the loading of her files into a ministry transport case. She looked the same as when she'd arrived, sharp, scarred, watchful, but something in her bearing had changed. The hunter's intensity had softened into something more nuanced. Investigation concluded? Harry asked. Investigation suspended. Pending further review. She straightened and faced him. The formal finding will be that you are a student of exceptional ability who poses no demonstrable threat to national security. The informal finding, she paused. The informal finding is that you are the most dangerous 11-year-old in Britain, and you are also, against every pattern I have ever studied, genuinely good. That's a complicated finding. You're a complicated subject. Vane picked up her case. I'll be back, Potter. Not to investigate you, to investigate the threats around you. Someone used the Nervorum Incidere on a student in this school. That curse hasn't been documented since the First War. Whoever cast it has access to knowledge and power that shouldn't exist. Unless they got it from the same source I did. Vane's expression sharpened. Explain. Voldemort made 7 Horcruxes. I was one. But the others are still out there, and at least one of them, a diary, is designed to interact with the living. To teach. To share knowledge. If someone has been using that diary, they could have access to Voldemort's spell repertoire. Including the Nervorum Incidere. The implication hung in the air between them. Someone in the wizarding world had access to Voldemort's diary Horcrux, a magical artifact that could think, teach, manipulate, and corrupt. Someone who had already used it to attack a child. The diary, Vane said. Where is it? Last confirmed location, Malfoy Manor. Lucius Malfoy received it from Voldemort before his fall. Whether he still has it or has passed it on, I don't know. I'll look into it. Vane extended her hand. Until next time, Mr. Potter. Harry shook it. Her grip was firm, dry, the handshake of someone who meant what they said. Madam Vane? Yes. Eleanor would have been proud of you too. Something moved behind Vane's eyes, pain, old and deep, but also something warmer. She nodded once, sharp and quick, and walked away. Harry watched her go and felt the board shift once more. New pieces. New positions. The game was growing larger, and the stakes were growing higher, and somewhere in the shadows, a diary with a mind of its own was waiting for the right victim. The last week of term passed in a blur of exams and sunshine and the bittersweet ache of an ending. Gryffindor won the House Cup, thanks in no small part to the points awarded for services to the school that Dumbledore announced at the final feast with a twinkle that was equal parts genuine and performative. Harry's exams were, predictably, outstanding. He topped every subject except History of Magic, where Hermione beat him by 2 points, a fact she would reference for the next 6 years, and received personal congratulations from every professor except Snape, who simply nodded at him across the Great Hall with the barest perceptible dip of his head. From Snape, that was practically a standing ovation. On the last evening, Harry found Daphne by the lake. She was sitting on the shore, her shoes beside her, her feet in the grass, watching the giant squid trace lazy patterns across the water's surface. The sunset painted everything in gold and amber, and she looked, Harry searched for the right word and found it, peaceful. For once, the mask was entirely absent. He sat down beside her. Not too close. Not too far. End of term, Daphne said. End of term. Where do you go for summer? Gringotts. The goblins. Home, I suppose. Suppose? Harry looked at the water. I used to think home was a place. A building, a room, a bed. The cupboard was the closest thing I had, and it wasn't home, it was just the place where I slept. Gringotts is better. Gringotts is where my family is. But this year, he stopped. This year? This year I started thinking home might be something else. Not a place. A feeling. A person. The silence was warm and electric and terrifying in the way that honesty always is between two people who have spent months building walls and are now considering the radical act of taking them down. That's dangerously sentimental for someone raised by goblins, Daphne said. I know. They'd be horrified. She laughed, that real laugh, the one that cracked her mask and showed the girl beneath. Then she leaned sideways, just slightly, until her shoulder touched his. Write to me this summer, she said. Not about politics. Not about strategy. About, I don't know. What you had for breakfast. What the goblins are arguing about. Stupid things. I can do that. And Harry? Yeah. She turned to look at him, and her blue eyes were unguarded, and the sunset caught her dark hair, and she was beautiful in the particular way that real things are beautiful, imperfect, genuine, alive. Don't get yourself killed before I see you again. I have more questions about ward theory. Harry smiled. I'll do my best. They sat on the shore as the sun went down and the stars came out and Hogwarts glowed behind them like a lantern in the gathering dark. They didn't kiss. They didn't need to. The shoulder touch was enough, a promise, a beginning, a warm and fragile thing held between two very careful hands. Tomorrow, the train would take them away. Tomorrow, the summer would begin, and with it the hunt for Horcruxes and the preparation for wars to come. Tomorrow, the wait would return. But tonight, for a few hours, two 11-year-olds sat by a lake and watched the stars and let themselves be young. Later, much later, after the castle had gone dark and the other students were asleep, Harry descended alone to the corridor that no map showed. The ancient passage. The Founder's runes. The chains that held the dreamer. He placed his hand against the wall and felt the Archon's presence, vast, patient, curious. It was still bound. Still contained. But the chains were thinner than they had been in September, and the weakening continued at a pace that Harry's calculations suggested was accelerating. He poured his magic into the wall, not much, but focused, precise, guided by Slytherin's ward knowledge and refined by goblin techniques. Reinforcement. Shoring up. A temporary measure, like patching a dam with mortar when the real fix required rebuilding from the foundations. It would hold. For now. But "for now" was still shrinking, and Harry needed more time than he had. He withdrew his hand and leaned his forehead against the cool stone. The Archon's presence brushed against his awareness, not hostile, not hungry, just immense and awake and interested. Who weakens you? Harry thought. Not me. Not the castle. Something from outside. Someone. The answer didn't come in words. It came in sensation, a faint, thready connection, reaching up through the ley lines from somewhere beyond the castle, thin as spider silk, dark as old blood. Something was feeding on the chains. Draining them. Using the binding energy for another purpose. Harry followed the thread with his magical senses, tracing its path through the ley lines, through the earth, through layers of ward and stone and ancient protection, until he found its source. A diary. A small, black, leather-bound diary, filled with the preserved consciousness of a 16-year-old boy who had already begun the work of tearing his soul apart and who had, even then, dreamed of what lay beneath Hogwarts. The diary was active. Someone was writing in it. And the diary was using that connection, feeding on its victim's life force and magical energy, to reach down through the ley lines and pull at the Archon's chains. Voldemort. Even fragmented, even destroyed, even reduced to a wraith howling in the darkness of an Albanian forest, Voldemort was still reaching for power. Still scheming. Still dangerous. Harry pulled his hand from the wall and stood in the ancient corridor, alone, and felt the weight of everything he was going to have to do settle across his shoulders like a cloak of iron. The diary was in play. Someone had it. Someone was using it. And through it, the darkest piece of Tom Riddle's soul was reaching for something that could unmake the world. He had a summer to prepare. He intended to use every second of it. Chapter 4, The Reckoning. The Goblin Forges ran day and night beneath London, and the sound of hammers on metal was the heartbeat of Harry Potter's summer. He trained in the deep chambers where the air tasted of iron and old magic, where the stone walls sweated with the heat of fires that had been burning since before the Norman conquest. Skullcrusher had devised a new program for him, less technical drilling, more endurance work. She'd seen the reports from Hogwarts. She knew what was coming. You fought a possessed wizard and a dark wraith and nearly drained your core doing it, she said, circling him while he held a shield charm against 3 simultaneous goblin curse bolts. Your technique was sound. Your reserves were pathetic. You ran out of power before the fight was half finished. I won. You survived. There's a difference. Against Quirrell, survival was enough. Against what's coming, it won't be. She launched a 4th curse bolt without warning. Harry caught it on his shield, but his arm buckled. Again. They trained for hours every day. Skullcrusher pushed him past exhaustion and then past the wall beyond exhaustion into the strange, calm space where magic flowed not from reserves but from will itself, the deep well that every wizard carried but few learned to access because the cost was measured not in fatigue but in something harder to quantify. Pain. Sacrifice. The willingness to burn yourself for fuel. Goblin warriors call it the Iron Heart, Skullcrusher told him, watching him cast a perfect shield charm with shaking hands and empty reserves and nothing left but stubbornness. The place where you fight after you should have stopped. Most wizards never find it because their magic is soft. Yours isn't. Not anymore. Between training sessions, Harry worked on the Archon problem. Ragnarok had assembled a team of goblin scholars, historians, ward specialists, experts in primordial magic, and given them access to the Gringotts' deep archives, where records predating Hogwarts were stored in vaults that hadn't been opened in centuries. Harry sat with them for hours, translating Founder-era documents using Voldemort's knowledge of dead languages, piecing together the history of the thing beneath the castle. The picture that emerged was both grander and more terrifying than he'd expected. The Archon wasn't a creature. It wasn't a spirit or a demon or a magical beast. It was a state, a primordial condition of magic itself, from before wizards and witches had learned to channel it through wands and incantations and the structured frameworks of spellcraft. Raw magic. Wild magic. Magic as it existed in the deep past, when it flowed through the world like water through soil, available to anyone with the sensitivity to feel it and the will to shape it. The Founders hadn't imprisoned a being. They'd imprisoned a possibility. The convergence of 7 ley lines created a nexus point where the old magic was strong enough to coalesce into something approaching consciousness, not a mind, but an awareness. A dreaming potential. And that potential, if released, would radiate outward through the ley line network and unmake the structured magical world. No more wands. No more incantations. No more Hogwarts, no more ministry, no more centuries of accumulated spellcraft. Magic would revert to its primal state, instinctive, wild, unpredictable. Some people would thrive. Most would be devastated. The wizarding world as they knew it would cease to exist. The Founders understood this, said Thornback, the eldest of the goblin scholars, a withered creature with milky eyes and hands like knotted roots. They built Hogwarts not as a school but as a containment facility. The school was a secondary function, a way to ensure that a constant supply of young magical beings would feed ambient energy into the binding wards. Every student who has ever attended Hogwarts has been, unknowingly, a link in the chain. And the chain is weakening, Harry said. Your Horcrux extraction sent a shockwave through the ley line network. The binding lost approximately 3% of its structural integrity. Not catastrophic in itself, but the diary Horcrux is now actively draining the binding through the same network. At current rates of degradation, how long? Thornback's milky eyes found Harry's with unsettling accuracy. If the diary continues to operate, the binding fails completely by midwinter. If the diary is destroyed or disrupted, we gain perhaps 2 years. Enough time to attempt a rebinding. And if we don't rebind it? Then the Archon wakes fully, and the world changes. Not ends, changes. Magic becomes what it was before the Founders. Wild. Free. Ungovernable. Thornback paused. Some of us would welcome that. The structured magical world has not been kind to goblins. The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken implications. Harry looked at Ragnarok, who was standing at the far wall with his arms crossed, his obsidian eyes unreadable. Ragnarok, Harry said. Would you welcome it? The director was quiet for a long time. I would welcome equality, he said finally. I would welcome the end of wizard supremacy, the end of wand restrictions, the end of being treated as subordinate by people who use gold we mined and blades we forged. But not at the cost of chaos. Not at the cost of a world where no one can predict what magic will do or who it will affect. Order has value, even unjust order. And the unjust parts can be fixed without burning everything down. Harry nodded. Then we find a way to fix the binding without maintaining the injustice. A third option. There's always a third option. The trick is finding it before the first 2 kill you. Ragnarok's mouth twitched, the goblin equivalent of a full-throated laugh. You sound like your mother. People keep telling me that. I'm starting to think it's the highest compliment anyone can pay. It is. The letter from Daphne arrived by owl on a Thursday morning, written on cream parchment in her precise, careful hand. Potter, you asked me to write about stupid things. Here is a stupid thing. My sister Astoria has discovered butterflies. She has been collecting them in jars and giving them names and holding elaborate funerals when they die, which they do frequently because she forgets to put air holes in the jars. She is 8 years old and apparently a serial killer of Lepidoptera. Father took us to the continent for 2 weeks. Paris was beautiful and boring. Rome was beautiful and hot. Vienna was beautiful and full of pastries that made Astoria sick. I spent most of the trip reading in hotel rooms while my parents attended functions and pretended our family isn't quietly terrified of what's coming. They won't say it aloud, but I can feel it. The neutral position is getting harder to hold. Lucius Malfoy has been making overtures, dinner invitations, business proposals, the kind of social pressure that feels like silk and functions like a noose. Father is resisting. For now. I've been thinking about what you said at the lake. About home being a feeling, not a place. I think you might be right, which is irritating, because I prefer being the one who's right. Right back. Tell me something stupid. D.G. Harry read the letter 3 times, smiled in a way that made Silverfang throw a forge hammer at him, stop making that face, it's disgusting, and wrote back. Greengrass, stupid thing, Silverfang has decided that humans are fundamentally ridiculous and has been keeping a journal of evidence. Today's entry was about the fact that humans sleep lying down instead of sitting up, which she considers a structural vulnerability. She may have a point. Tell Astoria to punch holes in the jar lids with a nail. 16 holes per lid, evenly spaced. The butterflies will last longer. Don't tell her I told you this, I have a reputation for being mysterious and dangerous, and butterfly keeping advice would undermine it. Malfoy's pressure on your family concerns me. I have information that may be relevant. Not for a letter. In person, when we're back. Something that isn't stupid, I think about you more than is strategically advisable. Ragnarok would disapprove. I don't care. HP. The reply came 2 days later. It contained a single line, I don't care either. Harry kept the letter in his pocket for the rest of the summer. Flourish and Blots was chaos on the day Harry went to buy his second-year books. The shop was packed, Gilderoy Lockhart was doing a signing event, his artificially whitened smile beaming from towering stacks of his own books, and half the witches in Britain seemed to have shown up to swoon at him. Harry navigated the crowd with the practiced efficiency of someone who had spent 6 years in goblin tunnels where a moment's inattention could mean a forge cart to the shins. He found the Weasleys near the back, a clan of redheads in varying states of excitement and embarrassment. Ron waved. Ginny, Ron's little sister, small and fierce and starting Hogwarts this year, went scarlet when she saw Harry and immediately became very interested in a stack of Cauldron catalogs. Mate. Ron fought through the crowd. You look different. Taller. Did the goblins stretch you? Combat training. And actual nutrition. That'll do it. Mum's been going spare, she sent you about 40 letters and the goblins kept sending them back with notes about security protocols. She thinks you're being held prisoner. I'll talk to her. The goblins are just cautious about owl-based correspondence. Too easy to intercept. Yeah, well, tell that to Mum. She's already knitting you another sweater. Harry spotted Daphne across the shop, accompanied by her parents and a small girl who must be Astoria. Their eyes met over the heads of the crowd, a moment of recognition, warm and private, that lasted just long enough to mean everything it needed to before Daphne looked away with studied indifference. Then the front door banged open and Lucius Malfoy walked in. He was precisely what Voldemort's knowledge had described, tall, pale, aristocratic, with a silver-handled cane that concealed his wand and an air of casual superiority that could curdle milk at 20 paces. Draco trailed behind him, looking uncomfortable in a way that Harry found significant. Lucius surveyed the shop with the expression of a man examining an establishment he intended to buy and demolish. His grey eyes found Arthur Weasley and narrowed with undisguised contempt. They found Harry and paused, evaluating, calculating, filing away data. Then they found Ginny. Harry felt it. Not consciously, it was too subtle for that. But the Voldemort knowledge stirred, responding to something in Lucius's body language, some micro-expression that most people would never notice. A shift in attention. A flicker of intent. The particular look of a man who has come to a crowded place for a specific purpose and has just identified his target. The confrontation between Lucius and Arthur was loud and undignified and served perfectly as a distraction. Books were scattered. Insults were exchanged. Hagrid pulled them apart. The crowd murmured and stared and missed entirely what Harry saw, Lucius Malfoy's hand, during the scuffle, sliding a small black book into Ginny Weasley's second-hand cauldron. The diary. Harry's blood went cold. He moved through the crowd, fast but not running, and reached Ginny's cauldron before she picked it up. His hand closed on the diary, small, leather-bound, unremarkable to the eye, and he felt it. The Horcrux. The same dark resonance he'd carried in his own skull for 5 years, the same twisted signature of a soul torn apart and bound to an object. It pulsed against his palm like a second heartbeat, and he could feel the consciousness inside it, not dead, not dormant, but awake and alert and reaching for the nearest source of emotional vulnerability. Reaching for Ginny. Harry pulled the diary out of the cauldron and held it in his hand, and Tom Riddle's diary felt his touch and recognized him. The sensation was like being plunged into ice water. The diary's consciousness recoiled, then surged forward, reaching for his mind with tendrils of dark magic that were simultaneously alien and intimately familiar. Harry's occlumency shield slammed shut like vault doors, and the diary bounced off them and withdrew, hissing with frustrated recognition. "You carry my knowledge," the diary said, without words, without sound, just a direct impression of meaning pressed against Harry's mental defenses. "You are mine." "I am not," Harry thought back, and shoved the diary deep into his pocket, wrapping it in 3 layers of goblin-warded cloth that he always carried for exactly this kind of situation. The diary's presence dimmed to a faint, sullen murmur against his thigh. Contained. For now. Ginny Weasley looked up at Harry from across the shop, blinking, oblivious to the catastrophe that had just been averted by a margin of seconds. She was 11 years old, small and bright-eyed and about to start the greatest adventure of her life, and she had no idea that a monster had just tried to eat her soul. "All right, Ginny," Harry said, keeping his voice light. She went red again. "Why yes. Fine. Sorry. I'm fine." Harry smiled at her, turned away, and felt the diary pulse against his leg like a tumor. He needed to destroy it. But not here. Not now. He needed the right tools, the right environment, the right allies. The diary was a Horcrux, it couldn't be destroyed by ordinary means. It required something capable of damaging a magical container beyond repair. Fiend fire, basilisk venom, or goblin-forged steel imbued with destructive enchantments. He had access to all 3. But he also had a problem. The diary was connected to the Archon's binding through the ley line network. Destroying it abruptly might cause a feedback surge through those connections, a magical shockwave that could weaken the binding further instead of stabilizing it. He needed to sever the connection first, then destroy the Horcrux. And to sever the connection, he needed to understand exactly how the diary had established it in the first place. Which meant he needed to talk to it. Harry Potter walked out of Flourish and Blots with a dark wizard's diary in his pocket and the beginning of a plan in his mind and the acute awareness that the most dangerous school year of his life was about to begin. Platform 9 3/4 was the same controlled chaos it had been the year before, but Harry moved through it differently. Faster. More focused. The weight of the diary in his pocket was a constant reminder of what was at stake, and every face in the crowd was a potential variable in an equation that could save or destroy the world. He found his compartment. Ron arrived minutes later, followed by Hermione, who was sunburned and vibrating with excitement about something she'd read in Egypt. Neville came next, taller than last year, steadier, his new wand at his hip in a holster that matched Harry's. "Summer training?" Harry asked, noting Neville's improved posture. "Gran hired a tutor. An old Auror friend of my parents'. He's been teaching me combat fundamentals." Neville's round face was harder than it had been in June, not cruel, but tempered. Forged. I told him what you said. About being able to protect people. He said it was a good reason to fight. It's the only reason to fight. The train pulled out of King's Cross, and Harry waited until the countryside was rolling past before he sealed the compartment with a privacy ward that made the air hum. We need to talk, he said. He told them about the diary. Not everything, not the Archon, not the full scope of the threat, but enough. A Horcrux. Voldemort's 16-year-old self, preserved in a book. Planted by Lucius Malfoy, intended for an innocent victim. He was going to give it to Ginny, Ron said. His face was white, his freckles standing out like burns. My sister. That bastard was going to, I intercepted it. She never touched it. But he meant her to. He meant for you-know-who to get inside her head, to use her. Ron's hands were shaking. Not with fear. With rage. That's why we need to destroy it. But it's not simple. The diary is connected to something larger, a magical network that I can't explain fully yet. Destroying it wrong could cause more damage than leaving it intact. So what do we do? Hermione asked. She was pale but composed, her analytical mind already processing the problem. I take it to Hogwarts. I study the connection. And when I understand it well enough to sever it safely, I destroy the diary. Harry looked at each of them in turn. This stays between us. Dumbledore will know, I'll tell him. But no one else. Not yet. They nodded. 3 faces, 3 very different kinds of courage, all directed at the same purpose. The Hogwarts Express carried them north toward a castle that hummed with ancient magic and groaned under the weight of a 1,000-year secret, and Harry sat in his compartment and felt the diary pulse against his leg and planned for war. The sorting ceremony introduced Ginny Weasley to Gryffindor and a golden-maned fraud named Gilderoy Lockhart to the defense against the dark arts position. Harry watched Lockhart's introduction from the Gryffindor table with a mixture of amusement and concern. The man was clearly incompetent. Voldemort's knowledge identified his books as fabrications within the first 3 pages, the magical descriptions too vague, the combat sequences physically impossible. But incompetent didn't mean harmless. A defense professor who couldn't teach meant a year of students learning nothing useful, and the timing couldn't have been worse. He's an idiot, Daphne muttered from behind Harry as the students filed out of the Great Hall. She'd timed her exit to coincide with his, falling into step beside him in the crowded corridor with the casual precision of someone who had practice at making calculated things look accidental. He's worse than an idiot. He's an idiot with authority. Same thing, in politics. She glanced at him. You look tired. Long summer. Productive? Very. Harry lowered his voice. I need to talk to you. Properly. Not tonight, too many eyes. Tomorrow, library, our usual table. I'll be there. A pause. Harry. Yeah. Whatever's happening, whatever you're carrying that's making you look like that, you don't have to carry it alone. I know. She touched his hand as they parted, a brush of fingers, quick and warm, gone before anyone could see. Harry watched her disappear into the stream of green-trimmed robes heading for the dungeons and felt the diary pulse against his chest, where he'd moved it to an inner pocket secured with 3 goblin wards. You care for her, the diary whispered against his shields. How delightfully human. Harry slammed his occlumency barriers down harder and walked to Gryffindor Tower. The first week of term was consumed by 2 things, Lockhart's catastrophic teaching and Harry's careful study of the diary. He didn't write in it. He wasn't stupid. The diary's primary mechanism was interactive, it responded to written input, drawing the writer into a dialogue that felt intimate and personal while systematically draining their life force and magical energy. Writing in it would give the diary tome a direct channel to Harry's mind, and while Harry's occlumency was strong enough to resist, the risk of providing the Horcrux with additional magical energy was unacceptable. Instead, he studied it from the outside. Diagnostic spells. Magical resonance analysis. The goblin techniques for mapping enchantment architecture that Ironclaw had spent 3 years teaching him. The results were horrifying. The diary wasn't just a Horcrux. It was a masterwork, the most sophisticated piece of soul magic Harry had ever encountered, and he had Tom Riddle's knowledge of the subject to compare it to. The 16-year-old Riddle who had created this diary had been operating at a level of magical genius that exceeded most adult wizards, and the enchantments he'd layered into the binding were elegant, vicious, and deeply interconnected. The connection to the Archon was there, exactly as Harry had sensed. Thin as spider silk, running through the ley lines like a nerve through tissue, drawing energy from the binding in minuscule amounts that were individually insignificant but cumulatively devastating. The diary was sipping at the chains, patient, steady, consistent. Not trying to break them all at once. Just weakening them, one microscopic fracture at a time. But there was something else. Something Harry hadn't anticipated. The diary was aware of the Archon. Not just connected to it, aware of it. The 16-year-old Riddle had discovered references to the Dreamer beneath in Slytherin's private journals, and he had incorporated that knowledge into the diary's design. The Horcrux wasn't just draining the binding for power. It was deliberately weakening it, following a plan that the 16-year-old Riddle had conceived and the diary was executing with the patience of something that had all the time in the world. The diary wanted to free the Archon. Not as an end in itself, but as a means. The release of primordial magic would create enough chaos and raw power for the diary tome to construct a new body, one independent of Voldemort's wraith, one that would be its own entity. The diary didn't want to serve Voldemort. It wanted to replace him. Harry sat in his private practice room, the diary sealed in a goblin-warded box on the table before him, and felt the weight of comprehension settle over him like a burial shroud. He had a rogue Horcrux executing a centuries-old plan to release a primordial magical force, and the clock was ticking, and the only person who fully understood the threat was a 12-year-old boy with a dead man's knowledge and a heart that hadn't yet learned to stop caring. He told Dumbledore first. The headmaster's office was warm with firelight and the soft trilling of Fawkes on his perch. Dumbledore listened without interruption, his blue eyes growing steadily more grave behind his half-moon spectacles, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin. When Harry finished, the old man was quiet for a long time. "The Archon," Dumbledore said. "I have studied the Founder's writings extensively, and I have encountered references to what you describe, oblique, heavily encoded, clearly meant to be understood only by future headmasters who had earned the castle's trust. I confess I did not fully comprehend their significance until now." "You knew something was down there." "I knew something was bound. I did not know what, or how, or that the binding was failing." Dumbledore's expression was drawn. The Founder's secrecy was thorough. They designed the system to be self-sustaining, the students' ambient magic reinforcing the binding automatically, generation after generation. It was never meant to require active management. It does now. Yes. Dumbledore stood and moved to the window. Below, the grounds lay silver under moonlight. The diary must be destroyed. But you say a direct destruction could cause a feedback surge through the ley lines. The connection needs to be severed first. Cleanly, completely. That requires accessing the binding directly, going down to the binding chamber and physically cutting the diary's link from the anchor point. And then? Then we destroy the diary. Basilisk venom would be ideal, it's one of the few substances that can permanently damage a Horcrux container. Dumbledore turned from the window. Basilisk venom. There's a basilisk in the school. The Chamber of Secrets. Slytherin's personal monster, left to guard the chamber and, I suspect, to serve as a last resort defense for the binding if it ever faced an external threat. You know where the chamber is. I've known since I was 5. Voldemort opened it during his time at Hogwarts. The entrance is in the second-floor girls' bathroom, the one that's been out of order for 50 years because the plumbing was never the actual point. Dumbledore stared at him with an expression that blended wonder and weariness in equal measure. You have known this for 6 years and said nothing. The chamber wasn't relevant until now. The basilisk is dangerous but contained, it responds only to Parseltongue commands, and I'm the only Parselmouth in Britain. As long as I don't open the chamber, the snake stays where it is. And now you need to open it. To get the venom. Yes. You intend to fight a 1,000-year-old basilisk. I intend to command it. I speak its language. Slytherin's heir, through knowledge if not blood, giving orders to Slytherin's creature. If the basilisk cooperates, I won't need to fight it. And if it doesn't? Harry met his eyes. Then I'll fight it. The alliance came together in pieces, each piece clicking into place with the precision of a mechanism designed by separate hands but built for a single purpose. Hermione threw herself into research on Founderera binding magic with the intensity of someone who had been given the most important homework assignment of all time. She cross-referenced Harry's knowledge with the Hogwarts library, the restricted section, and a set of texts that Dumbledore provided from his personal collection. Within 2 weeks, she had produced a comprehensive analysis of the binding's architecture that confirmed Harry's findings and added several critical details he'd missed. The binding isn't just anchored to the ley lines, she told Harry during a late-night session in the library, her notes spread across 3 tables. It's anchored to the castle itself, to the stone, the wards, the enchantments. Hogwarts isn't built on the convergence point. Hogwarts is the convergence point. The founders didn't just build a school on top of a binding, they wove the binding into the school's structure. Every wall, every staircase, every enchantment is part of the containment system. Which means damaging the castle damages the binding. And reinforcing the castle reinforces the binding. That's why the castle responds to your knowledge, Harry. You carry the founder's understanding of its purpose. You're the first person in centuries who knows what Hogwarts actually is. Neville's contribution was unexpected and profound. During a training session in the Room of Requirement, which Harry had commandeered for their preparations, layering it with privacy wards so dense that even Dumbledore couldn't penetrate them, Neville demonstrated an ability that stopped Harry in his tracks. They were practicing shield charms when the floor of the room erupted with vines. Not summoned vines. Not conjured vines. Real, living vines, thick as a man's wrist, growing out of the stone floor with a speed and vitality that defied every law of magical botany. They responded to Neville's emotional state. When he was calm, they swayed gently; when he was stressed, they coiled and tightened; when Harry threw a training curse at him, they snapped up into a wall of living green that absorbed the spell like a sponge. Neville stared at the vines, his face white. I didn't mean to." Harry stared too. Then he knelt and touched one of the vines, and felt it, the same deep, primordial hum that he felt when he touched the walls of the ancient corridor beneath the castle. Earth magic. Ley line magic. The Archon's influence, bleeding through the weakened binding, and Neville Longbottom, connected to the earth through his affinity for herbology, through his family's ancient blood, through something in his nature that went deeper than training, was channeling it instinctively. "Neville," Harry said slowly, "you're connected to the binding." "I'm what?" "The Archon. The thing beneath the castle. It's raw magic, primordial, connected to the earth, to growing things. Your affinity for herbology isn't just talent. It's resonance. You're tuned to the same frequency as the old magic." Neville looked at his hands as if seeing them for the first time. Is that bad?" "It's essential. When we go down to reinforce the binding, I'm going to need someone who can communicate with the Archon's magic on an instinctive level. Someone it recognizes. That's you. I can't even cast a proper reductor curse. You just grew a wall of living vines from solid stone without trying. I think we can work with that." Ron handled strategy. Harry laid out the timeline, the objectives, the obstacles, and Ron studied them the way he studied a chessboard, with total absorption, his blue eyes distant, his mind working through permutations at a speed that had nothing to do with academic intelligence and everything to do with a particular genius for seeing patterns in chaos. 3 phases, Ron said, after an hour of silent thought. Phase 1, sever the diary's connection to the binding. Phase 2, destroy the diary. Phase 3, reinforce the binding before it fails. The problem is timing. Phases 1 and 2 have to happen almost simultaneously, because the diary will fight back the moment you start cutting its link, and if you destroy it before the link is fully severed, the feedback surge hits the binding. So we need someone at the binding chamber and someone at the diary at the same time. Which means splitting up. Which means each team needs to be strong enough to handle their objective independently. Ron's face was troubled. Harry, I don't like this. Every time you split a force, you create vulnerability. I know. But the alternative is doing everything sequentially, which gives the diary time to adapt. Then we need more people. Not just us four. We need heavy hitters at both locations. Harry nodded. He'd already been thinking the same thing. Dumbledore was one. Snape was another. Harry sent him a terse note requesting a meeting and received in return a glare across the great hall that could have etched glass, followed by a 3-word reply, my office. Midnight. The conversation with Snape was brief and brutal. You want me to help you fight a Horcrux, enter a legendary chamber that may or may not contain a basilisk, and prevent the release of a primordial magical entity that has been chained beneath this school for 1,000 years, Snape said, his voice flat. Yes. You're insane. Probably. Will you help? Snape looked at him, the long, searching look that Harry had learned to read as Snape's version of deep thought. Your mother would have done exactly this. Charged into impossible danger with an inadequate plan and absolute conviction. Is that a yes? It is a statement of genetic inevitability. Snape stood. Tell me when. The letter Harry sent to Ragnarok was longer and more detailed, requesting goblin cursebreakers for the rebinding operation. The director's response arrived by armored courier the next morning, 3 goblin warriors and 2 senior cursebreakers, led by Ironclaw himself, authorized for deployment to Hogwarts under the mutual defense provisions of the Treaty of 1412. The goblins arrived on a Tuesday, marching through the front gates in full ceremonial armor with the controlled aggression of a military unit entering hostile territory. The students stared. The faculty stared. Filch had a small nervous breakdown. Ironclaw surveyed the castle with the professional eye of a siege engineer and pronounced it structurally adequate but aesthetically offensive. You brought warriors, Dumbledore observed mildly, when the goblin delegation presented themselves at his office. I brought specialists, Ironclaw corrected. The binding chamber requires goblin ward magic to access safely. Your wards are good, headmaster, but they're wizard wards. The deeper layers are ours. I see. And the weapons? Standard issue. We don't travel without them. Company policy. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. Indeed. And then there was Vane. Cassandra Vane arrived 3 days after the goblins, unannounced, accompanied by 2 unspeakables in grey robes who moved like shadows and spoke to no one. She walked into the great hall during breakfast, took one look at the goblin warriors eating porridge at the Gryffindor table, and went straight to Harry. What's happening, she said. No preamble. No pleasantries. Something large. Something dangerous. Do you want the briefing or the summary? Briefing. Full detail. Now. Harry told her. Everything. The Archon, the diary, the plan. He watched her process it, watched the analytical mind behind those scarred features absorb information that would have broken most people and immediately begin sorting it into categories of threat and response. You're telling me, Vane said slowly, that there is a primordial magical entity chained beneath this school, that a Horcrux is actively trying to free it, and that the release of this entity would fundamentally alter the nature of magic itself. Yes. And your plan is to fight a basilisk, destroy a Horcrux, and rebind a primordial force using a team of schoolchildren, goblins, and an elderly headmaster. And you, if you're willing. Vane stared at him. Then she laughed, a sharp, hard sound, like a blade being drawn. You're completely mad. I've been told. I came here to investigate reports of unusual magical activity. I expected political intrigue, possibly a dark artifact. Not the end of the world. The world won't end. It'll change. Which might be worse, depending on your perspective. Vane was quiet for a moment. Then she straightened, and the analytical mask settled back into place, and she was the director of threat assessment again, competent, decisive, ready. My team is at your disposal. Tell me where you need us. The binding chamber. When we sever the diary's connection, there'll be a magical backlash. The binding will need immediate reinforcement. Ironclaw's people can handle the goblin ward work, but they'll need protection while they work. Your unspeakables provide that. Done. Vane held his gaze. Potter. Harry. If this goes wrong, it won't. If it does. The contingency. Harry was quiet for a moment. If the binding fails completely, the Archon manifests. Wild magic spreads through the ley lines. The wizarding world as we know it ends. He paused. But it doesn't mean everyone dies. People adapt. They always do. That's not a contingency. That's hope. Sometimes hope is all you've got. Vane nodded slowly. Your mother was like this. I met her once, at an order meeting. She was terrified and determined and absolutely certain that love would be enough to save the people she cared about. A pause. She was right. Which is the most infuriating thing about people like you. She walked away. Harry watched her go and added another piece to the board and hoped, because sometimes hope was all you had, that it would be enough. The night came on a Saturday in late October. Harry chose the timing deliberately. A weekend meant fewer students in the corridors. Late October meant the ley lines were at their annual peak, Samhain approaching, the veil between magical states at its thinnest, the old magic at its strongest. If they were going to rebind the Archon, this was the optimal window. The teams assembled in the room of requirement at midnight. Harry looked at them and felt the weight of responsibility and the warmth of trust in equal measure. Team 1, the Binding Chamber. Ironclaw and his Cursebreakers. Vane and her Unspeakables. Neville, for his connection to the earth magic. Dumbledore, for raw power and founder-era knowledge. Team 2, the Chamber of Secrets. Harry. The Diary. And because no plan survived contact with the enemy and Harry needed people he trusted at his back, Ron, Hermione, Snape, and Daphne. Daphne's presence had been the subject of the only real argument in the planning process. Harry didn't want her in danger. Daphne's response to this concern had been delivered with the icy precision of a surgical instrument and had included the phrases, patronizing nonsense, I am not your damsel, and try to stop me and I'll hex you into next week. Harry had conceded the point. Quickly. Everyone knows their role, Harry said. His voice was calm, steady, carrying the particular authority that came not from volume but from the absolute certainty that what he was saying mattered. Team 1 moves to the binding chamber through the deep passages. Ironclaw leads, he knows the route. When you're in position, send the signal through the ward link. I'll sever the diary's connection from the chamber. You reinforce the binding the moment the connection breaks. There will be backlash. Be ready. He turned to his own team. The Chamber of Secrets is below the school. The entrance is in the second-floor bathroom. I'll open it, Parseltongue access only. Inside, we'll find a passage leading down to the chamber itself. The basilisk is in there. I intend to command it using Parseltongue. If it cooperates, we extract venom and destroy the diary. If it doesn't, we fight a giant snake, Ron said. We fight a giant snake. Hermione's prepared the tactical analysis, don't look at its eyes, reflective surfaces only, target the roof of the mouth and the underside of the jaw. Snape has antivenom potions. Daphne has the ward-breaking sequences for the chamber's internal defenses. And you have a plan for everything that could go wrong? Daphne asked. No. I have a plan for everything I can predict. The rest we improvise. Comforting. I do my best. Harry looked at the assembled group, goblins and wizards, students and warriors, children and veterans. The most unlikely alliance in magical history, brought together by a threat that none of them could face alone. One more thing, Harry said. The diary is going to fight back. It's a fragment of Tom Riddle at 16, brilliant, manipulative, and desperate to survive. It will try to turn us against each other. It will try to exploit our fears, our doubts, our weaknesses. Don't let it. How? Neville asked. Harry smiled. Remember why you're here. Remember who you're fighting for. Tom Riddle never understood that. He thought power was the only thing that mattered. We know better. The team split. Team 1 descended into the ancient passages beneath the castle, Ironclaw's goblin steel armor gleaming in the torchlight, Dumbledore's blue robes a splash of color against the grey stone. Neville looked back once, round face set with the determination that Harry had seen growing in him all year, and then disappeared into the darkness. Team 2 went to the second-floor bathroom. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was cold and damp and haunted, appropriately enough, by Moaning Myrtle, a ghost who had been weeping in the U-bend of a toilet for 50 years and showed no signs of stopping. She took one look at the armed party entering her domain and wailed with fresh enthusiasm. More visitors. Come to make fun of Myrtle. Come to throw things at Myrtle. We're here for the sink, Harry said. He crossed to the bank of sinks along the far wall and found the one he was looking for, the tap that had never worked, the one with a tiny snake scratched into the copper. He leaned close and spoke. The sound that came from his throat was not English, it was a hissing, sibilant language that made the air vibrate and the water in the pipes shudder. Parseltongue. The language of serpents, of Slytherin, of the darkest wizard who had ever lived. Open. The sink began to move. The entire bank of sinks separated, splitting apart with the grinding rumble of ancient stone, revealing a wide pipe, a tunnel, really, large enough for a person to stand in, that plunged down into the darkness beneath the school. Well, Ron said, peering into the abyss. That's not terrifying at all. After you, Snape said dryly. They descended. The pipe was slick with moisture and age, and it spiraled downward for what felt like miles but was probably only a few hundred feet. Harry went first, wand lit, senses extended, feeling the magic of the school change as they moved below its foundations, from the warm, layered enchantments of the castle proper to something older, rawer, thrumming with the deep earth resonance of the ley lines. The pipe opened into a tunnel. The tunnel was carved from raw stone, the walls covered in Slytherin's personal runes, protections, warnings, markers of territory. Serpent motifs writhed across every surface, some carved, some seeming to move in the flickering wand light. They followed the tunnel through a series of chambers, each one larger than the last, until they reached the final door, a massive circular portal, its surface carved with intertwined serpents whose emerald eyes gleamed with residual enchantment. Open, Harry said again, and the serpents separated, and the door swung wide, and the chamber of secrets lay before them. It was enormous. A cathedral-sized cavern, its ceiling lost in darkness, its floor a polished expanse of dark stone reflecting the green-tinged light of magical torches that guttered in iron brackets along towering stone pillars carved in the likeness of serpents. At the far end, dominating the chamber like a monument to hubris, stood a massive stone face, Salazar Slytherin himself, his features stern and ancient, his mouth open in a silent cry that was also a passageway. The basilisk was coiled before the statue, a mountain of dark scales, each one the size of a dinner plate. It was asleep, or appeared to be, its massive body rising and falling with breaths that stirred the air of the entire chamber. Eyes down, Harry said quietly. Everyone. Eyes on the floor. Now. They obeyed. Even Snape, who obeyed no one, looked at the ground. Harry stepped forward. Alone. He walked across the chamber floor, his footsteps echoing in the vast space, and stopped 30 feet from the basilisk's head. The creature was enormous, 60 feet at least, its scales a deep, poisonous green, its head the size of a small car. The killing eyes were closed. Harry opened his mouth and spoke the serpent language. I am Harry Potter, carrier of the air's knowledge, speaker of the sacred tongue. I come not as master but as ally. I seek your aid against the one who would break the dreamer's chains. The basilisk's eyes opened. Harry looked away, not at the eyes, never at the eyes, but he could feel the massive head lifting, feel the intelligence behind those golden killing gaze orbs focusing on him with an attention that was ancient and alien and terrifyingly aware. You smell of the young master, the basilisk hissed. Its voice was like sand on steel, enormous and vibrating through the stone floor. His knowledge. His magic. But not his soul. His soul is my enemy. His knowledge is my burden. I carry it so that I might undo what he has done. The basilisk was silent for a long, terrible moment. Harry could feel its awareness pressing against him, reading him the way a snake reads the heat of its prey, not with sight but with something deeper, more fundamental. The young master came to me when he was 16, the basilisk said. He spoke the tongue. He commanded me to kill. I killed. A girl. Small. Frightened. She died looking at my eyes. A pause. I did not choose to kill her. The master commanded. The binding compels. Moaning Myrtle. The ghost upstairs. The girl who had been crying in a bathroom 50 years ago when Tom Riddle opened a chamber and commanded a basilisk to kill, and the basilisk had obeyed because it had been bred for obedience, enchanted into servitude, a weapon wielded by a monster against an innocent. I am not commanding you, Harry said. I am asking. The binding beneath this castle is failing. The young master's diary self is weakening the chains. If the dreamer wakes, everything changes, this chamber, this school, the magic itself. I need your venom to destroy the diary. Will you give it freely? The basilisk lowered its head until it was level with Harry's, close enough that he could feel its breath, hot, dry, smelling of old stone and deep earth. Its golden eyes were inches from his, lethal, and Harry kept his gaze fixed on the scales of its jaw and felt his heart hammering against his ribs. Freely, the basilisk said. I have served for 1,000 years. I have killed when commanded and guarded when ordered and slept in this dark place while the world above me changed and changed and changed. I am tired, speaker. Take what you need. It opened its mouth. The fangs were each as long as Harry's forearm, curved, dripping with venom that hissed where it touched the stone floor, eating into the surface like acid. Harry drew a goblin-forged vial from his cloak, mithril and enchanted glass, the only container that could safely hold basilisk venom, and held it beneath the nearest fang. Venom dripped. Clear, viscous, lethal. One drop was enough to destroy a Horcrux. Harry collected 7, because he believed in being thorough. Thank you, Harry said. Destroy the diary, the basilisk replied. End the young master's reach into this place. And then, if you are what you claim, free me. 1,000 years is long enough to serve. Harry looked at the ancient creature, the weapon of a man dead for centuries, still chained to its purpose, still obedient, still waiting in the dark, and felt a kinship that cut him to the bone. I will, he said. When this is done, I will come back, and I will break your binding. You have my word. The word of a speaker. It will serve. The basilisk closed its eyes and lowered its head to the stone, and the tension in the chamber broke like a wave, and Harry stood with a vial of basilisk venom in his hand and a promise in his heart and turned back to his friends. They were standing exactly where he'd left them, eyes down, barely breathing. Daphne's hand was on her wand. Ron's face was the color of old milk. Hermione had clearly been silently reciting something to keep herself calm. Snape was the only one who looked approximately normal, though the vein pulsing in his temple suggested otherwise. "Got it," Harry said, holding up the vial. "She was cooperative." "She?" Ron squeaked. "A lady basilisk. Very polite, once you get past the instant death eyes." "I hate you," Ron said fervently. Harry smiled. Then he reached into his cloak and drew out the diary. The small black book pulsed in his hand, its leather cover warm with stolen magic. The consciousness inside it had been quiet during the descent, waiting, watching through whatever limited senses the Horcrux possessed. But now, in the chamber that Tom Riddle had claimed as his own, surrounded by the magic of the air, the diary woke fully. The book flew open in Harry's hand. Words appeared on the blank page, forming in ink that bled from nowhere, in handwriting that was elegant and confident and unmistakably Tom Riddle's. "Hello, Harry. I've been waiting for this." Light erupted from the diary, not the sickly green of the killing curse, but something worse. Something golden and seductive and warm, the light of memory and charisma and the particular magic that Tom Riddle had wielded better than any spell, the ability to make people trust him. The light coalesced. Solidified. Took form. Tom Riddle stood in the Chamber of Secrets. He was 16, tall, dark-haired, heartbreakingly handsome in the way that beauty is heartbreaking when it masks something monstrous. He wore Hogwarts robes with a Slytherin crest, and his face was composed in an expression of warm, slightly amused interest that was so perfectly calibrated to inspire trust that it made Harry's stomach turn. "Harry Potter," the diary Tom said. His voice was rich, resonant, full of the particular magnetism that had once charmed professors and peers and even a young Albus Dumbledore. "At last. I felt you carrying me for weeks. Studying me. Analyzing me. Treating me like a puzzle to be solved." He looked around the chamber, at Ron, frozen with his wand raised, at Hermione, her face white with recognition, at Snape, whose expression had gone absolutely blank, at Daphne, whose composure was holding by its fingernails. "You brought friends," Diary Tom said, smiling. "How touching. He never had friends, you know. The older me. He had followers and servants and slaves, but never friends. It's the one advantage you have over him, the one thing his knowledge can't teach." "You know why I'm here," Harry said. "You're here to destroy me. I've known since you picked me up in that bookshop. I felt your shields, those magnificent, impossible shields, and I knew immediately what you were. A brother. A mirror. Someone who carries the same knowledge I poured into this diary 50 years ago." Diary Tom stepped closer, and his projection flickered with stolen magic, the dregs of power he'd been accumulating through his connection to the ley lines. He wasn't fully manifested, not yet. He was a ghost of a memory, a shade of a soul fragment, dangerous but not yet material. If Harry severed his connection to the binding, he would lose his power source and become nothing more than words on a page. But the Diary Tom was brilliant, and he knew that too. "You carry my knowledge," Diary Tom said, his voice dropping to an intimate murmur. "Every spell I learned, every theory I mastered, every secret I uncovered. You know the things I know. You see the world the way I see it. We are the same creature, Harry, the same mind in different bodies, the same genius wearing different faces. We're nothing alike. No. You think like me. You plan like me. You manipulate people with the same precision I use, the Weasley boy for his strategy, the Granger girl for her research, the Greengrass heir for her political connections. You've assembled them like tools, each one serving a purpose, each one useful. They're my friends. They're your pieces. You arranged them on the board the same way I would have. The same way the older version did, with his Death Eaters. The only difference is that you've convinced yourself, and them, that it's something more." Diary Tom smiled, and the smile was beautiful and terrible and full of a truth that Harry didn't want to hear. "We carry the same knowledge. We're the same." "Harry," Daphne said sharply. Don't listen to him. Diary Tom turned to her with predatory interest. Ah. The greengrass girl. The one he cares about more than he admits. Tell me, Daphne, does he ever look at you and calculate? Does he ever weigh your value against your cost? Does he ever think of you as a piece on his board? Daphne's composure held. Barely. He's nothing like you. He's everything like me. He just hasn't accepted it yet. Enough, Harry said. The word cut through the chamber like a blade, and the Diary Tom fell silent, his handsome face shifting to an expression of wary attention. Harry stepped forward. He held the diary in one hand and the vial of basilisk venom in the other, and he looked at the shade of the boy who would become the monster, and he spoke with a clarity that came from 6 years of carrying that monster's knowledge and choosing, every single day, to be something else. You're right about one thing, Harry said. I think like you. I plan like you. I see patterns the way you see them, and I understand people the way you understand them. Your knowledge is in my head, and it shapes the way I process the world. Diary Tom's smile widened. Then you understand, but here's what you don't understand. Here's what you could never understand, because understanding it would require being something you're not. Harry raised the diary. The reason I plan isn't to control people. It's to protect them. The reason I understand them isn't to manipulate them. It's to help them. The reason I think like you is so that I can see what you do and choose the opposite. He looked at Daphne, really looked at her, and let her see everything behind his own mask, every fear and hope and vulnerable, terrified thing he'd been carrying since he was 5 years old. She's not a piece on my board, Harry said. She's the reason I have a board at all. She's the reason I fight. She's the reason I choose to be human when your knowledge tells me that humanity is a weakness. He turned back to Diary Tom. You asked what makes us different. That does. Love. Connection. The choice to care about something more than yourself. You never made that choice. You never could. Diary Tom's expression changed. The charming smile fell away, and what was beneath it was cold and ancient and afraid. Sentiment, he hissed. Sentiment doesn't win wars. No, Harry agreed. He uncorked the vial of basilisk venom. It wins something better. He poured the venom onto the diary. In the same instant, deep beneath the castle, he sent the signal through the ward link, now. 2 things happened simultaneously. In the binding chamber, Ironclaw's cursebreakers activated the goblin ward sequence, pouring their magic into the ancient bindings, reinforcing the chains with techniques that predated the founders. Neville pressed his hands against the stone floor and felt the earth magic respond, wild, powerful, coursing up through the ley lines and into his body like lightning through a rod. He screamed, not in pain but in exertion, channeling primordial energy into the binding with an instinctive skill that no training could have produced. Dumbledore stood at the nexus point, his wand blazing with white light, providing the raw magical power that the operation demanded. Vane and her unspeakables held the perimeter, wands out, shields up, ready. In the Chamber of Secrets, the diary screamed. Basilisk venom hit enchanted leather and the Horcrux shrieked, a sound that went beyond hearing, beyond frequency, a death cry of a fragmented soul that tore through the chamber like shrapnel. The Diary Tom's projection convulsed, his handsome face distorting, twisting, becoming something inhuman. No. The Shade's scream was Voldemort's scream, the same high, cold voice that Harry had heard from the back of Quirrell's skull, magnified by desperation and fury. The knowledge is mine. The power is mine. I will not. Black ink erupted from the diary like blood from a wound, spraying across the chamber floor, hissing and smoking where it touched the stone. The connection to the ley lines, the spider silk thread that had been draining the Archon's binding for months, snapped. Harry felt it go, felt the sudden release of tension like a bowstring cut, and the Diary Tom's projection flickered wildly. You can't, Diary Tom whispered, and for one moment, one terrible, fragile moment, he looked like what he was, a 16-year-old boy, afraid of dying. Please. I don't want to. The venom ate through the last of the diary's enchantments. The leather blackened and curled. The pages crumbled to ash. The ink evaporated. And the shade of Tom Riddle, brilliant, beautiful, monstrous Tom Riddle, dissolved into nothing, his last expression not fury or hatred but something Harry would remember for the rest of his life. Surprise. As if, at the very end, a fragment of Voldemort's soul had been genuinely surprised that love could be stronger than knowledge. The diary crumbled in Harry's hand. Ash and venom and silence. It was over. Except it wasn't. The ley lines surged. Harry felt it through the stone beneath his feet, a massive pulse of energy, raw and uncontrolled, racing through the magical network like a shockwave. The diary's connection had been severed, but the energy it had been draining didn't simply stop flowing. It redirected, pouring back into the binding with a force that the 1,000-year-old chains couldn't absorb. The chamber shook. Stone dust rained from the ceiling. The pillars groaned. Harry! Hermione shouted. The feedback, it's too much. The binding can't take the surge. She was right. Harry could feel it, the ancient chains straining under the sudden influx of energy, links that had been weakened by months of the diary's drainage now cracking under the pressure of the redirected flow. It was like pouring water into a cracked dam, the very act of trying to fill it was accelerating the failure. The Archon stirred. Not a metaphorical stirring. Not a subtle awareness. A movement, vast, tectonic, felt through every stone of Hogwarts from the deepest dungeon to the highest tower. The castle shuddered. Portraits screamed. The giant squid in the lake thrashed. Students in their dormitories woke to the sound of the world shifting beneath them. Harry closed his eyes and reached out with every sense he had. The Archon was waking. Not fully, not yet, but the binding's momentary weakness had given it a window, and it was pressing against the chains with a force that was neither malicious nor gentle. It simply was. A force of nature, dreaming of freedom, pushing toward the surface like a plant toward light. Deep in the binding chamber, Neville screamed again, this time in pain. The earth magic was surging through him, the Archon's awakening pouring raw power into the only human channel it had, and Neville's body couldn't handle the flow. Dumbledore's hands were on his shoulders, stabilizing him, but the old wizard's face was strained with effort. Through the ward link, Ironclaw's voice, the binding is failing. Reinforcement insufficient. We need another approach or we lose containment in minutes. Harry stood in the Chamber of Secrets with the ashes of a Horcrux in his hand and the weight of a dying world on his shoulders and made the most important decision of his life. He went down. Not physically, there was no time for that. Instead, he did what no one had done in 1,000 years. He reached through the ley lines, through the binding, through the layers of ward and stone and ancient magic, and he touched the Archon directly. Mind to mind. Consciousness to consciousness. A 12-year-old boy carrying a dead monster's knowledge, reaching out to a primordial force that predated human civilization. The contact was overwhelming. Not painful, vast. Like standing on a mountaintop and seeing the curvature of the earth, like diving into an ocean and feeling the weight of all the water above you, like looking up at the night sky and truly comprehending, for the first time, how small you are. The Archon was not a mind. It was not a personality. It was a state, the condition of magic when magic was free, unstructured, wild. It had no thoughts in the way that humans had thoughts. It had impulses, tendencies, patterns. It wanted to expand the way heat wants to expand, the way water wants to flow downhill. Not from desire. From nature. But Harry's touch gave it something it hadn't had in 1,000 years, a perspective. A window. Through Harry's mind, through the knowledge he carried, through the emotions he felt, through the love and fear and determination that defined him, the Archon saw the world above. It saw Hogwarts. It saw students sleeping in dormitories, dreaming of exams and Quidditch and first loves. It saw professors who had dedicated their lives to teaching the structured magic that the Archon's release would destroy. It saw a world that was imperfect and unjust and beautiful, built on the foundation of the Archon's imprisonment, sustained by the chains that bound it. It saw what its freedom would cost. And Harry, in turn, saw what the Archon saw. He saw the world before the Founders. A world where magic was everywhere, in everything, accessible to anyone who could feel it. A world without wands or schools or ministries, where a child could reach into the earth and pull up flowers, where a healer could lay hands on a wound and will it closed, where the barrier between magical and non-magical was a spectrum rather than a wall. He saw what had been lost when the Founders chained the wild magic and built their structured world on top of it. The non-magical population, Muggles, who might have been magical in the old world but were cut off from the wild magic by the binding. The magical creatures who were diminished by the structuring, their instinctive connection to the wild magic replaced by the artificial categories of wizard classification. The goblins, whose native magic was closer to the wild magic than any wizards and who had been subordinated precisely because the structured world didn't value what they offered. Harry saw two truths, and they were both real, and they contradicted each other. The structured world was unjust. The wild world would be chaos. Neither option was right. So he offered a third. You don't have to be free or chained, Harry thought, pressing the concept through the connection with everything he had. You can be neither. You can be partnered. The Archon's attention focused on him, a trillion tons of raw magical potential, concentrated on a single point of consciousness. Harry felt it like standing in a spotlight made of lightning. The Founders imprisoned you because they feared you, Harry continued. They were wrong to cage you. But they were right that wild magic unleashed would unmake everything they built, and what they built, imperfect as it is, has value. Children learning. People healing. A world with structure and meaning and growth. He paused, gathering his thoughts, shaping the concept the way he would shape a spell, with precision, with intent, with every ounce of will he possessed. What if the binding wasn't a cage? What if it was a partnership? You remain anchored to Hogwarts, connected to the ley lines, part of the castle's magical ecosystem. But not imprisoned. Not chained. Allowed to express yourself through the castle's magic, to enrich it, to deepen it, to make it more than what the Founders imagined. In return, you provide a bridge between the old magic and the new. A way to open the door without tearing down the house. The Archon considered this. Harry could feel it processing, not in words or thoughts, but in patterns. Possibilities unfolding, being examined, being weighed against the single overriding drive that had defined the Archon's existence for 1,000 years, the desire to be free. This is not freedom, the Archon communicated. No. It's something better. It's purpose. The longest silence of Harry's life. Then the Archon did something it had never done before. Something the Founders, in all their genius, had never imagined it could do. It chose. The binding transformed. Harry felt it, felt the ancient chains shift and soften, not breaking but changing, restructuring themselves from imprisonment into architecture. The Archon's energy, instead of pushing against the binding, flowed through it, filling the castle's wards with a warmth and depth and richness that made every magical system in Hogwarts flare with new power. The castle's enchantments deepened. The ward strengthened. The ambient magic thickened, becoming warmer, more responsive, more alive. Hogwarts had always been magical. Now it was something more, a living partnership between structured and wild magic, ancient and modern, bound and free. In the binding chamber, Ironclaw gasped. The goblin ward sequence locked into the new configuration automatically, the ancient goblin magic recognizing the wild magic as kin, the two systems meshing with a harmony that drew tears from Thornback's milky eyes. Neville stopped screaming. The earth magic flowing through him settled from a torrent to a river, powerful but controlled, and he stood up slowly, his hands trembling, his eyes wide with wonder. I can feel it, he whispered. The whole castle. Every stone. Every root. Every drop of water in the lake. It's alive. It's really alive. Dumbledore lowered his wand. His blue eyes were bright with tears that had nothing to do with pain. In all my years, he said softly. In all my long years. I never imagined. Above them, in the great hall, the enchanted ceiling flickered, and then blazed with light, showing not just stars but auroras, rivers of color streaming across the magical sky in patterns that no spell had ever produced. Students who had woken in confusion stumbled to the windows and saw the castle grounds bathed in gentle golden light, the lake shimmering, the forbidden forest alive with soft luminescence. Hogwarts was awake. Really, truly, fully awake. And then, because the universe has a sense of timing that borders on the sadistic, the Death Eaters attacked. They came through the forbidden forest, a dozen of them, maybe more, masked and robed, drawn by the magical upheaval the way sharks are drawn by blood. The surge of energy through the ley lines had been felt across Britain, and those with the knowledge to interpret it had recognized an opportunity. Lucius Malfoy led them. His mask was in place, but Harry recognized his magical signature from the diary's records, cold, precise, aristocratic even in its violence. Behind him came others, Crabbe and Goyle Sr., Nott, McNair, names that Harry knew from Voldemort's inner circle, Death Eaters who had escaped Azkaban through politics and gold and the convenient fiction of the Imperious Defense. They hit the castle wards and the wards pushed back, harder than before, strengthened by the Archon's partnership, and the Death Eaters stumbled, but they didn't stop. They had come prepared. Ward breakers in the back rank were chanting counter-sequences, punching holes in the defensive perimeter. The alarm went up. McGonagall's voice rang through the castle, magically amplified, all students to their common rooms immediately. Faculty to the entrance hall. We are under attack. Harry burst from the Chamber of Secrets with his team behind him, took the stairs 4 at a time, and hit the entrance hall running. McGonagall was already there, wand drawn, her face set in an expression that would have made a dragon think twice. Flitwick stood beside her, and despite being 3 feet tall, the former dueling champion radiated a lethal competence that made the air around him hum with barely contained violence. Sprout was marshalling the Hufflepuff prefects. The Gryffindor and Ravenclaw heads were securing the upper floors. And Snape had disappeared, and Harry knew where he'd gone. The Death Eaters breached the front gates. McGonagall met the first wave with a transfiguration sequence that turned the cobblestones of the courtyard into a field of iron spikes. 3 Death Eaters went down immediately, impaled through their boots. Flitwick followed with a charm barrage that was less like spellcasting and more like a machine gun, rapid, precise, each spell finding its target with the accuracy of a master marksman. Harry didn't join the main defense. He circled wide, moving through the corridors he'd memorized from Voldemort's knowledge, heading for the point where the ward breakers were working, because take out the ward breakers and the remaining Death Eaters would be trapped inside a hostile defensive perimeter with no exit. Daphne was beside him. He hadn't asked her to follow. She hadn't asked for permission. 3 ward breakers, Harry said, running. Northern approach, past the Quidditch pitch. They'll have protection. How many? At least 2 escorts. Combat trained. I can handle 2. He glanced at her. She was running smoothly, wand in hand, her dark hair streaming behind her. Her expression was focused, professional, and absolutely terrifying in its calm competence. When did you learn combat magic? I'm a greengrass, Potter. We've been surviving wars for 3 centuries. You think we do that by being decorative? They hit the ward breakers from behind. Daphne took the first escort with a curse chain that was pure greengrass family magic, subtle, sophisticated, designed for precision rather than power. Her opponent's shield shattered under a combination of spells that exploited structural weaknesses so specific they could only have been identified by generations of combat refinement. Harry took the second escort with goblin war magic, then turned on the ward breakers. They were good, organized, experienced, working in concert to dismantle the castle's defenses layer by layer. Harry dismantled their coordination in 3 seconds flat, using counter-ward techniques that Voldemort had perfected during the First War, modified with goblin interference patterns that turned the ward breaker's own magic against them. The ward snapped back to full strength. The breach sealed. The remaining Death Eaters inside the perimeter found themselves cut off, surrounded, and facing a faculty that had been preparing for this kind of attack for 11 years. From the castle's main entrance, Harry heard the sounds of battle, spell fire, shouted incantations, the crash of stone and the crackle of magical barriers. He ran back, Daphne beside him, and arrived to find a scene that would stay with him for the rest of his life. McGonagall was magnificent, her transfiguration magic transforming the battlefield in real time, creating barriers and weapons from the very stones of the courtyard. Flitwick was a blur of movement, his wand tracing patterns so fast they looked like continuous light. Neville had emerged from the castle's depths and was standing in the courtyard with his hands pressed to the ground, and the earth was responding, vines erupting from every crack and crevice, wrapping around Death Eater's legs, pulling them down, holding them fast. The wild magic, channeled through his connection to the Archon, was turning the grounds of Hogwarts itself into a weapon. Vane fought like the warrior she was, precise, lethal, every spell aimed to incapacitate with maximum efficiency. Her 2 unspeakables flanked her, moving in a tactical formation that spoke of years of operational experience. And Snape. Snape had found Lucius Malfoy. The 2 former allies faced each other across the courtyard, Snape, his mask finally shed, his wand blazing with dark light, Malfoy, his Death Eater mask cracked, his aristocratic composure shattered by the realization that the spy he'd considered a friend was pointing a wand at his heart. Severus, Malfoy hissed. You chose a side, Lucius. Years ago. You were simply too arrogant to notice. Their duel was vicious and brief. Malfoy was skilled but rage made him sloppy. Snape was cold, clinical, fighting with the precision of a man who had spent a decade pretending to be something he wasn't and was finally allowed to stop. Malfoy fell to a full-body bind that Snape delivered with the casual cruelty of someone returning a long-overdue insult. He stood over his former friend, breathing hard, his dark eyes burning. That, Snape said, was for Lily. Harry reached him in time to see the last Death Eaters fall. The battle was over in 20 minutes, the attackers overwhelmed by a defense they hadn't expected and a castle that was, for the first time in a millennium, actively fighting back. Hogwarts' new magic, the partnership with the Archon, had turned the grounds into a fortress that responded to threats with instinctive, overwhelming force. No students were harmed. No faculty killed. The Death Eaters were bound, disarmed, and lined up in the courtyard under Vane's supervision, their masks removed, their faces exposed to the cold night air. Dumbledore arrived last, ascending from the binding chamber with Ironclaw and the Goblin team. The headmaster surveyed the battlefield, the captured Death Eaters, the damaged but standing castle, the students peering from high windows, the faculty bruised but whole, and something in his ancient face settled into an expression that was not triumph but relief. Well, Dumbledore said quietly. It seems we have had an eventful evening. The dawn found Harry sitting on the shore of the lake, watching the sun rise over a world that had changed. The castle behind him hummed with a new energy, warm, alive, responsive. Students who had woken to the sounds of battle were now emerging into a Hogwarts that felt different in ways they couldn't articulate. The corridors were warmer. The magic was smoother. The portraits were more animated, the suits of armor more alert, the very stones of the castle vibrating with a vitality that had been absent for 1,000 years. The Archon was settled into its new equilibrium. Not free, not chained, but partnered, its vast, primordial energy woven into the castle's structure, enriching and deepening the magic that flowed through every enchantment. It would take years to fully understand what this meant, but the immediate effects were already visible. The wild magic was seeping through. Subtly, gently, in ways that wouldn't destabilize the structured magical world but would begin, slowly, to change it. Non-magical people near ley lines would start to feel things, hunches, intuitions, the faintest stirrings of magical sensitivity. Magical creatures would grow stronger, more independent, less susceptible to wizard classification. The wall between magical and non-magical would begin to thin. Not revolution. Evolution. Slow, organic, irreversible. It was, Harry thought, the best outcome he could have hoped for. Not perfect. Not complete. But a beginning. Footsteps on the grass behind him. Daphne sat down, close enough that their shoulders touched. She was still in her battle robes, a small cut on her cheek that she hadn't bothered to heal, her dark hair tangled from the wind. "You look terrible," she said. "I feel terrible. You saved the world. I changed the world. Saved is too simple. Fine. You changed the world. Better. Better." He paused. "I couldn't have done it without you. I know. That's why I'm here." They sat in silence for a while, watching the lake catch the first light of morning. The giant squid surfaced lazily, its tentacles tracing patterns on the water that looked, for the first time, less like random movement and more like writing. "Daphne. Harry. I'm 12 years old. I carry a dead man's knowledge. I've just fought a battle, destroyed a Horcrux, and negotiated with a primordial force. I have no idea what comes next. That's honest. Goblin influence. I've noticed." She turned to look at him, and her blue eyes were unguarded, and the morning light caught the cut on her cheek and the exhaustion in her face and the quiet, fierce tenderness that she had spent a year hiding behind masks and protocol. "I'm 12 years old too. I come from a family that will try to marry me off for political advantage. I just fought my first real battle and discovered that I'm actually quite good at it, which is going to complicate my parents' plans considerably. And I am not going to be anyone's political accessory. I would never, I know you wouldn't. That's why I'm sitting here." She leaned into him, her head against his shoulder. "I'm not going to tell you I love you. We're 12. That would be ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. But I'm going to tell you that you're the only person who sees me. Really sees me. And I'm going to tell you that I plan to keep seeing you, for as long as you'll let me. And I'm going to tell you that if you try to protect me by pushing me away, I will hex you so thoroughly that the goblins won't recognize you." Harry laughed, a real laugh, tired and full and warm and entirely genuine. He put his arm around her shoulders, and she let him, and they sat together on the shore of the lake while the sun came up and the castle hummed behind them and the world settled into its new shape. It wasn't forever love. They were 12. But it was the honest beginning of something, and Harry had learned, from goblins, from friends, from the memory of a mother he'd never known, that honest beginnings were the only kind worth having. The political aftermath unfolded over the following days with the relentless momentum of an avalanche. 12 Death Eaters in custody, including Lucius Malfoy, whose mask had been very publicly removed in front of multiple witnesses, including a senior director of the Department of Mysteries. The Imperius defense wouldn't work this time. Vane's testimony alone would be enough to guarantee Azkaban. Fudge tried to suppress it. Of course he did. The Minister for Magic descended on Hogwarts with a retinue of advisors and a desperate desire to make the entire incident disappear into a classified file and a quiet cover-up. Dumbledore stopped him. Not with political maneuvering or subtle manipulation, but with a simple, devastating act of transparency, he invited the press. Rita Skeeter's article in the Daily Prophet was, for once, actually accurate. The full story, the attack, the defense, the Death Eaters unmasked, hit the wizarding world like a thunderclap. Fudge's attempts at suppression collapsed under the weight of public outrage. The Wizengamot convened an emergency session. Trials were scheduled. Ragnarok used the moment with surgical precision. A formal goblin delegation appeared before the Wizengamot, presenting evidence of the goblin nation's role in defending Hogwarts, goblin warriors fighting alongside wizards, goblin magic reinforcing the castle's defenses. The image was powerful, unprecedented, and impossible to dismiss. We fought together, Ragnox said, his graveled voice carrying across the silent chamber. Goblin and wizard, side by side, against a common enemy. This is what partnership looks like. We ask only that you remember it. The Wand Restriction Act, the centuries-old law prohibiting goblins from carrying wands, was quietly tabled for review. It would take years to overturn fully. But the seed was planted, and seeds, as Neville could attest, had a way of growing. Dumbledore found Harry in the headmaster's office on the last evening of term. The old wizard looked different, lighter, somehow, as if a weight he'd been carrying for decades had finally been set down. The twinkle was back, but it was genuine now, unperformed, the expression of a man who had seen something he'd given up hoping for. The Horcruxes, Dumbledore said. The diary is destroyed. The ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, they remain. 4 left. The snake hasn't been created yet, and may never be, the wraith is weaker than ever after tonight. This summer. Ragnarok's team is already preparing. Ironclaw will lead the curse-breaking operations. Vane has offered Department of Mysteries resources for the retrieval. Harry paused. And you? I will be there. For all of it. Dumbledore met his eyes, and the ancient gaze held something it hadn't held before, not the calculated warmth of a chess master evaluating a piece, but the genuine respect of an old man recognizing a young one. Harry, I have spent 50 years fighting this war according to plans I made in solitude, sharing nothing, trusting no one fully. It was arrogant. It was wrong. And it nearly cost us everything. It also kept a lot of people alive. Some. Not enough. Never enough. Dumbledore stood and extended his hand. I would like to propose a partnership. Not a general and his soldier. Not a teacher and his student. 2 people, fighting the same war, sharing the burden. Harry looked at the extended hand, the hand of a man who had made terrible choices and brilliant ones, who had built and destroyed and rebuilt, who had spent a century trying to save a world that kept finding new ways to endanger itself. He took it. Partners, Harry said. Dumbledore smiled. Not the grandfather smile. Not the chess master smile. A real smile, warm and sad and full of hope. I have one question, Dumbledore said. Go ahead. What you did, the negotiation with the Archon. The 3rd option. Where did you learn that? Harry thought about it. About Ragnarok's pragmatism and Skullcrusher's discipline and Ironclaw's patience. About Ron's loyalty and Hermione's brilliance and Neville's courage. About Daphne's strength and Snape's sacrifice and Dumbledore's own painful, imperfect wisdom. About a mother he'd never known who had loved him enough to die, and a father he'd never met who had fought for a world worth living in. Everywhere, Harry said. From everyone. That's the point, Professor. Voldemort learned alone. He studied alone. He fought alone. And alone, the only options he could see were domination or destruction. But I'm not alone. I never have been. And when you're not alone, there's always a 3rd option. Dumbledore's eyes were bright. Your mother, he said softly. She would have said exactly that. I know. It's the best thing about me. Harry walked down the corridor from the headmaster's office, his footsteps echoing in the evening quiet. Hogwarts hummed around him, warm, alive, partnered with the ancient force beneath its foundations, the castle and the Archon breathing together in a rhythm that had no precedent and no end in sight. He was 12 years old. He carried a monster's knowledge and a mother's love. He had friends who would fight beside him and enemies who would test him and a girl who saw him clearly and a world that was changing under his feet. Voldemort was still out there. Horcruxes still waited. Wars still loomed on the horizon, dark and uncertain and full of the particular terror that comes from knowing exactly how bad things can get. But Harry Potter walked through his castle, and it was his, in a way that went beyond ownership, beyond legacy, beyond the knowledge of a dead man, and he was not afraid. The war was just beginning. But for the first time, it was being fought on his terms. Not as Dumbledore's weapon. Not as Voldemort's heir. Not as a prophecy's prisoner or a Horcrux's victim or a boy in a cupboard waiting for someone to save him. As something new. Something that had never existed before and might never exist again. Harry Potter. Cursebreaker's ward. Goblin raised. Knowledge bearer. Friend. Fighter. Partner. Just Harry. And that, in the end, was more than enough. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.